Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 2061, Seizing the Throne. Fortunately, several major armies of the North Sea Kingdom have been updated in the past few years. A large number of young southern mountain people were recruited to replace the veterans who were over 40 years old in several old legions. After training in the past few years, the original southern mountain young men have also become veterans. Of course, there have been no battles to fight in the past 2 years. These young infantrymen, like the 5,000 young dragoons and black-shirt knights, lack practical experience. Fortunately, they have been trained for a longer time and have a better foundation. As long as they are cautious, they can be trained in a few small battles first, see blood, and then go to the war. The configuration of the infantry is much simpler, such as winter clothes. The reason why the cavalry is equipped with more expensive down jackets is to reduce the weight of the warhorse in the future, so that the warhorse will not be too strenuous. Infantry is not as delicate as cavalry and warhorses, and is more durable. Therefore, their winter cold-proof clothing is much lower grade, that is, straw raincoats. Straw raincoats are grass clothes, woven with thatch. Not only can it keep out the cold, but also prevent rain and snow. The only drawback is that it is a bit heavy. But it doesn't matter, because Marin equipped the infantry with a lot of light wheelbarrows. When marching, the infantry marched by pushing wheelbarrows. On the wheelbarrows, there were not only weapons and equipment, but also a small amount of food distributed, as well as straw raincoats and armor. When the enemy attacked during the march, these wheelbarrows would be pushed to the front and side of the formation to block the enemy's charge. Then, the soldiers would quickly pick up the spears from the car and put on the armor. And the straw raincoats woven with thatch were often the cheapest simple armor. Of course, in dry weather, straw raincoats are generally not worn to avoid being ignited by enemy rockets. In rainy and humid weather, these straw raincoats are armor with good protection. Especially after being damp, it seems to be able to resist feather arrows and lead bullets to a certain extent. Of course, the feather arrows and lead bullets here refer to the feather arrows and lead bullets that have lost most of their kinetic energy from a distance, not the feather arrows and lead bullets that are shot at close range. In addition, the infantry generally wore straw sandals that they wove themselves. Moreover, each person was given leggings to facilitate long-distance marches. This is historical experience. At the beginning, the Hong army relied on straw sandals and leggings to walk 25,000 miles. The endurance and toughness of these mountain infantrymen are not much worse than that of the Hong army. After all, they are also used to long-distance marches. Moreover, in Central and Eastern Europe, there are large plains, and the difficulty of long-distance marches is much lower than that of the Hong army at the beginning. Moreover, most of the journeys can actually be saved. This is because the thousands of ships ordered by Marin can not only be used to transport immigrants, but also to transport troops. At that time, those cavalrymen can only travel by land because they carry 3 horses. And the infantry can actually arrive by ship all the way to the east coast of the Baltic Sea. After docking, they need to get off the ship and walk. And thousands of ships, transporting 20,000 infantry, is simply too easy. Not only can they transport soldiers, but they also have enough energy to transport enough food, carts, artillery and ammunition. As for the civilians who followed the army, Marin did not plan to bring them this time. Because he planned to forcibly recruit them on the spot. Anyway, he planned to take the Muscovites back to his country, so he might as well wait for the army to land and directly recruit local men to follow the army. Transport food supplies and even artillery for the army. As for whether some of them resisted, if they resisted, they would be killed. And the rest must be suitable immigrants who are honest and obedient. According to the intelligence sent back by the Grand Duchy of Moscow, this war may start in the Smolensk region. Because the goal of Grand Duke Vasily III of Moscow is to surround Smolensk with a large army after the weapons and armor are in place. Then, while besieging the city, defeat the reinforcements of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. In the end, Smolensk was forced to surrender. At the same time, the Grand Duchy of Lithuania was forced to agree to cede the Smolensk region. Historically, Ivan III personally led the army to besiege the city of Smolensk for 2 years before forcing Smolensk to surrender. During the siege, Lithuania organized a counterattack, but was defeated. There is no way, the Russian army has too many people. Even though the 40,000 Moscow troops were defeated in the Battle of Orsha, Moscow's huge manpower reserves enabled them to quickly raise a large army, resist Lithuania's counterattack, and defend the victory of Smolensk. From the fact that the Muscovites commissioned the Teutonic state to order 50,000 sets of weapons and armor, it can be seen that the size of the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow this time is at least 100,000. And Lithuania can only dispatch 30,000 or 40,000 people. In the Battle of Orsha, the 40,000 defeated Moscow troops were actually only part of the Russian army. The less than 30,000 troops sent by Poland and Lithuania are the main force that the two countries can use. This is the gap in human resources between the two countries. Because the systems of the two countries are different, Lithuania and Poland must obtain the consent of the nobles to recruit troops, and the nobles will definitely not come out in full force to support the royal war. The Grand Duchy of Moscow's system, similar to the East, can recruit as many people as possible. The population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow is so large that Marin does not need to bring any civilians this time, because many civilians can be recruited locally. But for safety reasons, Marin still planned to bring a group of civilians from his own country. Mainly, these civilians from his own country were more reliable. It was more reassuring to let them keep the ammunition and food. As for the civilians from the Grand Duchy of Moscow who were forcibly conscripted on the spot, it was okay to let them transport supplies, but it was not very reassuring to let them keep the supplies. Fortunately, Marin's original route of march was to enter Lake Ladoga from the Neva River, then go south along the Fokhof River, and then land after arriving in Tver. Therefore, most of the supplies did not need to go too far on land. And this time, in addition to plundering the population, Marin also had a very important goal in the march into the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which was no less important than hundreds of thousands of people. What was the goal? It was to force Vasily III to give up his claim to the Byzantine throne. Although Maximilian I had bought the Byzantine throne from the last Byzantine Emperor Andreas Palaiologos at Marin's suggestion. But the problem was that Andreas Palaiologos had previously sold the Byzantine crown to Charles VIII. Now, the French are also clamoring that they are the Orthodox successors of the Eastern Roman Empire. Fortunately, under the mediation of the Holy See, whoever of the two countries can conquer Constantinople and be crowned in the Hagia Sophia will be the legitimate Byzantine emperor from then on. However, because Andreas Palaiologos' sister married Grand Duke Ivan III of Moscow as a second wife and gave birth to Vasily III. Then a new problem arose. Vasily III believed that it was unreasonable for his uncle Andreas Palaiologos to sell the throne privately. The throne of the Eastern Roman Empire should be inherited according to bloodline, not sold to outsiders. Therefore, Vasily III and his mother Princess Sophia have always claimed that the so-called throne bought by Maximilian I and Charles VIII was illegal, and he was the Orthodox successor to the Eastern Roman Empire. Maximilian I, in fact, didn't care much about the throne of the Eastern Roman Empire, because he obviously didn't have the strength to enter Constantinople. But Marin did. Therefore, Marin planned to use this expedition to capture Vasily III and force him to publicly announce that he would give up the fight for the Byzantine throne and publicly support the legitimacy of the throne obtained by Maximilian I. As for why he supported Maximilian I to obtain the throne, it's very simple. Marin plans to exchange the throne for Maximilian I or his heir at a high price in the future. For example, after the emperor died in 1519, his heirs wanted to compete for the position of emperor, and they could not do without his financial, political, and even military support. At that time, Marin could completely get the throne and let himself experience the addiction of being an emperor. As for the European emperor, he wanted to be a European emperor when he played games in his previous life, although he had always been a non-European. This time, while sending troops to grab population, he also solved the dispute over the throne and laid the foundation for his own competition for the position of European emperor in the future. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone. When he really got the throne, Marin wanted to tell everyone loudly, I, Marin, am the European emperor. Not a non-European. Chapter 2062, Sterilize Vasily III. In fact, in addition to abducting people and forcing Vasily III to give up his claim to the Byzantine throne, Marin had a third hidden mission, which was to abduct the Orthodox high-ranking officials in Moscow. Then, take them to Rome and let them revolt. Since the fall of Constantinople to the Ottoman Turks of the Peace Church in 1453, the influence of the Orthodox Church has suffered a severe blow. Even the Orthodox Ecumenical Patriarch of Constantinople has to be appointed by the Sultan of the Peace Church, which is very ironic. Moreover, Turkey has also converted the Hagia Sophia, the main cathedral of the Orthodox Church, into a mosque. The Ecumenical Patriarch, who has become a puppet, was forced to change the Patriarch's residence to the Cathedral of St. George in Phanar. Although it is also in the city of Constantinople, its influence cannot be compared with that of the Hagia Sophia. Because the right to appoint the Ecumenical Patriarch was taken away by the pagan sultan, many senior clergymen of the Byzantine Empire were unwilling to see the Orthodox Church sink like this, so they fled Constantinople. But where can you go after leaving Constantinople? The West is all the territory of heretical Catholics, and only the Slavic region has a few Orthodox countries. But most of these Orthodox countries are too weak or face the giant beast of Turkey. Therefore, the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which is far away from Turkey and powerful, has become an ideal place for those Orthodox priests who are unwilling to sink. A large number of senior Orthodox priests fled to Moscow. They missed the glorious days with the support of the Byzantine Empire and also needed the support of secular regimes. Therefore, many Orthodox priests placed their hopes on the rulers of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, hoping to support the Grand Duchy of Moscow to unify Eastern Europe. In turn, they also hoped that the Grand Duchy of Moscow after unifying Eastern Europe would feed back to the Orthodox Church. The Grand Duchy of Moscow has always been ambitious and hopes to get the spiritual and ideological support of the Church to consolidate the legal system. Therefore, the two sides hit it off. Even when Princess Sophia married Ivan III as his successor, it was all facilitated by church people in Moscow. Why did the people of the Moscow Orthodox Church do this? Isn't it to obtain the blood of the Byzantine royal family? Vasily III is a person with the blood of the Byzantine royal family. In fact, as the youngest son, Vasily III was able to ascend to the throne, and he was able to sit firmly on the throne after killing his eldest nephew Dmitry. The support of the Orthodox Church in the Grand Duchy of Moscow was indispensable. After all, believers tend to listen to the Church. If the Church promotes that the monarch is reasonable and legal, most people will blindly believe it. Although it is said that Princess Sophia married Ivan III as a second wife and was the matchmaker of the Roman Catholic Church. Originally, the Roman Catholic Church hoped to promote the merger of Catholicism and Orthodoxy. However, Rome was actually used by the Orthodox Church. The Orthodox priests had no intention of merging with Rome. After all, who would like to be governed by heretics? Moreover, the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which had benefited from it, did not send troops south to hold back Turkey as the Roman Catholic Church expected, but instead beat up the Catholic country of Lithuania. Therefore, the result of this political marriage was that the Muscovites ate the benefits but did not fulfill their promises. Rome really lost both the lady and the army. In other words, the reason why Vasily III sought to seize the Byzantine throne was not only because both mother and son were ambitious, but also because of the instigation and support of the Moscow Orthodox Church. Even if Vasily III surrendered, if the people in the Orthodox Church in Moscow were not happy, they would continue to instigate Vasily III to seek the throne of the Eastern Roman Empire. At worst, they would also fool Vasily III's descendants to seize it. For safety reasons, it is actually safer to kill Vasily III directly, including Vasily III's heirs. However, there is no practice in Europe to kill captured monarchs. Marin did not want to break this practice, because if he killed Vasily III, it meant that others could also kill him or Caesar unscrupulously in the future. This risk is a bit big. In addition, Marin hopes to gain population benefits from the Grand Duchy of Moscow. However, they did not want the Grand Duchy of Moscow to collapse. Because once the Grand Duchy of Moscow collapsed, it would benefit Lithuania, Turkey, and Crimea in the south. Both parties are already very powerful forces. No matter who annexed the Grand Duchy of Moscow, it would be a big deal. The Grand Duchy of Moscow has a population of tens of millions, and whoever swallows it will expand into a giant and become a hegemonic existence. If Lithuania swallows the Grand Duchy of Moscow, it may not be a particularly big threat due to its system. If the Turks take the opportunity to go north from the south and annex the Grand Duchy of Moscow, it will be a real disaster. This means that Turkey will increase tens of millions of peaceful believers. In addition, it will obtain huge granaries and military sources in Eastern Europe. Turkey is already very powerful. If it annexes the crippled Grand Duchy of Moscow, the Christian world will not be mixed. Therefore, Marin would rather keep the ambitious Vasily III than kill him. After all, as long as he is still alive, he can basically barely support the Grand Duchy of Moscow from being annexed. Then, a balanced situation will be formed in Eastern Europe. Marin was not worried that Vasily III would not surrender. As long as he was caught, he was not worried that he would not publicly give up his covetousness for the Eastern Roman throne. After all, the Byzantine throne was just an illusory thing that could not be fulfilled. At least, the Grand Duchy of Moscow could not fulfill it at the moment. Not to mention the Grand Duchy of Moscow at the moment, even the Russian Empire, which was later known as the European Steamroller, could not really obtain the Eastern Roman throne. The main reason was that Constantinople had always been in the hands of Turkey, and it was still in the 21st century. But the group of Orthodox high-ranking officials in Moscow, Marin was determined to tie them back to Rome this time. In addition to being able to ask for credit and reward from the Holy See, it also meant to dispel the ambitions of the Moscow Orthodox Church. After all, the Orthodox high-ranking officials who instigated the Grand Duke of Moscow to seize the Byzantine throne were almost all concentrated in Moscow, the capital of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. As long as this city was captured, the group of priests who advocated the Third Rome could be caught. As for the remaining Orthodox priests, most of them were not too enthusiastic about this statement. Because those who are enthusiastic about this theory were basically promoted by Vasily III and placed in the center of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and their ranks were not low. As long as the senior clergy in Moscow were caught, basically, most of the forces advocating the Third Rome would be lost. Even if there were some that slipped through the net, they would not be able to make a difference. However, what if this theory revived in the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the future? Or should Vasily III be killed? Marin struggled for a long time and finally came up with a solution. How about having Vasily III sterilized? As long as he couldn't have children again, there would be no future troubles. Chapter 2063, Advanced Survey. The more Marin thought about it, the better the idea was. He had already sterilized a French king, so he didn't mind adding another Grand Duke of Moscow. However, the only problem was that it seemed that Vasily III had a brother with the same father and mother. Princess Sophia and Ivan III had more than one son, but also other sons. Even if Vasily III had no offspring, his brothers and their offspring could succeed him. At present, Vasily III had no offspring, and it seemed that his current wife was infertile. Later, the famous Ivan the Terrible, the first Tsar of Russia, seemed to be born after Vasily III divorced his first wife and married his second wife. Marin sterilized him, and no one doubted it. Why, Vasily III was 37 years old, only 1 year younger than Marin, but he hadn't given birth to a child. God knows whether it was the queen who couldn't give birth or he himself couldn't give birth. If he married a second queen after his divorce and gave birth to a child, maybe everyone would know that he could give birth. But now he has no children. Marin sterilized him. Even if he changes the queen, he can't have children, and no one will doubt Marin, so happy. As for his brothers, well, because they have Byzantine royal blood, they can't stay. Vasily III is a monarch, so he can't be killed. But his brothers are not monarchs, so there is no such thing as not being killed. Besides, Marin didn't plan to kill them with the army. How to get them? In fact, it's very simple. When the North Sea army breaks through the city of Moscow, it can deliberately cause chaos. Then, let Vasily III's brother die in the chaos, which is reasonable. As for who to send, Marin decided to let Kolar send spies to sneak into Moscow in advance and lurk around the mansion of Vasily III's brother. Once the North Sea army besieged the city, on the day of breaking the city, when the city was the most chaotic, they would kill Vasily III's brother. As long as it wasn't the army that killed him, Marin would not be blamed. You see, he didn't even kill Vasily III, who would suspect that he sent someone to do it. Besides, it seems that he has no motive. No. Marin suddenly remembered a detail in his mind. It seems that Princess Sophia gave birth to 5 sons. Except for Vasily III, only the youngest son Andrei left descendants. This is why the Russian monarchy fell into the hands of the Romanov dynasty after Ivan the Terrible accidentally killed his son and caused the extinction of the Rurik dynasty. In fact, if Princess Sophia's offspring is still the Tsar, the claim of the Third Rome can really be established. But the Romanov dynasty has no blood relationship with the Byzantine royal family at all. Therefore, although the later Tsars brag every day, they just refuse to admit that he is the heir of the Byzantine Empire. There is no royal blood of the Eastern Roman Empire in him, so what is he bragging about? Marin's thinking immediately became clear. Since only the youngest brother Andrei of Vasily III's brothers has descendants, then the spy gate only needs to destroy Andrei and Andrei's children. The others had no offspring, so what was there to be afraid of? In this way, Marin arranged for the extinction of the Rurik dynasty in Moscow. In fact, if Vasily III's great-nephew Dmitry was still alive, Marin would not mind helping him to become the Grand Duke. Unfortunately, he had been killed by Vasily III. Otherwise, he would have been a very good chess piece. After making a plan, Marin called Kolar and asked him to select spies who could speak Russian and lurk in Moscow, near the residence of Grand Duke Andrei, not the monarch, but similar to the Mongolian princes and a bunch of Russian Grand Dukes. They were ready to assassinate at any time, and once the North Sea Kingdom's army besieged Moscow, they would act. It would be best to take advantage of the chaos when the city was just breached to kill Grand Duke Andrei and his family. Then, set a fire to destroy the evidence. But Marin thought again and again, and temporarily changed the plan. Let's give Grand Duke Andrei a sterilization. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. It's too bloody to kill the royal family at every turn. When the time comes, lock him up with Vasily III. After being knocked unconscious by drugs, do a simple sterilization operation. Hello everyone, our official account will give out cash and point red envelopes every day. As long as you follow us, you can receive them. The last welfare at the end of the year, please seize the opportunity. Official account, book friends base camp. If this guy has a son, his son will also be sterilized. Sterilization, it seems that Granada has to sterilize many black uncles every year to prevent them from leaving seeds everywhere. They are familiar with this matter. Therefore, Marin plans to mobilize a very reliable and skilled sterilization master from Granada and bring him to the Grand Duchy of Moscow with the army. After the war, sterilize Vasily III's brothers. Then, you can sit back and relax. At this time, Vasily III and his younger brother Grand Duke Andrei, who were far away in Moscow, suddenly felt a chill in their crotch, as if something ominous was going to happen. Whether to get a vasectomy or not is actually a matter of the future, and there is no need to rush. But war is a big deal and cannot be sloppy. Therefore, Marin must be fully prepared. In addition to preparing weapons, armor, food, and winter clothes, there is another important thing that Marin must prepare in advance. That is, mapping of the war zone map. Although the terrain near the Grand Duchy of Moscow is flat, there are also swampy areas on the plains that are not suitable for marching, as well as crisscrossing ditches that hinder marching. If the route is not chosen well, causing the army to be stuck in the mud or blocked by rivers, it will delay time. At that time, a quick raid will become a joke. Therefore, before the war breaks out, Marin must send professional cartographers to go deep into the local area, draw maps, and mark out swamps and rivers. Then, as a reference, let the army choose the route with the least obstacles to facilitate marching and raiding. Marin also learned this from the devils of later generations. It is said that before launching the war of aggression against China, the devils sent thousands of spies to various parts of China to conduct surveying and mapping to provide reference for the base camp to formulate marching routes. Marin naturally followed suit, but unlike the devils who wanted to completely annex China, Marin was just a passerby in the Grand Duchy of Moscow. He only needs to grasp the general route of advance and choose the appropriate direction of advance. Unlike the devils, in addition to the route of the large corps, they also have to consider the occupation and control of the local area. Therefore, the workload of the two is incomparable. Under the premise of not planning to occupy the Grand Duchy of Moscow for a long time, Marin does not actually need to map the terrain and road conditions of the Grand Duchy of Moscow in particular detail. They only need to select a suitable route of advance and focus on mapping the situation from Smolensk to Moscow. For example, places south of Moscow do not need much attention. Therefore, Marin only needs to send out dozens of spies and divide them into several groups to complete the basic task. The mapped map will also become an important reference for Marin's marching route. Chapter 2064, Fur Trade and Javelin. The mapping of the North Sea Kingdom is different from that of surveyors in other countries at this time. For example, Marin introduced the contour marking method that only appeared in the 18th century. In this way, the map is more intuitive and provides more detailed information to military commanders. In this era, because there is no contour marking technology, maps of other countries can only mark the difference between plains, rivers and mountains. However, it is not very clear how high the mountains are. At most, there are some simple introductions. For example, this mountain is very high, this mountain is not high or low, this mountain is very low. But how high it is depends on the imagination of the officers who look at the map. If the imagination is wrong, it's all over. However, because it is a survey in another country. Therefore, many large surveying instruments invented by the North Sea Kingdom cannot be carried. Even if they are brought over, they can't be used. In this way, the spies can only carry some small surveying equipment such as short rulers and protractors. For example, when measuring the height of a hillside, the height of the mountain can only be measured by the flagpole shadow method. Of course, the slope of the hillside will also be marked. This is very important, and it is related to whether troops can be sent to rush up. In addition, because it is a survey in other countries, the height of the hillside is not measured at the altitude, but at the height relative to the flat ground. Measuring the altitude requires measuring atmospheric pressure and calculating gravity acceleration and so on. Although Marin provided a lot of data, he could not give a particularly accurate number for the detailed values of gravity acceleration. Therefore, sometimes there will be a large error in the calculation, resulting in errors in the altitude calculation. But in marching and fighting, the absolute altitude is not very important. Military maps mainly consider the impact of terrain differences on the march of the army. Therefore, spies only need to use simple and easy-to-carry measuring tools to measure the height of the hillside relative to the nearby plains. Then, draw contour lines and mark the inclination angle of the hillside and whether it is suitable for rushing up the mountain. Of course, whether the mountain is a stone mountain or a soil mountain must also be marked. Because soil mountains can be blown down, but stone mountains are difficult. In addition, the depth of the river is also an important surveying project. After all, Marin wanted to use ships to transport food and grass deep inland. In addition, there is the wind direction and wind force in the river area, as well as the seasonality of the wind. After all, the ships of this era are mainly sailing ships. This requires long-term observation and introductions from local people. But asking local people such professional questions directly will be suspected of motives. Therefore, we can only ask in a roundabout way. In addition to the information of the wind, the world frozen on the river must also be clearly understood when fighting in the Russian region. If the world is not right, the huge fleet will be frozen on the river, which will be miserable. The winter in Russia lasts for several months, and the ships are frozen in the river, which is simply a target for the Muscovites. Obviously, Napoleon's army did not consider these details carefully, and eventually lost everything. And because of the lessons learned from the failure of the two big guys, Napoleon and the mustache, Marin did not dare to relax at all. Moreover, Marin did not think about occupying this place for a long time. The main reason is that the defeat of the two powerful men, Napoleon and the mustache, is really too frightening. Therefore, despite the envy of the extremely large population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the resources on the vast territory, Marin did not dare to think of fully occupying and controlling the Grand Duchy of Moscow. It's not that they can't beat the Moscow army, but they can't beat the weather. Therefore, Marin can only think of plundering the population of Moscow instead of directly annexing it. Moreover, even if he really wants to annex it, it's not the time now. At least, before annexing England and solving the threats from the French and domestic princes, Marin has no ability to covet that place. However, how to send spies to sneak into the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Marin summoned Kohler and Kohler's intelligence officers to discuss. But the Grand Duchy of Moscow is too far away, and everyone's familiarity with it is probably not as good as Marin. At first, Marin planned to send people to sell alcohol inside the Grand Duchy of Moscow. After all, Mauzy is world famous for his strong liquor. However, the intelligence officers said that this idea is fine, but it can only work in urban areas. Because in the vast rural areas of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, people don't dislike strong liquor, but they can't afford it. If you go with Urgotu, they can only be jealous. Or, just draw your knife and rob it. Because they have no money. Let alone the serfs, even the rich families in ordinary small villages are relatively poor. According to the information fed back by some spies who were sent to the Grand Duchy of Moscow not long ago, the lives of the rich families in many remote villages in the Grand Duchy of Moscow may not be as good as the serfs in the manor under Marin's name. The serfs in the manor under Marin's name are all provided with enough black bread. The proportion of rye flour in the bread is very high, and straw bran is almost invisible. At this time, the rich families in the remote villages in the Grand Duchy of Moscow still have a high proportion of wild vegetables in their black bread. In other words, there are many wild vegetables in the forests in Eastern Europe, so there is no worry about lack. In addition, you can occasionally hunt some game, so you can still get by. But a very strange phenomenon in the Grand Duchy of Moscow in this era is that there are many wild animals there, but people lack weapons to deal with wild animals. Because of the backward production technology, the farmers in the Grand Duchy of Moscow are seriously lacking in iron weapons, even iron farm tools. It is said that in this era, the price of salt in Eastern Europe is high. In fact, ironware is the most expensive commodity in the Russian region in this era. Its price is more expensive than salt. In the impression of later generations, Russia seems to be rich in mineral resources and has no shortage of coal and iron. But in fact, in this era, the Grand Duchy of Moscow lacks both coal and iron. For example, the Kursk region, which is rich in coal and iron resources in later generations, is still a border area with the Crimean Khanate at this moment. Even if coal and iron resources are discovered and the steel industry is started, it will be snatched away by the tyrannical Crimean Khanate. Because the Crimeans are also short of iron. As for the Ural coal and iron producing areas, they still belong to the territory of the Kazan Khanate and the Siberian Khanate at this time. Even if the Grand Duchy of Moscow knows that there is coal and iron there, it can't do anything. What's more, they don't know it now. So, embarrassingly, the current ironware of the Grand Duchy of Moscow has to rely on imports and is expensive. Even if there are many wild animals in the country, they don't have enough weapons to hunt them. In particular, there is a lack of iron weapons among the people to deal with wild animals. Even Vasily III wanted to attack Smolensk, but he lacked weapons, so he had to entrust the Teutonic state to help purchase them from Western Europe. Of course, it cannot be said that the people do not have the ability to hunt wild animals. Ordinary hunters can use traps to hunt wild animals. In addition, even arrowheads made of stone tools can be used to hunt small animals and larger deer. However, they dare not provoke animals with thick skin and flesh like wild boars and bears. Unless these thick-skinned beasts fall into traps, ordinary people dare not attack them. In fact, the first batch of spies sent to the Grand Duchy of Moscow suggested selling matchlocks to the villages of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In this way, these hunters can easily deal with beasts such as bears, wild boars and wolves. Then, after selling matchlocks and ammunition at high prices, they can also purchase animal furs from local hunters who buy matchlocks at low prices. It can be said that this is a great business that kills two birds with one stone. But Marin still rejected it directly. Why? Because Marin was worried that these matchlocks would fall into the hands of the Grand Duchy of Moscow officials. After all, the Grand Duke gave an order to confiscate the matchlocks of those hunters, which was just a matter of words. If the excellent matchlock guns made by the North Sea Kingdom were obtained by the Grand Duchy of Moscow, they might harm the army led by Marin in the future. Maybe Marin himself, who led the troops himself, would also suffer. Therefore, Marin would rather not do this profitable business than cause trouble for his future military operations. However, there is business that cannot be done. Moreover, only with a good business project can spies be successfully sent into the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the name of a businessman. And the merchant who buys fur is a very reasonable identity. But the ordinary people of the Grand Duchy of Moscow lack weapons to deal with wild beasts. What should they do? If you can't sell the matchlock guns, can you sell crossbows? Marin thought about it and gave up. After all, the power of a sophisticated crossbow is actually no worse than that of a musket in this era. In fact, it is stronger than a musket in many aspects. And if it is a crossbow that can shoot bears and wild boars, it can also bring great threats to the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom. The musket is not good, and the crossbow is not good. Do you really want the hunters in Moscow to take risks with stone weapons? Others have to be happy. Moreover, if they use traps to capture the fur of wild animals, they may not necessarily sell it to you. Thinking about it, Marin suddenly remembered a video he had seen in his previous life, which was a video of black uncles in Africa hunting elephants with javelins. The black uncles used primitive javelins to pierce the thick-skinned elephants into hedgehogs, which was spectacular. Even elephants with such thick skins are not immune to javelins, and bears and wild boars will not be spared. What's more, the javelin head is made of iron. Moreover, for the army, those javelins are not a threat. Because, Marin remembered that the book in his previous life said that the range of heavy javelins is about 27 meters. The range of light javelins is 50 meters. For such short-range weapons, even if they are taken away by the officials of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, they will not pose any threat. After all, let alone single-headed bullets, even ordinary bows and arrows can abuse javelins. Therefore, intelligence officials such as Marin and Kohler formulated a plan to send spies disguised as fur traders to go deep into the heart of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and while purchasing furs, they would promote the iron spearheads of heavy javelins. The javelin head is easy to carry, not connected to the wooden handle, and occupies a small volume. Moreover, even if it is discovered by the officials of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, at most they will be taken away, and they will not be prohibited from entering the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Why? Because the officials of the Grand Duchy of Moscow are also in short supply of ironware. At worst, you can promise to sell iron spearheads to the court of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. In this way, you will definitely be able to get permission to operate in various parts of Moscow. As long as you can successfully enter the inland of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and survey the topographic map, Marin doesn't mind giving the Grand Duchy of Moscow some sweet taste. Chapter 2065, Spy Identity and Adding Paddles. In fact, Marin decided to let the spies sell iron spearheads because he was afraid that the spies' activities in the Grand Duchy of Moscow would be restricted. Even if he agreed to sell the iron spearheads to the Grand Duchy of Moscow officials, it would not be a big deal. Because, in the plan, Marin only planned to send dozens of spies to survey. Even if each person sold 100 iron spearheads to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, there would only be a few thousand. What's more, these spies agreed to it, but they could delay the delivery to the world. As long as it was not delivered by the time Marin sent troops, it would not have any impact on the war. And because the Grand Duchy of Moscow begged these spies to supply iron spearheads, it naturally needed to open the door to those spies pretending to be fur traders and allow them to purchase furs from all over the place. In this way, the surveying can be completed smoothly. As for the dissatisfaction of local fur traders, sorry, at this stage, when the Grand Duchy seeks to attack the Smolensk region and is seriously short of iron weapons, the spies who can provide iron spearheads must be maintained. As for what happens after the goal is achieved, that's another story. What Marin needs is that Moscow will allow his spies to survey and map the Grand Duchy during this period of time. In addition, Marin is also preparing to use bribery. The Maozi government has always been corrupt. Even in the 21st century, Chinese businessmen who go to Maozi to do business often need to bribe Maozi police officers. Even, they will be blackmailed by these people. It can be seen that greed is a common practice in the Maozi government. If you want spies to walk smoothly in the Grand Duchy of Moscow, it is necessary to bribe the people in the Maozi government, which can save a lot of trouble. And Marin doesn't need to ask the spies to give money to bribe these Maozi government officials. He only needs to give two common things in the North Sea Kingdom, and he can be successful. They are salt and spirits. In this era, the price of salt in the Grand Duchy of Moscow is expensive. And spirits are even more like luxury goods. After all, in this era, people are not well fed, and there is even less food available for brewing wine. Therefore, Marin's Ergotu dares to sell at a sky-high price of 1 gold coin per bottle. The price of 1 gold coin per bottle is still the wholesale price sold by the North Sea Kingdom to the Crimean Khanate. Rye Ergotu can even soar to a sky-high price of 2 gold coins per bottle when it enters the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Therefore, those who want to bribe the Russian government can be sure to be impressed with a bag of salt in their left hand and a bottle of rye Ergotu in their right hand. What? You said you are worried that they are greedy. Will you ask for it in the future? Don't worry about that. The spies will not take root there in the future, but it will take some time to survey and map. As for the other party's request for salt and Ergotu, just agree to it first. When they turn around and leave, they won't come next time, so why should they fulfill it? And this kind of bribery behavior is also shameful, so how can they openly pursue and ask for it? Moreover, those spies will not tell those Russians that they are from the North Sea Kingdom. Since they are spies, they must use fake names and identities. Where can they find them? Surveying only needs one time, giving salt and strong liquor once, and then making a promise that does not need to be fulfilled, which is enough to ensure the completion of the task. The iron spearhead promised to the court of the Grand Duchy of Moscow can also be promised to be given next time. At that time, it can also be not fulfilled. Anyway, spies use fake names and fake identities. Soon, under Kohler's arrangement, the intelligence department of the North Sea Kingdom started to move up and down. The main thing is to select suitable spies and send them to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. The main thing is to speak Russian, and it is Northeastern Russian, that is, Russian. Of course, it doesn't matter if you can't speak it, but you are required to have a strong ability to learn foreign languages and learn quickly. In this way, you can get started on the task as soon as possible. As for the identities of these spies, Marin had already arranged them businessmen from the Teutonic Kingdom. At present, the Teutonic Kingdom and the Grand Duchy of Moscow are very close because of their common enemy Lithuania, and the relationship between the two countries is very good. Even the Teutonic Kingdom helped the Grand Duchy of Moscow to advance funds to purchase weapons and armor, which can be said to be in a honeymoon period. At this time, it was normal for a group of brave Teutonic merchants to go deep into the inland areas of the Grand Duchy of Moscow to do business in order to make a fortune. Moreover, the Teutonic Kingdom was originally a commercial country, and such an arrangement was not abrupt at all. In addition, because his uncle Jules was currently the political assistant of Philip, the Grand Master of the Teutonic Kingdom, it was also convenient for Marin to give those spies a reasonable and legal identity in the Teutonic Kingdom. Alliance relationship, plus willingness to provide official iron spearheads, Marin could not think of any reason for the Grand Duchy of Moscow to refuse. However, at this time, Marin's cousin Peter sent someone to send a letter to Marin, telling him an important issue that Marin had overlooked: the problem of sailing inland. Sailboats, sailing by wind power. On the sea, there is no lack of wind power. But in the inland river, because of the obstruction of mountains and forests, the wind will be much smaller. Moreover, sometimes it will be calm. In this way, the sailboat will be stranded in the inland river. Peter has bought a large piece of land on the south bank of the Neva River estuary through bribery, and began to build the prototype of Petersburg a dock. At present, the dock is under construction. Peter had traveled deep inland along the Neva River many times and inspected the waterways of Lake Ladoga and the Fokhof River. Although the local north wind is strong due to the low latitude. But the problem is that inland rivers are always calm. Therefore, Peter discovered that although the Novgorod merchant ships on the Fokhof River mainly rely on the north wind to drive the sails, each ship is also equipped with oars. When the wind stops, the sailors also have to act as rowers to row. However, this kind of ship has few oars and is mostly used for emergencies. Unlike the paddle boats in Venice, there are many oars and oarsmen. According to Peter's observation, more than a dozen oarsmen still need to be added to each sailing ship of hundreds of tons. As for the oars, they do not need to be specially installed when the ship is built, but only need to be temporarily added to the side of the built sailing ship. Moreover, it can be removed. For example, the merchant ships of Novgorod used the ancient Hanseatic merchant ship, the Kog sailing ship, and added a dozen temporary oars on the side. This kind of oar position is to leave a socket on the side, and then insert the oar bracket into the socket, and the oar can be fixed on the side. Then, the sailors can come to play the role of oarsmen when there is no wind, so as to prevent the boat from lying on the water and unable to move. Of course, it would be better if you pay attention to reserving a place to install the oars when building the ship. After all, adding oars after completion is somewhat inconsistent, which affects the sailor's experience. The most important thing is that it affects inland navigation. Therefore, after receiving Peter's reminder, Marin sent people to Portugal and Spain to let them reserve a place to install oars when building ships or overhauling, refurbishing, ships. In this way, once the ship enters the interior of the Grand Duchy of Moscow from the mouth of the Neva River, it only needs to temporarily install a detachable oar on the Petersburg dock. Even a group of oarsmen can be added temporarily. When the ship returns to Petersburg and is ready to go to sea, the oars can also be removed to restore the original appearance and function of the sailboat. Although the lack of oars may affect the maneuverability of the boat on the inland river, adding oars to the sailboat is for emergency use, and the speed requirement for no wind is not high. So, it is enough. The most important thing is that the sailboat needs too many people. And the sailors of the sailboat are asked to play the role of rowers, and there are not many sailors on the sailboat. Even if you add more oars, you can't find sailors to row the boat. Chapter 2066, Utilization and Defense Against the Old Nobles. It can be said that Marin was extremely worried in order to send troops to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Moreover, he was full of uneasiness. The reason for the uneasiness was that he was afraid that after he sent troops, the German princes and France would stab him in the back and attack the North Sea country. Therefore, when planning to attack the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Marin must also arrange the rear area to avoid a fire in the backyard. As for defense, several generals under Marin are still competent. Several veterans such as Schwartz, Stade and Steindorf will stay in the country and command the domestic army to guard against the enemy's attack. Marin's requirement for him is to defend the Frisian region, the core of the country. As for the newly acquired areas such as the Ruhr area and the Lüneburg area, they can be temporarily abandoned. Anyway, as long as you come back, you can get it back. But the problem is that if you can avoid being attacked, that would be the best outcome. Otherwise, it would be difficult to rebuild the country after it has been ravaged by people. The most feared thing is that the population is looted or even killed by the enemy army, which is the most terrible thing. You know, Marin went to great lengths to send troops to the Grand Duchy of Moscow, seeking population. If the homeland is attacked and the population is slaughtered and robbed, that would be a real disaster. Even, it might cause Marin to suffer huge losses. Therefore, we must be prepared to attack Moscow and to avoid attacks on the homeland. However, how can we avoid being attacked by the enemy after sending troops? It seems that force cannot scare people. Because Marin was too cowardly before, and his deterrent power was insufficient. But being too arrogant may kill you faster. Because others will form groups to fight. Others don't know, but Marin at least knows that the princes who were sent to Bremen province and whose countries were destroyed must be unwilling. When they leave their homeland for Eastern Europe, there is a high probability that they will make trouble. Or rebel, or run away. Follow the official account, book friends' base camp, and pay attention to send cash and coins. Therefore, Marin made up his mind once he left his homeland, he would send a group of soldiers to take care of these people directly. They were not arrested, but temporarily placed under house arrest, and were not allowed to have any contact with the outside world. In other words, it was equivalent to house arrest during wartime, restricting them from going out. When they came back, the ban would be lifted. In addition to these princes, their generals who had combat effectiveness and command ability would also be temporarily monitored. Marin would have someone send them 2 trays, one full of gold as a comfort, the other tray would have a bloody noose, that is, to give them 2 choices, either to cooperate and get money, or to die. In addition, Marin would add a condition afterwards, each prince's annual salary would be increased by 1 million pounds of rye. This is a means of appeasement, and at the same time, it is also a means of clearing grain warehouses. You know, the 12 million acres of rye land in the North Sea now produces as much as billions of pounds of rye each year. The 6 million acres of rye land under Marin's name alone produces about 2.4 billion pounds of rye annually. Even if it costs a lot of rye to accept hundreds of thousands of mousy immigrants this time, it is enough. After all, Marin has stopped brewing wine with rye. Since there is a large surplus of rye, in addition to feeding immigrants, there must be a consumption channel. Marin was reluctant to directly reward the surrendered princes with money. Because the North Sea Kingdom itself lacks gold and silver. However, the North Sea Kingdom is not short of food. Therefore, it is better not to reward money, but to reward food instead. In this way, it can save a lot of money and be considered sincere. After all, 1 million pounds of wheat is equivalent to 1 million pfennigs, which is equivalent to 16,700 gold coins when converted into gold coins. 8 princes, 1 million pounds each, is only 8 million pounds. Compared with the annual output of 2.4 billion pounds of fields under Marin's name, it is not worth mentioning. Even if their former generals are counted, these people will be rewarded with lower specifications, and the maximum increase will be to more than 10 million pounds of food. Compared with 2.4 billion, more than 10 million is really nothing, not even 1%. When the colonies in North America open up more grain fields, it will be even more of a drop in the bucket. However, this is only the situation in the North Sea Kingdom. In other countries, the salary of 1 million pounds of rye is simply terrifying. You know, in this year, many German principalities may not have an annual fiscal revenue of 50,000 gold coins. 1 million pounds of rye, worth 16,700 gold coins, is equivalent to 1/3 of the annual fiscal revenue of a principality. However, it cannot be compared like this. Why? An independent principality has an annual fiscal revenue of 50,000 gold coins, but it also has many places to spend money. First of all, it takes most of it to feed so many troops and officials. Only a small part of it really falls into the hands of the Duke himself. Therefore, in this era, many vassal states try to reduce the standing army as much as possible in order to save money. If there is a war, just find a mercenary group to fight for them. Now, these vassals who surrendered to Marin have no country and do not need to pay a lot of salary and food expenses for the army and officials. They only need to bear the expenses of servants and guards in the mansion and the expenses of their own family. This kind of expenditure is very limited. Therefore, most of the treatment that Marin gives them now can be used on themselves. As if inspired, Marin decided that in the future, the treatment given to the surrendered princes and their nobles would no longer be directly given money, but food and supplies. In this way, he would not have to bother to send people to exchange coins for them. Of course, if these nobles are willing to accept the brass coins circulated in the North Sea Kingdom, they can also give money. However, most of these nobles are very conservative and refuse to accept copper coins, only gold and silver. But Marin himself is short of gold and silver, so in the future, they will be discounted to calculate food and goods for them. For example, in addition to giving them food directly, Marin can also give them salt. According to the market price, these nobles have many families and the demand for salt is not small. And according to the market price, they also skip the middlemen and give all the profits to their own salt fields. In addition, Cuba will produce more sugar cane in the future, which can also be directly used as a reward to encourage them to eat more sugar. As for whether they will get diabetes, Marin is eager. There are also milk powder, tea, and tobacco, which are all standard for nobles. Not to mention these surrendered nobles, even Marin and his new nobles also consume these things on a daily basis. Apart from other things, the Earl Grey milk tea that was originally made consumed a lot of milk powder, or milk, tea and sugar. These things are Marin's industry. According to convention, they are generally wholesaled to merchants from all over the country, and then sold to various places by middlemen. These old nobles who were trapped in the Bremen area also bought these goods from middlemen. Even many middlemen are people from the chambers of commerce under the names of these old nobles. Marin directly sent goods to these old nobles, which actually exploited the profits of the chambers of commerce in some of the old nobles' homes. However, these old nobles also have a certain network of relationships in other German states. Even if the goods are given to them at the market price of the North Sea state, they can still make a lot of profit in other principalities. Because most of the German principalities boycotted Marin and the emperor's faction, the chambers of commerce under Marin's name were actually subject to various restrictions in various principalities. Many times, the chamber of commerce under Marin had to change its appearance and pretend to be the chamber of commerce of other countries in order to get the opportunity to trade normally in various vassal states. But the problem is that collusion between officials and businessmen is ubiquitous, regardless of ancient or modern times, regardless of China or the West. Without the protection of the nobles, the Chamber of Commerce under Marin was often suppressed and made difficult, and spent a lot of money in vain. And these former princes and old nobles who were defeated by Marin and trapped in Bremen, although they were miserable in politics and were raised like pigs by Marin. However, after leaving the North Sea Kingdom, they were more successful than Marin in various vassal states. There is no way. They are old nobles with noble blood and complicated network of relationships. For example, for the same goods, the Chamber of Commerce under Marin has to pay 10 gold coins of commercial tax and bribes in various vassal states. The Chamber of Commerce of these old nobles only needs to pay 2 or 3 gold coins, at most 5 gold coins. So, Marin simply gave the goods to these old nobles at the market price and let their Chamber of Commerce go to various vassal states to sell them. Although I didn't give the wholesale price, they would not make less money by selling them than sending people to sell them. Of course, the goods that Marin provided to them were only the amount within their treatment, and he would not give more. Otherwise, if these guys made too much money and had the capital to fight against themselves, it would be bad. In other words, Marin converted the original treatment for them into goods, saving the trouble of selling for money. And the value of the goods given to them did not exceed the treatment promised before. Even if they could make some profit, it would not be too exaggerated. In this way, Marin cleared some goods, and the old nobles could make more money, which was also a happy thing for both parties. Moreover, these old nobles took the goods to the vassal states and exchanged them for gold and silver, and brought them back to the North Sea Kingdom, which increased the total amount of currency in the North Sea Kingdom. After all, these old nobles cannot leave the North Sea Kingdom, and their money still has to be spent in the North Sea Kingdom. With this calculation, there are double benefits for Marin and the North Sea Kingdom, saving trouble and increasing the amount of precious metal currency. The only trouble is probably that the old nobles will take advantage of the opportunity to send caravans to leave the North Sea Kingdom to do something in series. Even secretly rebel or something. But Marin doesn't have to worry, because he has arranged for Kohler to send spies to monitor those people uninterruptedly. Even the chambers of commerce of those old nobles have spies from the North Sea Kingdom mixed in. As long as there is any unusual movement among those people, the spies will send the information back as soon as possible to facilitate Marin to send troops to suppress it. Of course, the method of changing the treatment of those old nobles to physical goods must be implemented after Marin's expedition to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Otherwise, if we let them send caravans to various vassal states now, wouldn't that give them the opportunity to collude with those vassal states? Chapter 2067, Carrying the Banner of Religion. For safety reasons, during Marin's expedition, these old nobles will not only be temporarily restricted from traveling freely, but their mansions will also be surrounded. The specific requirement is that no bird is allowed to fly in, out. The reason for this requirement is that these old nobles are afraid of using pigeons to deliver messages. For example, release a pigeon at night. Marin's own spies often release pigeons at night to deliver intelligence, and naturally they have to prevent these old nobles from doing the same. For this reason, Marin plans to implement a ban on pigeons in Bremen during his trip to Eastern Europe. Even, he will not hesitate to search the mansions of old nobles. Pigeons are creatures that are difficult to survive in the basement, and they must be hung outside and under the eaves, or on the roof. As long as they are searched, they can't hide. Moreover, hounds can be sent to find them. According to the smell of pigeons, it is easy to find. In fact, Marin's biggest flaw now is this group of former princes who were trapped in Bremen by him. According to the conventions of this era, it is actually against the rules for Marin to do this. You know, Europeans rarely have wars to destroy countries in this era. Even if you annex other countries, you have to find an excuse to make a claim or something. For example, France annexed the Kingdom of Naples and the Duchy of Milan because Charles VIII and Louis XII had collateral bloodlines from the royal families of the Kingdom of Naples and the Duchy of Milan, respectively, and declared their inheritance rights. Marin was able to occupy East Frisia because he did have the bloodline of the East Frisian Count family, and was therefore recognized. But his reason for annexing the 8 kingdoms was far-fetched. Although the 8 kingdoms took the initiative to attack the North Sea Kingdom, they only wanted to annex most of the North Sea Kingdom's territory and did not intend to completely destroy the country. Although the territory they were going to leave for Caesar was pitifully small, Marin later appeared and counterattacked the 8 kingdoms. At that time, the opinions of the princes of various countries were actually to let the 8 kingdoms cede land and pay compensation to compensate the North Sea Kingdom for its losses, rather than letting the North Sea Kingdom completely annex the 8 kingdoms. However, at the time, the princes were organizing a coalition to interfere with the emperor's annexation of Switzerland, and they really had no spare energy to interfere in the affairs of the North Sea Kingdom. Moreover, they haven't defeated the emperor yet. Therefore, they had to watch the 8 countries being annexed by Marin. However, most of the vassal states were still very dissatisfied with Marin's annexation of the 8 countries. If they were given the opportunity, they would definitely intervene and force Marin to hand over the 8 annexed vassal states. There is even the Duchy of Guedes, which was annexed before. But the premise is that the 8 vassal states can escape from Bremen and personally ask the vassal states for help. After all, it is not easy to judge a case without a plaintiff or a victim. Therefore, what Marin has to do is to send a large number of troops to control the original vassal states when he leaves the North Sea Kingdom for Eastern Europe, so as to prevent them from escaping and asking the vassal states for help, and give the vassal states a reason to send troops. Even the opportunity to send a letter for help by pigeon cannot be given. In this way, even if the vassal states want to make trouble, they can't find a reason. If they send troops, as a result, the North Sea Kingdom forces the 8 vassal states to jointly issue a statement of, "I'm fine, don't mess around," and the vassal states will be embarrassed. At that time, Marin can even turn the tables and take the initiative. Moreover, those princes are not fools. They will not mess around if they are not sure. In particular, their leader, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, is a man who plans before he acts. Without the princes of the 8 countries in his hands, he will not act casually. In addition, Marin also wants a righteous reason to send troops. In this way, no one dares to make trouble when sending troops. Otherwise, he will be blamed by all parties. What is the righteous reason? Save the Catholic allies. The Grand Duchy of Lithuania is a Catholic country, while the Grand Duchy of Moscow is a hostile Orthodox country. In this era of religious dominance, people with the same religious beliefs are even closer than those with the same ethnicity. By the way, national identity only became popular in the 19th century. Before that, people, especially Europeans, were more accustomed to dividing camps according to their beliefs. For example, the famous Belgian independence occurred in the 1830s. At that time, Belgium was divided into the French-speaking Walloons in the south and the Dutch-speaking Flemish in the north. These two kinds of people are not of the same nation, and their languages are completely different. In fact, the Flemish people and the Dutch in the north are of the same nation. However, because they believe in Catholicism, the Dutch believe in Protestantism. Because of different beliefs, the Flemish people in Belgium did not hesitate to abandon the Dutch, who spoke the same Dutch language and were of the same nation, and chose to be independent with Belgium. However, after the 20th century, national identity exceeded religious identity, and the Flemish people quarreled with the Walloons again, and even wanted independence. Of course, that was a matter for later generations. In this era, the concept of nation was still vague, and it was roughly divided into several large ethnic groups such as Germans, Slavs, and Latins, and there was no subdivision of ethnic groups. Moreover, because Latin was the common language of the Catholic world, everyone did not feel much about the differences in ethnicity. And the Holy See has always emphasized that believers should love each other. Therefore, if Marin sent troops to the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the name of protecting Catholic allies, the German princes would not dare to act casually. Because this would stand on the opposite side of the church. Even, there is a possibility of excommunication. Of course, if the 8 princes who were annexed by Marin came forward to speak out, that would be another matter. Therefore, before sending troops, Marin, in addition to strictly guarding the annexed princes, must also carry the banner of religion to make himself invincible. Under the banner of maintaining Catholicism, let alone the German princes, even the tyrannical France, in the face of this righteousness, dare not stand up to Marin at this time. Otherwise, it is to be an enemy of the Roman Catholic Church and churches in various countries. But how to carry this religious banner is also exquisite. First of all, Marin can't take the initiative to ask. Otherwise, others will say that his motives are impure. In particular, his motives are really impure. At that time, taking back hundreds of thousands of people will directly fall into the mouth. Therefore, he must pretend to be passive and let the Holy See ask him to come out. When the Holy See asks to come out, it is more reasonable to carry the banner. In this way, it can be regarded as standing up for justice. If others want to be unfavorable to him at this time, they have to think about the attitude of the church. Secondly, when the church invites him to come out, it has to pretend to refuse and be reluctant to accept. By the way, ask for some benefits. After all, the expedition of thousands of miles and tens of thousands of troops to rescue are extremely expensive. If you can't ask for benefits, it would be too unbecoming and too fake. After all, lay feng only exists in that ideal era where interests are not mentioned or even ashamed to mention interests. In general, Lao Lei would be slandered as a fool. Therefore, Marin's plan is to let Lithuania ask for help from the Holy See after they suffer a big loss. Then, the Holy See will ask for help from various countries. These countries do not refer only to the North Sea Kingdom, but all Western European countries. In order to avoid suspicion, Marin will let the Holy See ask France for help first. Although France is powerful, its current economy is not very good. Moreover, France is at the westernmost end of the European continent, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow is at the easternmost end of the European continent. If France sends troops, it is equivalent to crossing the entire Europe. This cost is unbearable for France at present. And the Holy See obviously will not afford this money, and cannot afford it. In this way, France will definitely refuse. Then he asked for help from Emperor Maximilian I, but the poor emperor hadn't dealt with Switzerland yet, so how could he spare troops to rescue Lithuania? In addition, the emperor was much poorer than France and could not afford the cost of the expedition. Finally, of course, they would ask for help from the capable Marin. But Marin planned to refuse first, saying a lot of difficulties. For example, he was afraid that after he sent out troops, the country would be empty and taken advantage of by others. The meaning was to force all countries to express their opinions. At this time, whether it was France or the German states, they would definitely hope that Marin would spend money to send troops to Moscow. Even, they hoped that Marin would die in Eastern Europe. Then, everyone would definitely express their opinions, "We will never touch you." The subtext was, you can go to Eastern Europe to give your head without worry. At this point, it was almost the same. Of course, they would ask for some extra benefits. For example, some nominal benefits, confirming Australia's colonial rights or something. In addition, Marin was allowed to use physical means to persuade the local Russians and convert them from Orthodox Christians to Catholics. This physical means was naturally to capture the North Sea Kingdom and slowly persuade them. Even at this point, other countries would not feel anything. Because they did not expect how big Marin's appetite was. When Marin brought back hundreds of thousands of people, they would know that things were far beyond their imagination. Chapter 2068 Cruelty. Bringing back tens of thousands of people and bringing back hundreds of thousands of people are two completely different concepts. Bringing back tens of thousands of people only requires a silver mine in the Harz Mountains to fully absorb them. And hundreds of thousands of people must be distributed in a very wide area and completely change the population structure. In fact, Marin brought back these hundreds of thousands of people, not to replace those German farmers now. In other words, they are not replacing the current German farmers of the North Sea, but the future German farmers of the North Sea. It's a bit confusing to say this, but it's clear at a glance they are replacing the children who are currently receiving education in school. These children who have received formal primary education in the country are all well-known top students in this era. If they are sent back to farm, it would really be a waste of natural resources. You know, in this era, the literacy rate is astonishingly low. Dare to send primary school students to be serfs, you will be punished by God. That is to say, in the later era, universal education is universal, and it is 9 years of compulsory education. Primary school students are too low, and junior high school students dare not say that they are educated. Because there are high school students and college students above. But in this era, primary school students are educated people. Even in this era, many mayors and sheriffs in towns are illiterate. Many times, the monastery needs help and a low-level priest to help with paperwork. After all, priests are all educated. In other words, the monastery has the highest literacy rate in Europe. Almost everyone can read and speak Latin. Not to mention the small town, even the British Lord Seal Minister is a bishop. However, many priests are too devout to religion and do not know how to be flexible. Many times, they simply ignore the law and deal with government affairs directly in accordance with the Bible, which is quite casual and willful. Of course, we can't expect too much from those priests. Because the only textbook for them to learn culture is the Bible. As for other subjects, the priests study them spontaneously, and no one forces them to study. And the priests who only study the Bible can imagine their ability to do things. The primary school students in the North Sea are different. They not only have to study the Bible, but also mathematics, and law is also a compulsory course. Moreover, everyone has to learn to write essays. The most commonly used format for writing essays is official documents. In this way, after graduation, these primary school students will be able to write official documents, know how to calculate accounts, and know the law. They are definitely top students in the Middle Ages. Even in the universities run by the church in this era, some of the poor students recommended by the church may not be able to catch up with these primary school students. Marin can let these primary school students become craftsmen apprentices and become craftsmen in the future. He also accepts these primary school students to become soldiers or low-level officials in the future. The only thing he can't accept is that they go back to farming. Because this is a great waste of talent. You know, education is a national resource, and educated talents are also national resources, human resources. Many modern people don't understand why most of what I learned in college is useless. In fact, he doesn't understand that universities are opened by the state to train and select talents for the country. Universities don't guarantee that you can make a fortune after studying, they are only responsible for helping the country train the talents it needs. Among them, scrap is allowed. If you think what you learned in college is useless, congratulations, you are a failed product in the national education system. Of course, don't give up, it only means that you are not suitable for that system. However, you can choose to go your own way, the way that suits you. Everyone has their own talents. As long as you find what you are good at and what society needs, you will always go your own way. However, if you say that you are good at eating, drinking and having fun, well, just ignore what I said. In the North Sea Kingdom, the children of serfs all go to primary school for education. And after the education, letting them go back to farming is a waste of talent. However, if these children do not go back to farming, who will produce food to feed everyone? Therefore, this requires finding someone else to take over. Obviously, these Russians in the Grand Duchy of Moscow are very suitable serfs. Only when someone takes over the job of farming, can Marin safely arrange the children who have received primary education to military, political or artisan positions. And if this population abduction fails, even if Marin is not happy, he must send a large number of children who have received primary education back to farming. Because if no one farms, everyone will starve to death. Therefore, this war is not only about interests, but also directly related to the employment direction of the next generation of the North Sea Kingdom. Once no one takes over the burden of farming, industrialization cannot be promoted. In addition to these Ross people, Marin is now planning to take action against Mexico. Because he knows a piece of news, it is said that the Aztec Empire in Mexico kills tens of thousands of people every year for human sacrifices. And those who were killed as sacrifices were mostly prisoners of war captured after the failure of tribal wars. And those who can become warriors are all young and strong people from various tribes. Killing tens of thousands of young and strong people every year, Marin was so annoyed after hearing it. MMP, I am worried about the lack of young and strong people, and I even don't hesitate to start a war. You kill tens of thousands of young and strong people every year. I have 100,000 MMPs to talk about. According to the spy report, 29 years ago, in 1487, more than 20,000 people were killed in a single sacrifice, most of them young and strong. Seeing this intelligence, Marin no longer had a toothache, but his whole body ached, especially his balls. He had previously thought of using a peaceful way to get the Aztec Empire to help him produce silver. But now, he realized that if he didn't send troops, the Aztec Empire would continue to kill tens of thousands of young and strong people every year. They can kill more than 200,000 young and strong people in 20 years. It is said that the Spanish colonists are cruel, but the Aztec Empire itself is also extremely cruel. Moreover, the most fatal thing is that this data is only the figures provided by the three city-states of the Aztec Empire, Tenochtitlan, Texcoco and Tlacopan. As for the figures of other small city-states and tribes in Mexico, they are not included in the statistics at all. And it is said that in addition to the Aztec Empire, many tribes in the area are also popular with killing prisoners of war for human sacrifice. In total, at least 20,000 people were killed in Mexico every year, most of them were young and strong. No wonder this empire has not been able to expand out of Mexico for so long. It turns out that there is a lack of manpower. Moreover, the young and strong were killed by themselves. Marin sighed. In fact, the Aztec Empire's killing of tens of thousands of prisoners of war every year also caused panic among the surrounding tribes. Because once the Aztec Empire lacked sacrifices, it would send troops to plunder the surrounding tribes and then kill the prisoners of war as sacrifices. No one wanted to die, so when Cortés landed, many tribes opposing the Aztec Empire joined Cortés' coalition. Of course, Cortés was really a son of luck. Because the year he sent troops was really coincidental. In the mythology of the Aztec Empire, the time when the white god returned to the world was set as 1519. And Cortés happened to land in Mexico that year and rushed in. Then, the Aztec Empire basically had no resolute resistance. With the support of some tribes that did not want to be killed, the Aztec Empire was successfully destroyed. If the Aztec Empire really wanted to be attacked, 1519 would obviously be a very suitable year. Sending troops in that year would encounter the least resistance. However, Marin did not intend to destroy the Aztec Empire directly, but only hoped to control the Aztec Empire temple by sending troops. Then, change their bad custom of killing living people for sacrifice. Moreover, in addition to using force, Marin also intends to send messengers pretending to be the white god to falsely convey the oracle and ask them to stop killing people for sacrifice. However, these prisoners of war cannot be wasted. For example, since my messengers of the white god are here, you can give all the captured prisoners to the messengers of the white god. Then, the white god will reward you with many things. In this way, Marin can use the Aztec Empire to get tens of thousands of young and strong people for free every year. 10,000 young and strong people can plant hundreds of thousands of acres of land. Tens of thousands of young and strong people every year, and it doesn't cost much, just give some rare materials that the Aztecs have never seen. This kind of business is not too cost-effective. Of course, it is impossible to completely stop the Aztecs from sacrificing. Therefore, Marin plans to learn from ancient China and use pig heads instead of human heads as temple sacrifices. In the Yin and Shang dynasty of China, human sacrifice was particularly popular. The oracle bone inscriptions on bronzeware describe a series of cruel plots of human sacrifice. The Zhou dynasty replaced the Shang dynasty. Although many people cried out for injustice for King Zhou, one thing is certain, that is, the Zhou dynasty abolished the cruel practice of the Shang dynasty of using living people for sacrifice, and changed it to sacrifice 3 animals, that is, using pigs, cattle and sheep to replace the sacrifice of living people. This practice is undoubtedly a huge historical progress. Follow the official account, book Friends Base Camp, follow and get cash in coins. There is a saying in the historical community that Indians are descendants of the Shang dynasty, which Marin thinks is quite reasonable. Because not only is the jade culture similar, but the human sacrifice is also exactly the same. However, Marin personally believes that Indians are not all descendants of the Shang dynasty. The early Indians probably came through the Bering Strait. And in the Mexican area, it was probably a group of Shang merchants who came to the east later. Then, they brought jade culture and the custom of human sacrifice. But I don't know what happened. Mexico has passed on the backward culture of human sacrifice for 2,500 years. For example, the Inca Empire in South America did not have the culture of human sacrifice. Probably, the culture brought by the descendants of the Shang dynasty did not spread there, but only spread in Mexico. However, among the Shang dynasty merchants who came from the east, there were probably no craftsmen in prospecting and metallurgy. Therefore, they did not bring bronze smelting technology. Therefore, the huge Aztec Empire had to make weapons with obsidian. The jade culture was probably brought by the Shang dynasty nobles who came from the east. After all, according to legend, the Shang dynasty merchants who crossed the east to Mexico seemed to be the army sent by King Zhou to attack the Dongi. They did not think of going into exile before the expedition. Therefore, they did not bring craftsmen who looked for copper mines and made bronze ware. Otherwise, American civilization would not be like this. Moreover, it is estimated that not many Shang dynasty merchants arrived in Mexico alive. Otherwise, a civilized empire would have been established long ago. It is estimated that a small number of people drifted to Mexico alive and taught the locals something. Just like the fleet of the Yuan dynasty's expedition to Japan, one ship drifted to the Queen Charlotte Islands on the west coast of Canada and took root there. However, because most of them were sailors, they did not bring much change to the local area. After all, knowledge was not something that ordinary people had in ancient times. Marin planned to send troops to escort the fake white god messenger into Tenochtitlan and take control of the temple. Then, kill those who were disobedient, and then falsely convey the oracle, saying that in the future, they would sacrifice 3 animals, like in the Zhou dynasty. As for the problem that there are no pigs and sheep in the local area, Marin can provide them as a friendly gesture. As for cattle, there are plenty of them on the North American prairies. However, tens of thousands of prisoners of war are indispensable every year. Marin will let the fake messenger give a reason, to take them to the place where the white god lives on the sea for a blood sacrifice. In this way, tens of thousands of young and strong people will be deceived every year. After all, it is too tragic that tens of thousands of living people are killed like this every year. Isn't it nice to live well and then work for yourself? Chapter 2069. The first batch of Taino serfs arrives. In fact, from the moment he planned to bring hundreds of thousands of Mauzi back to China to farm, Marin's mentality has undergone a huge change. He no longer adheres to the idea of developing a country dominated by German immigrants, which was said at the beginning, but instead adopts an eclectic attitude. However, as the natal race after crossing, the Germans will become the basis of rule in the new American country. Specifically, it is to let the same race become soldiers and great craftsmen, and master the most core resources and power of society. As for the others, they can be distributed to other ethnic groups. For example, the work of farming can be completely handed over to the Mauzi. In addition, the French can do it, and the Italians can do it. Even the Indians in America can do it. But there is a prerequisite, that is, the proportion of the population of each ethnic group must be strictly controlled and cannot exceed the North Sea immigrants. In the future, the Germans in the North Sea will share America with the English. In this way, the two major ethnic groups work together, and if nothing else, North America will definitely be able to be controlled. However, the French are not easy to move now, and the Russians haven't robbed yet. The most realistic thing at the moment is to use the local Indians in America to help with labor. Although the labor efficiency of the Indians is not as good as that of the blacks, it is good to have labor, and Marin is not picky. Marin suspects that there should be very few merchants who arrived in Mexico alive. The main body of the local Indians is definitely not of Chinese blood, otherwise, they would not be worse than blacks in terms of farming talent. You know, the labor efficiency of the Chinese workers who were sold to Cuba in the 19th century was far higher than that of black slaves. Therefore, Marin thinks that the merchants who arrived in Mexico alive should be very few. Then, they were assimilated by the locals. Therefore, Indian civilization has not developed to a certain height, but has only been partially improved. And the locals have not been able to obtain the farming talent of the Chinese, otherwise they would not be able to catch up with the blacks. However, the Indians in Mexico can indeed be regarded as the most talented farmers among the American Indians. The planting of corn was done by the locals. Moreover, Marin suspects that it was done by the surviving merchants. Because the Spanish name for corn is maize, which is the transliteration of the language of the local indigenous people. The pronunciation is very similar to wheat. Perhaps, the Shang dynasty merchants who cultivated corn into food named it after the name of wheat in their hometown. Of course, these are not important. The important thing is that the Aztecs are indeed very suitable for farming. According to intelligence, they implemented the village community system. In addition to the private land of the nobles, the land of the general village was owned by the village community. The village community allocated a certain amount of arable land to each male owner according to the number of male laborers in each family, and cultivated it for life. If the male owner died and there was no strong laborer to take over, the land would be taken back by the village community. In addition, if the allocated land was not cultivated for 2 consecutive years, it would also be taken back. The grain collected by the village community, in addition to keeping some for its own use, the rest had to be handed over to the empire. The land system of the Shang dynasty in Chinese history was exactly the same as that of the Aztec Empire, and was also divided into private land and village community public land. The farmers of the Shang dynasty could only get their own land through the commune. Specifically, it was the well-field system. However, the agriculture of the Aztec Empire did not have iron farm tools or ox plowing. But iron farm tools and ox-drawn plows did not appear until the spring and autumn period in the late Zhou dynasty. Therefore, what Mexico inherited was a completely primitive version of the agricultural technology of the Shang dynasty. Even a castrated version of the agricultural technology of the Shang dynasty. After all, the Shang dynasty still had bronze tools. But because there was no wheat and millet, they could only use local corn. Of course, in the Caribbean, they also used local sweet potatoes and cassava. When they arrived in the Inca region, they made potatoes. Although the farmers of the Aztec Empire had primitive farming techniques, they were farmers after all and were used to doing farm work. It was easy to get started with farming in their own villages. Unlike the Indians in the jungles of North America, many of them were hunting tribes and did not farm. Even if they were caught, it would be difficult to train them into qualified farmers. Because the hunting people were used to wandering and were not used to staying in one place to farm. Therefore, in history, there was a situation where North American colonists bought a large number of black slaves to farm. Because the local hunting tribe Indians were really not good at farming. However, they were good at fighting, which caused the colonists to suffer a lot in the early days. If they were not divided into multiple tribes and attacked each other, the early colonists would not have been able to gain a foothold in North America. Therefore, Marin divided the American Indians into 2 types of people, those who farmed and those who did not. The Indians who farmed not only had the skills to farm, but also had a gentle personality and were relatively easy to manage. After all, Marin captured them to make them farm, which was part of their lives. However, the only 2 changes were that one was the use of new technologies and new tools, the other was the change in the object of the remaining grains, from the original Aztec Empire to Marin. And the Indians who were hunted were much more difficult to deal with. These people are a bit like the Jurchens in northeast China, who are naturally fierce and have strong combat effectiveness. However, they are a little more primitive, and there is no outstanding leader who stands up to unify them. Otherwise, relying on his familiarity with the jungle, it would be really difficult for Marin to wipe them out. For the hunting Indians, Marin's attitude is to first win them over and recruit them, and if they fail to win them over, then destroy them. Originally, Marin was still worried about how to wipe them out. However, since he thought of using the Solon people, Orican people, to wipe out the Indian jungle tribes, it became easy to deal with them. The Solon people are the fighters among the jungle tribes of this era. Equipped with bows and armor provided by Marin, they can definitely beat any Indian jungle tribe. In addition, the Solon people can ride horses and shuttle through the jungle like flying. It is not too easy to eliminate those Indian jungle tribes who refuse to surrender. As long as the warriors hired by Solon are in place, Marin will immediately launch an attack on the inland Indian hunting tribes. Either obey or be eliminated. Only by clearing out those fierce jungle tribes can the progress of developing the North American jungle be undisturbed. But the ship sent to the Far East must wait for Suha to recruit a certain number of Solon warriors. And even if Suha recruits Solon mercenaries, he still has to fight with the Jurchens because of the fur trade. It will probably take 1 or 2 years before he can free up manpower and send them to North America. Therefore, there is no need to rush to attack the jungle hunting tribes inland, and there is no point in rushing. However, the development of farmland can be started immediately. As for the Aztec Empire, it will be convenient to take action until the year of the return of the White God in 1519. However, the action of capturing the Taino people on the island of Haiti seems to have made some progress. The Taino people are also an agricultural nation. Although there are also people who make a living by hunting, the proportion is relatively low. Most of the millions of Taino people on the island are mainly planting cassava, which belongs to an agricultural tribe. Since it is mainly agricultural, it is naturally inseparable from the village. Therefore, the colonial army sent by Marin to Haiti Island is now capturing villages one by one and abducting people. Then, they are transported to Guantanamo Castle on the island of Cuba in the west for screening. The so-called screening is to see if there are syphilis. If so, they will be sent back to Haiti Island to fend for themselves. If not, after the quarantine period, they can be sent to the Havana colony and handed over to the Cuban governor Terra to be arranged as serfs. While Marin was plotting to seize the Russian serfs of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and the blood sacrifice captives of the Aztec Empire, the first screening of the Taino people had been completed in the distant Guantanamo Castle on the island of Cuba, the place that had previously been used to perform for the Vatican and the princes. 4,000 Hungarian mercenaries captured more than 20,000 Taino people on the island of Haiti and sent them to Guantanamo in batches by ship. Then, through quarantine observation, the first batch of about 18,000 Taino people were found to be fine and were sent to the Havana colony. As for the remaining more than 2,000 syphilis carriers and Taino people suspected of having scabies, they were sent to the southern island of Jamaica to fend for themselves. However, the colonists of the North Sea Kingdom still gave them tools and cassava so that they could make a living. Today, more than 18,000 Taino people have been assigned by Terra to various plantations in the Havana colony. Terra was ambitious at this time and was ready to use these 18,000 people to open up another 500,000 acres of sugarcane fields and grain fields. Cuba is a tropical island, and it is like summer all year round. There is no need to wait until spring to start arable land and sowing. By next year, there will be a large output. However, Marin's instructions to him were to let the 2 early groups grow rice and sweet potatoes. Because the 100,000 Taino people assigned to Cuba are not machines that do not eat or drink, they also need to consume a lot of food. Therefore, it is best for the first and second batches of Taino serfs to grow food. Then, when the later Taino serfs arrive, everyone will have enough food to eat. Only when there is enough food to eat, will there be spare energy to grow cash crops such as sugar cane, tea, sisal, coffee, etc. Chapter 2070, The Cultivation of Actors. Because of the delay in the transmission of information, it is difficult for Marin to receive news about what happened on the island of Cuba in a short time. After all, it takes several months for the sailboat to deliver the news to the mainland. Now, what Marin has to do is to go to Rome in person to discuss the issue of carrying the banner of religion with the Pope's father-in-law. In theory, Marin could have written a superstitious letter. But this matter is too big. If the news is leaked, it will not only fail, but also be easily attacked by the crowd. Therefore, in order to keep it secret, Marin plans to go to Rome in person. At the same time, he will also take his son Robert to Rome to develop interpersonal relationships. Marin wants to help Robert to the throne of the future pope, so he also attaches great importance to the relationship circle in Rome. Of course, he can't openly show up with Robert. After all, Robert's public identity is still a branch of the Rovere family. However, it is still possible to help him build relationships in private. For example, take Robert to the Medici family of the next pope as a guest. Then, sprinkle some gold coins or something. In addition, Marin plans to take the heir Caesar to experience it along the way. How to experience it? It was to train with the army, teach him common sense of marching, how to set up camp at night and how to prevent sneak attacks from the enemy. The number of people in the army this time was as high as 2,000. Among them, half were dragoons and half were young black knights. Of course, there were also dozens of experienced scouts. After all, these old scouts were experienced. With them in place, it was not easy to have problems. In addition to the more than 2,000 people accompanying him, Marin also arranged several teams on the way to play the role of Blue Army. Carry out sneak attacks and harassment on this marching team. Fortunately, it was not the first time that the accompanying teenagers had been trained to be attacked at night, so there would be no camp bombing. But where had the 14-year-old Caesar seen such a scene? He was always scared in the middle of the night a few days ago. Fortunately, Marin was with him and explained that it was an exercise, so he was not scared. Then, the team went all the way south. After many experiences of being attacked at night, Caesar was no longer afraid of such sneak attacks. Even before leaving the North Sea, they had learned how to command soldiers to deal with various night attacks. And Robert, the future pope, has also been a bystander all the way. He envied Caesar for being able to receive Marin's hands-on education, but he also knew that he was a bastard, and Marin was willing to support him to be the pope, which was already a very high treatment among the bastards of this era. After all, being a pope is as majestic as the emperor. When he reached the Bavarian plateau, Marin even asked Caesar to personally command a battle to eliminate mountain bandits and wiped out a bandit group of more than 200 people who occupied the mountains as kings. Because they were so well equipped, everyone had rhinoceros leather armor, the more than 200 bandits faced the 500 dragoons led by Caesar and had almost no power to fight back. Among his own soldiers, only one person was slightly injured because he fell off his horse. The swords and arrows of the bandits did not hurt Caesar and the 500 young dragoons under his command at all. But when facing a group of bandits with matchlock guns, Marin stopped Caesar's plan to lead his soldiers and let him command his men to attack at night. Caesar was puzzled, and Marin told him seriously that arrows can be blocked, but bullets cannot. Even if you are wearing plate armor, you will be seriously injured by being shot. Therefore, when you encounter a team with muskets, it is best not to let the most valuable troops come hard. Afterwards, Marin spent money on the spot and hired a team of local mercenaries to let them rush in front and receive a round of gunshots. The 500 dragoons and blackshirt knights commanded by Caesar rushed up and eliminated the group of bandits before the bandits had time to reload after shooting a round. Afterwards, Marin pointed to several mercenaries who were killed and disabled on the spot as cannon fodder to educate Caesar. No matter how good their martial arts are, they can be knocked down with one shot. If it is not necessary, try not to confront muskets and artillery. The bloody facts are in front of him, and Caesar has learned a profound lesson. Moreover, he also understood why Marin controlled guns in the North Sea. Damn, the mercenary captain who was hired as cannon fodder was wearing a full set of Maximilian plate armor, which was made of excellent plate armor made by stacking forging when Austria sent troops. However, he still couldn't withstand a shot. No, this guy was shot twice. They were all shot in the chest. Although they didn't penetrate, they broke several ribs. Looking at the miserable state, even if this guy can survive in the future, I'm afraid he won't be able to continue to be a mercenary. Fortunately, as a classic example of Marin's teaching, this guy is still lucky. Marin asked the military doctor who accompanied the army to help him set his bones and treat his wounds. The bone-setting technology was passed down from the Mongolian Dr. Morigen, which is very top-notch. After the bone setting, the wound was also cleaned up. In short, he can't die. Afterwards, Marin also gave him a large bag of gold coins. Even if he couldn't fight in the future, he could still be a stable rich man. If he met a poorer principality, he might be able to buy a piece of territory and become a low-level noble for fun. It is said that Emperor Maximilian I is now very keen on selling land and manors. As long as the money is in place, the manor in Switzerland is easy to buy. When passing by Innsbruck, he happened to meet Emperor Maximilian I, who was vacationing in Innsbruck Palace with his grandson Charles, the future Charles V. Since he met, Marin couldn't pretend not to see it, so he took his son to visit. Of course, Robert didn't show up, but Caesar showed up. Before meeting the emperor and grandson, Marin specifically told Caesar to express a friendly attitude towards Prince Charlie. Even, he had to hint that he supported him to be the future emperor. But father, didn't you say you would be the emperor in the future? Caesar remembered Marin's previous, crazy talk. You little fool. Even if I really want to be the emperor, I can't tell the emperor and his grandson. Besides, the throne I want is the Byzantine title, not the Holy Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire is a pitfall. It has no real power, but it makes enemies on all sides. This thankless throne should be held by the Habsburg family. We have to hide behind them. So, this is what you often call wretched development? Caesar asked puzzledly. This word was said by Marin accidentally when he was chatting with Marin before. Marin blushed, but it quickly disappeared. He said seriously, as a king, how can I be wretched? At least, on the surface, we look very serious. Then, a serious face appeared in front of Caesar. But Marin added, just think about the wretched development and so on. But don't show it on your face, understand? Caesar nodded ignorantly, and Marin instructed for a while, and finally let Caesar lie freely with expression. Hey, it seems that I still have to teach this child self-cultivation of an actor. As a monarch, if his acting skills are not good enough, he will suffer. The emperor and the like half rely on fighting, and the other half rely on pretending. Of course, Marin is too impatient. How old is Caesar? It is not realistic to expect him to become shrewd. Unless, this child is possessed by a middle-aged or elderly person and travels through time. Therefore, Marin can only slowly cultivate his acting skills. For example, this meeting with the emperor and his grandson is a test of his acting skills. Chapter 2071, Acting in front of the Emperor. Caesar, do you know what expression you should show after seeing His Majesty the Emperor? Marin asked. Well, respect. Caesar said uncertainly. It's too stiff, and you have to mix some friendly expressions. Think about the expression you had when you saw your grandfather. You should have that kind of admiration, that is, the joy of seeing your elders and relatives. In this way, you imagine His Majesty the Emperor as your grandfather. Anyway, the Emperor and the Pope are both emperors. Marin instructed. Under Marin's one-on-one guidance, Caesar practiced many times and finally acted out the expression of respect and admiration. Then, Marin taught Caesar what expression he should use after seeing Prince Charlie and what tone he should use when speaking. And this part is the key. After all, His Majesty the Emperor is also an old fox. If you want to show off your acting skills in front of His Majesty the Emperor, Marin has to come in person. Caesar is not good enough at this age. However, the Emperor's grandson, Prince Charlie, is the same age as Caesar, only 2 years older than Caesar, and is still easy to deal with. Just a little bit of acting skills will pass. Marin's request to Caesar is to win the favor of Prince Charlie and express his support for him in the future. So, how to win the favor of Prince Charlie? Caesar asked. Well. Marin thought for a while, looked at Caesar's mount, and said, give your Mount Kaspersky to Prince Charlie. Kaspersky is the son of Marin's current Mount Carter, and the grandson of Marin's earliest Mount Carl. It has the blood of local horses and Arabian horses. It is a group of very excellent young war horses and a fine product cultivated by the North Sea War Horse Breeding Center. If it is put on the market, it can definitely be sold for more than 500 gold coins. But I can't bear to give it up. Caesar was a little reluctant. After all, since Kaspersky was given to Caesar by Marin, Caesar often fed the horse and shoveled horse manure himself, and he had a lot of feelings for this horse. Marin patted Caesar on the shoulder and said meaningfully, as a king, don't take property too seriously. You must know that, gold and silver scatter, but people's hearts gather. If you are reluctant to pay, you will not get any reward. Then, Marin sighed and said, hey, it's also my fault. When you were born, I gave you a name that was too awesome. Caesar, that's the title of emperor. Just based on your name, the emperor's grandparents will be afraid of you. After all, they are also worried that you will compete with him for the throne of the Holy Roman Empire. But you know, in the next few years, we have too many things to do and several tough battles to fight. At this critical moment, a reliable ally is necessary. Although the Habsburg family is poorer than our family and does not have our army to fight, they are the emperor's family after all, and their political influence is still very large. We need their political support, unreserved political support. So, this time, you must show a close and friendly attitude to Prince Charlie. Even, express your support for him to become emperor in the future. In this way, the Habsburg family's political support for us will be strong enough. In fact, Marin was right. The name he gave to Caesar really aroused the emperor's fear. Maximilian I knew that although Marin was thoughtful, he was still willing to serve the Habsburg family. Because the interests of both parties were consistent. At least, Marin, a grassroots prince, needed the emperor's political support. Moreover, Marin could be said to have been promoted by the Habsburg family. In this era of knightly virtues, even if a knight is successful, he will have to take into account the feelings of his benefactor. Don't have money to read novels? Send you cash or points, limited to 1 day to receive. Follow the public account, book friends base camp, and get it for free. However, Caesar is different from Marin. The Habsburg family has no favor to Caesar. Once Caesar succeeds to the throne after Marin's death, Caesar, who has a shallow relationship, is likely to change camps and run to the princes to become the opponent of the Habsburg family. Even Maximilian I was afraid that the Hoffman family, who was extremely wealthy, would have the idea of competing for the throne of the Holy Roman Empire in Caesar's generation. After all, His Majesty the Emperor knew very well that as long as people were willing, they could spend more than 1 million gold coins. The Habsburg family often needed to borrow money from financial families such as the Fugger family to take out hundreds of thousands of gold coins for the campaign for the throne. Caesar, who was rich and powerful and had a weak relationship with the Habsburg family, was likely to become a future competitor of his grandson Charles. Therefore, Maximilian I was also very troubled. Hearing that Marin was going to visit with his son, His Majesty the Emperor also privately told his grandson that he must have a good relationship with Caesar. If he could establish friendship with the other party, it would be the best. In this way, with the intentional maintenance of both parties, the whole meeting process was very harmonious and beautiful. Needless to say, Maximilian I and Marin, both old actors with the surname Ma, got along very well with the two children. Facing His Majesty the Emperor, Caesar performed what love of love was. In fact, because he was so into the role, he almost called him grandfather directly. Then, facing the equally young Prince Charlie, Caesar naturally and shamelessly said what Marin taught him, "I feel you are so kind, seeing you is like seeing a friendly brother." Then, there was a lot of explanation. What he was the eldest child in the family, his parents were strict, and he had always longed to have a brother who took care of him when he was a child, blah blah blah. And the young Prince Charlie, the future King Charles V, was also stunned by Caesar's shameless words, who was 2 years younger than him. "It was our first meeting, this guy was too enthusiastic. Could it be that I really looked like his brother?" But he was obviously the eldest son. Before Prince Charlie could figure it out, Caesar pretended to be very happy and said that he was really happy to see brother Gongming. No, it was brother Charlie who was really happy. "I don't have anything good to give you. Giving money is too vulgar, Prince Charlie." "No, I don't mind vulgarity, so I'll just give you my beloved BMW. Then, Caesar reluctantly gave his horse Kaspersky to Prince Charlie. His face was full of reluctance, which was definitely a true expression of his feelings. Seeing Caesar's reluctant expression, but finally resolutely giving the horse to himself, the inexperienced Prince Charlie was really moved. Although his grandfather was also very good at political struggle and usually taught him some strategies, Caesar's expression when he gave him the horse was too real, which confused him and moved him. "Good brother, let's share the happiness. In the future, when I inherit the throne, I will definitely give you the greatest support. At least, I will find a way to make you an elector or a king." After saying that, Prince Charlie secretly observed Caesar's expression. This was actually the task assigned to him by Maximilian I, to observe Caesar's ambition. If Caesar heard him say, "I will be the emperor in the future," and his expression was dissatisfied, it might mean that Caesar had the intention of coveting the throne. It is difficult for a 14-year-old child to hide his likes and dislikes, and it is easy to find clues on his face. But he never thought that director Maximilian had already explained the play to Caesar before the meeting. Moreover, it was a serious talk. Caesar, who had been prepared, was stunned for a moment, then a smile quickly appeared on his face and he said, okay, my father always said that the Habsburg family has been very kind to our Hoffman family and is our family's most steadfast ally. I also hope that brother Charlie can become emperor, so that I will have someone to protect me." Then, Caesar patted his chest again, saying that when the emperor was chosen, he would definitely contribute money and effort to fully support brother Gongming. Brother Charlie, to take the throne. After a whole day of acting, when he left, the veteran actor Marin was still at ease. But the young and handsome Caesar had spent a lot of energy and lay down in the carriage to rest. Anyway, his BMW was also given to Prince Charlie, so he just didn't have a mount. "Don't be reluctant, when we get back, I'll give you the pony called Cayenne Porsche that is no less powerful than Kaspersky." Marin comforted. Caesar waved his hand and said, "It's not a matter of not wanting to part with the horse, I'm just a little tired. Acting is really not easy, it's so mentally exhausting." Marin laughed dumbly, "You young and handsome guys, you still have too little experience. When you reach the age of an old man like me, your acting skills have already matured, and acting is effortless." Chapter 2072 Arrival in Siena. After Marin and his son left, the emperor and his grandson also had a discussion. The future Charles V was only a 16-year-old child at this time, and was fooled by Caesar's immature acting skills. "Perhaps, Archduke Marin's education of his son is to be friendly with the Habsburg family?" Prince Charles said uncertainly. Maximilian I could not deny it, but he knew that the two families were still allies. Moreover, even if Caesar's support for Charles was pretended, it was not a rumor. Because he actually knew that his former subordinate Marin was very cowardly and unwilling to be an enemy. I'm afraid he would also educate his son to keep a low profile. Therefore, the statement that he would not compete for the throne of the Holy Roman Empire was probably credible. In fact, the emperor underestimated Marin's cowardice. He didn't even know that the strength of the North Sea Kingdom alone was enough to beat all the German princes. If it weren't for the fear of the French stabbing in the back, he would have already suppressed the various principalities. If Marin was really willing to help the Habsburg family, the two families would not be able to defeat the combination of France and the princes. However, Marin was also very ambitious and planned to annex the territories of the later Lesser Germany, so he had never really joined forces with the Habsburg family. Besides, there was really no certainty in taking action now. If he was defeated, he could only flee to America in disgrace. And it would take decades to recover his strength and fight back after fleeing to America. By then, Marin might not be alive. Therefore, it is better to survive for a few years now, and when the strength is sufficient, sweep across the country in one fell swoop and achieve the goal. Unlike the original duke who took over the throne of the Netherlands early in history, grew up in the Low Countries, and was educated by his widowed Aunt Margaret, in this life, his Aunt Margaret did not have a dead husband, and her father was still alive. Therefore, Prince Charles did not shoulder the heavy responsibility since he was a child. And because he was disappointed with his son, Emperor Maximilian I often brought his eldest grandson to Austria and trained him personally. After all, Maximilian I was the top politician in Europe at that time. He taught in person, which was better than his daughter Margaret's teaching. Therefore, Prince Charlie, who was only 16 years old, was as capable as his peers in history, and even more so. Therefore, Prince Charlie knew very well that as the future heir to the empire, he must have enough and powerful allies. And the North Sea Kingdom happened to be the ally that needed to be won over the most. Because the North Sea Kingdom was not only powerful in force and helped the Habsburg family attract a lot of firepower, but also super rich. Having money means that he could lend money to him for the election. Therefore, in the eyes of the emperor's grandchildren, Marin and his son were not only allies, but also financial sponsors. And the financial sponsor was really awesome. After returning to the camp, Marin felt that his words were empty. In order to reassure the emperor, he wrote a note, stamped it, and sent it to the emperor. There was only one sentence on that note. With this note, he could get an interest-free loan of 700,000 golden gold coins from the North Sea Kingdom in the next emperor's election. Although it was just one sentence, it was so powerful, and it was exactly what the poor Habsburg family urgently needed. The number of 700,000 gold coins given by Marin was also the total amount of Charles V's campaign funds in history. Of course, because of Marin's intrusion, the European economy during this period was more developed than the same period in history. Mainly, the North Sea produced more goods and precious metals. Therefore, everyone's vision has been raised, and the required expenses have to be taken into account. But in any case, 1 million gold coins should be enough. And 700,000 gold coins can account for more than half. Moreover, the Habsburg family has more than one sponsor, Marin. For example, the Fugger family is also one of the supporters of the Habsburg family. Marin, my great loyal minister. Seeing this generous gift, the emperor no longer doubted the loyalty of Marin and his son. And Prince Charles no longer doubted that Caesar's previous friendly attitude was an act. For the poor Habsburg family, giving money is the greatest sincerity. If Marin had the reputation system in the game, he would have kept refreshing the screen with reminders of the emperor's grandparents' reputation increase. Halfway through, Caesar also doubted his life a little bit. If I had known that there was a big move like, why would I still act? Marin severely criticized Caesar's pure young meat idea of having a gold master can be arrogant, and repeatedly emphasized that only spending money without acting skills can only be regarded as a local tyrant upstart. Spending money and acting skills are the performance of the emperor. In the subsequent journey, Marin no longer cultivated Caesar's military command ability, but cultivated his acting skills. After all, he hoped that Caesar would be an emperor, not a general. His generation is different from Caesar. He started from scratch and could not fight in person. Caesar is considered an heir and does not need to fight hard in person. Moreover, the Beihai military school system and the staff system will definitely cultivate many military talents. Perhaps, a single military talent cultivated is not as good as Marin, who is a traverser. However, when the military talents of the whole country gather together, they are stronger than Marin. Therefore, for Caesar, he only needs to have enough commanding ability to use ministers and generals well. Among the commanding ability, acting skills are a very important part. Sometimes, you are obviously very afraid of a general under your command. However, because you have to use him, while guarding against him, you must pretend to trust him very much so that the other party is willing to work for you. Otherwise, if you write suspicion on your face, it will force people to be disloyal to you. Come, follow me to practice the false sincere smile. Marin began to personally instruct Caesar's acting skills again. The so-called false sincere smile is a very advanced facial expression. This kind of smile is essentially false and against one's will. However, it must give the other party the illusion of being sincere enough to win people's hearts. If the acting skills are insufficient, it cannot be performed at all. Even in later generations, most actors cannot perform it. However, the bigwigs in the political and business circles basically know it. Marin did not expect Caesar to learn it immediately, but at least he had to practice it frequently. Let alone Caesar, even Marin himself had been a vassal for 20 years before he reached the level of perfection. When he first went to Texel Island to be a baron, although he had memories of 2 lives, he was still a novice in the ruling class. At that time, his acting skills were not much better than Caesar. The only thing that was better than Caesar, in addition to his strong theoretical foundation, was probably that he was thick-skinned enough. Fortunately, Marin felt that as a traverser, he was the son of destiny, and with such a stable hiding, he should not die too early. He had plenty of time to train Caesar into an outstanding politician. Director Ma explained the play to his son all the way, and unknowingly, the team passed through the Duchy of Milan and arrived at the Apennine Peninsula. Then, after a long mountain road, Marin first took his son Caesar into Siena, northwest of Rome. This time, Marin came to the Bank of Siena, a bank he controlled. Of course, it was not to check the accounts, but for the security forces of the Bank of Siena. Chapter 2073, 5,000 Bank Security Guards. At the beginning, after Marin helped the Papal States conquer Siena, he combined the funds of the Siena Bank that he had looted with the equity and account books of the original bank in the city, and cooperated with Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici, the future Pope Leo X, to reopen the Siena Bank. Among them, Marin accounted for 90% of the capital and was the bank's largest shareholder and absolute controller. Later, with the help of the Pope's father-in-law, the new Siena Bank obtained the coinage right granted by the Holy See and helped the Holy See to mint exquisite, Holy Spirit gold coins. This kind of gold coin is pressed by a spiral coin press. Not only is the pattern exquisite and clear, the material is sufficient, but also it has lace, so that cunning merchants cannot grind the edges of the gold coins and embezzle gold powder. In this way, the credit of the Siena Bank in Italy was established. The Holy Spirit gold coin with lace launched by the bank soon became very popular and was as famous as the ducat gold coin in Venice. However, in terms of total volume, it has not yet been issued to match the ducat gold coin. In order to protect the interests of the Siena Bank, or in other words, to collect debts armed to prevent people from defaulting on their debts, Marin has set up a bank security force of up to 10,000 people. Among them, many are Germans, and they are mountain people in southern Germany. Of course, there are also some Swiss. At present, except for the French-speaking area in the west and the narrow Italian-speaking area in the south, most of the Swiss are German-speaking areas. Therefore, most Swiss mountain people are currently considered to be mountain people in southern Germany. Of course, Marin can only hire mountain people in eastern Switzerland. These areas are not very resistant to the Habsburg family, and naturally they are not very resistant to Marin. Moreover, Marin went to Germany to recruit soldiers in the name of Italian Siena Bank, which made many German princes confused and did not impose restrictions. Now, Marin is here to reap the fruits. He wants to bring the elite back to the North Sea Kingdom. Yes, relying on the name of the Italian bank, Marin recruited enough mountain mercenaries in the southern German mountains without any resistance. Then, they were trained into an elite army. Now, Marin is in urgent need of a large number of soldiers, so he naturally thought of this group of people. This mercenary army formed in the name of Bank Security Force has the same weapons and training methods as the North Sea Army. It's just that the clothes are a little different. Because the officers inside were also transferred by Marin from the North Sea Army. Now, it's easy to take them away. Moreover, Marin did not withdraw them all at once, but planned to transfer half of them first, that is, 5,000 people. Then, send people to the southern German mountainous area to recruit new personnel to supplement. In fact, as a security force for a bank, the scale of 10,000 people is too large. 5,000 people are enough to implement armed salary demands for many nobles. But Marin's intention is to use this security force as a cover, so that he can continue to recruit soldiers in the southern German mountainous area. Now, this army has existed for several years. After many escorts of gold coins and armed salary demands, everyone has become accustomed to the existence of this team. But they don't know that Marin has drawn many people from it one after another, totaling 3,000 or 4,000 people. But not many people were drawn each time, so it was very hidden. However, there was a big battle to be fought this time. And this bank security force has been running on the mountains of the Apennine Peninsula in Italy for many years, and its legs are very strong, making it a very good first-choice infantry for the expeditionary army. Marin plans to draw 5,000 infantry this time to cooperate with the army's expedition. These people have not only been soldiers for a long time. In the past few years, they have been running around on the mountain roads in Italy and have done a lot of work. Apart from anything else, the bandits on the Apennine Peninsula have been almost wiped out by them. Now, there is no place for bandits to survive in the mountains on the Apennine Peninsula. When these security guards heard that there were bandits, they immediately went over to rob the bandits and were very active. Because, according to Marin's instructions, after robbing the bandits, they can share half of the spoils. Not to mention, they also went out on a large scale and beat up several nobles who wanted to default on their debts. Therefore, these people may not have experience in big battles, but they have too much experience in small battles. It's not that they are stronger than the local infantry, but Marin thinks that the security of the homeland is also very important. Therefore, if you can draw less elite troops from the homeland, try to draw less elite troops to guard the homeland. However, he doesn't want to fail in the battle against the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and he also needs elite troops. Therefore, this elite security force has become a good choice for Marin. They are all from the mountain people in southern Germany. Apart from anything else, their footwork must be very good and suitable for expeditions. Then, there are a lot of experience in small-scale battles. They have seen blood and will not be timid after going into battle. They are all very good qualities. Such soldiers and horses, mixed with some veterans who have seen big scenes drawn from the country, are absolutely powerful. After all, it is easy to unify the pace when trained in the same system. In addition, they are all masters who have seen the world, and their combat effectiveness will not be bad. After all, it is a bank that he absolutely controls. Marin entered Siena not long ago and soon unified his thoughts. Except for a few local Italian employees who are not very willing to withdraw too many troops, most people are willing to obey Marin's arrangements. In particular, the officers from the North Sea Kingdom are very obedient. The Italian employees are mainly in charge of finance and have no control over the army. Therefore, Marin's order to withdraw troops passed without hindrance. Afterwards, these withdrawn veterans will leave Siena in batches, secretly arrive at the Jutland Peninsula in the North Sea Kingdom by sea, and complete the assembly training there. Then, when the war breaks out, they will also board the ship there and go to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. However, the 5,000 security forces that were withdrawn have only fought with bandits and poor nobles who owed debts, and have never seen any big scenes. Therefore, on the Jutland Peninsula, Marin plans to let the nearby 3rd Corps and militia play the role of the Blue Army to create some trouble for them. At the same time, let them adapt to the large-scale combat. So as to avoid the psychological discomfort and fear of seeing the Grand Duchy of Moscow's hundreds of thousands of troops. You know, the number of people is tens of thousands, endless. What's more, it is the Grand Duchy of Moscow's hundreds of thousands of people. If you don't adapt to the big scene in advance, it's easy to have psychological problems when you suddenly see an enemy army that is larger than you imagined. Fortunately, Marin plans to let them adapt in advance. To this end, Marin decided to select 50,000 farmers from various manors on the Jutland Peninsula. During the slack season, after simple training, they will cooperate with the soldiers of the 3rd Legion to pretend to be the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, with a loose formation in a 100,000-strong formation, so that the soldiers can adapt to the big scene first. At that time, not only the 5,000 security guards will have to adapt, but also the young dragoons and young blackshirt knights under Marin will have to follow and feel it. After all, these young warriors are far less experienced than the 5,000 bank security guards, and they need more exercises and adaptation. Chapter 2074, Brothers Become Allied Brothers. No one is born to fight, just like the time traveler Marin. Although he had seen many war movies and novels in his previous life, he was also panicked at the beginning when he really fought. But because the first battle happened to be an ambush on Charles VIII's army at night, the French knights didn't know that he was weak at all, and they only ran for their lives and didn't fight hard. So, it was cheap for him. If it was daytime, the French knights saw that he had so few people to ambush, and they would definitely beat him out. But it was also that battle that gave Marin's men a strong confidence, and then they were blank after the fight. After all, they defeated thousands of French knights with a small number of recruits. The same is true for Marin. That battle gave him infinite confidence. It was not until later that there were many casualties on the battlefield that he became more and more cautious and became a hideout. However, that was Marin, who had become a monarch. For the soldiers below, if they don't take risks and fight hard, they won't get a good future. Moreover, the people selected by Marin are all relatively brave. But no matter how brave they are afraid of unknown dangers. Therefore, they need to adapt to large-scale wars in advance and adapt to the super-large Ross army like locusts. As long as you see more, you will have a bottom line in your heart when fighting. Of course, this is after returning. At present, Marin still has important things to do. This thing is to send Robert to Rome secretly first, instead of going into the city with him. Robert is a bastard after all, and he is Marin's bastard. Therefore, Marin had better get rid of the relationship at the moment. Fortunately, Robert looks like Felice, a little dark and thin, unlike Marin and Angela, who are all white. Caesar is also white, and his face is much more delicate than Robert, more like Angela. Sometimes, Marin even doubts whether Angela and Felice are sisters. However, Mario, Ma-Yun, Maria, Molly, and Giuliano, who were also born to Felice, are whiter and more like Angela. If he hadn't seen Felice pregnant and giving birth with his own eyes, Marin would have suspected that those children were born by Angela. Therefore, the dark and thin skin of Felice and Robert may be a mutation. However, the fact that Robert is not like himself or Caesar also gives Marin the opportunity to avoid suspicion. In this way, other bishops in the Holy See and bigwigs from various countries will not doubt the relationship between Robert and himself. Moreover, the wonderful thing is that Robert looks very much like Felice when he was a child. When he appeared in Rome as a descendant of the Rovere family, some cardinals judged that this was probably Felice's child. However, they don't know where Felice is now. Felice secretly hid in the backyard of the palace of the North Sea Kingdom, and people in Rome naturally didn't know. Then, under the deliberate manipulation of the North Sea Kingdom spies, Robert's identity as Felice's son was deliberately spread. However, no one knows the identity of Robert's father. The North Sea Kingdom spies spread the news that it might be a small country noble in Genoa. In fact, Felice had been the wife of a stupid son of a local landlord in the countryside. And everyone has heard that Felice had fallen into the countryside. Therefore, some well-informed people tacitly accepted that this was Felice's son. As for who the father of this child is, everyone thinks that it doesn't matter whether they know it or not. Didn't they see that the last name has been changed to Rovere? Later, when Robert left Rome, the cardinal also sent people to track him. But unfortunately, the scouts under Marin's command had sharper noses than dogs. With telescopes, all the bishop's spies were thrown off or even killed. Therefore, who Robert's father is still a mystery. But Marin entered Rome with Robert, so it was easy to expose their relationship. Therefore, for safety reasons, Marin and Caesar stayed in Siena for a few days with a large group of people. And Robert, long before arriving in Siena, rushed to Rome with a group of scouts. After deliberately resting for a few days and pretending to check the accounts for a few days, Marin took Caesar to continue south. When they arrived in Rome, Robert had lived in Rome for a week. That night, Marin discussed with his father-in-law the specific steps of cooperating in a play in the secret room of the Lateran Basilica, plundering the population of the Grand Duchy of Moscow while also gaining some political benefits. Julius II doubted whether Marin could defeat the Grand Duchy of Moscow, but Marin told him that the secret gun used by his men could hit the target every time and would definitely defeat the enemy, and the Pope dispelled his doubts. The next day, Marin personally demonstrated to the Pope in a certain barracks how a single-headed bullet hit the target 3 times in a row at a distance of 100 meters. Only then did Julius II completely put down his worries. On the third day, under Marin's planning, Julius II personally brought Robert to the private residence of Cardinal Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici as a guest. In the presence of everyone, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici accepted Robert as a student. And Marin was also on the list of invited guests of the Medici family. Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici was overjoyed to learn that the Pope was going to publicly give his grandchildren, in fact, many people knew that they were his own grandchildren, to him as students. Because this meant that the Pope publicly expressed his support for him. Before, Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici actually knew that Robert was Marin's illegitimate son. However, he was actually a little confused and a little uneasy about Marin's promise. After all, this was not a promise made by the Pope himself. But this time, publicly giving Robert to himself as a student made Giovanni di Lorenzo de' Medici sure that the Pope was willing to support him. His previous concerns were not that he doubted that Marin's words were false, but that he was worried that the Pope would choose more than one person. You know, some popes will choose more than one person when choosing their successors. It will not be determined until the end who will take over. But this time, Julius II publicly gave his grandchildren to himself as students, which meant entrusting orphans. After all, the Pope's health has not been very good in the past 2 years, and I don't know how many years he can live. Sending a grandson at this sensitive time is no less than announcing that he is the next Pope. Although the current Pope cannot officially designate who will take over. However, his statement also has a great impact on the next candidate. In addition, there is Marin, the god of wealth. Next to him he is the biological father of his student Robert. Later, a very interesting thing happened at this apprentice banquet. Caesar, as a brother, interacted with Robert as the heir of the North Sea Kingdom after the apprentice ceremony. Because Marin had taught before, this time Caesar pretended to meet Robert for the first time and communicated with Robert politely in Latin throughout the whole process. Robert had also received guidance training and pretended to be a stranger to Caesar. Then, in the presence of many guests, Caesar publicly announced that he and Robert would become brothers, and announced that they would support each other in the future. And this is exactly the most important goal of Marin's banquet. Robert will run for Pope in the future, and Caesar will definitely pay for support at that time. However, you can't support them for no reason, right? Therefore, create a story for them about sworn brotherhood in their youth, and everything will seem reasonable. Moreover, even if someone finds out that Robert and Caesar are playing together in the future, it's okay. After all, they have become sworn brothers. Isn't it normal to play together? Even if someone finds Robert appearing in the North Sea Kingdom Palace, they can say that he went to visit his sworn brothers. You know, after this apprenticeship ceremony, Robert will officially enter the public eye. And after entering the public eye, it is inevitable that people will be found haunting the North Sea Kingdom Palace. After all, the North Sea Kingdom has a close relationship with the Holy See, and it is inevitable that people from Rome will come to the North Sea Kingdom on official business. However, if he and Caesar become sworn brothers, no one will doubt it. After all, it is not impossible to visit your sworn brother's home or even stay for a while. Chapter 2075, Visiting the Migrant Workers' Families. Caesar publicly invited his new friend Robert at the apprentice banquet. Robert, when you have nothing to do, come to my house to play. My house is fun, with lots of food and fun. The food in our house is said to be passed down from the palace of the Eastern Empire. Every dish is very delicious. You will definitely eat your fill when you go. Caesar recited the line seriously. Robert first showed a greedy expression, but then hesitated and said, "But I still have to study the Bible and serve God devoutly." Obviously, this was also a memorized line, just to show off. Sure enough, after hearing him say this, many priests who attended the banquet showed satisfied expressions. Rosie is teachable, a good believer. Of course, many missionaries actually pretended to show this expression. After all, it would not be good not to show such an expression at this time. After all, the child is said to be the grandson of the Pope. Then, Caesar thought for a moment and said, "It's okay. The North Sea Kingdom is also bathed in the glory of the Holy See, and there are bishops who are well read in the classics. When the time comes, I will let the Archbishop of the North Sea, Mr. Taylor, personally teach you the knowledge of the Bible." Having said that, Robert seemed to have no reason to refuse. Then, he turned his head and looked at Julius II. The Pope was already very happy when he saw his two grandsons acting seriously. But as a church leader who has been strictly trained, he would not laugh unless he really couldn't help it. Seeing Robert looking at him, the Pope adjusted his mentality slightly, and smiled kindly, saying, "In this case, you can also go to the North Sea Kingdom to play when you have time." Just like that, after a whole set of acting processes, Robert finally had an excuse to appear in the court of the North Sea Kingdom. At the same time, many people also formally met him for the first time. After this banquet, many bishops who attended the banquet suddenly realized that the Duke of Bahi Kingdom was so valued by the Pope. Look at his ability to flatter. He directly asked his son to make friends with the Pope's grandson. But they didn't know that the two were brothers. When they sent their grandsons to find Robert to play, Robert refused to leave the Lateran temple. Caesar, who had successfully made friends, successfully moved from the North Sea Kingdom's Rome office to the backyard of the Lateran temple and played with Robert all day long. After this public appearance, Robert may not be able to stay in Bahi Kingdom for a long time in the future. At least, he has to stay in Rome most of the time. Unlike before, he spent most of his time in Auric and only came to Rome a small part of the time. And this is also the price of being public. After all, after becoming a public figure, you have to be careful about your words, deeds and whereabouts. Fortunately, he can live with his grandfather in Rome, so he will not be bullied, but will be well taken care of. When Marin took Caesar away from Rome, the two children cried sadly. After all, the two children grew up together. Among all the brothers and sisters, they are the closest in age and have the best relationship. Moreover, Marin deliberately let them get along with each other. After all, the two will rely on each other in the future. However, from now on, Robert will stay in Rome for a long time and will rarely go back. After all, he has to gain a foothold in Rome before Julius II dies. Therefore, he needs to quickly establish his own social circle in Rome. In the future, the two brothers may only communicate through letters, and only a few times a year can they meet in the palace of Auric. Okay, as a king, you have to get used to this kind of reunion and separation. Moreover, this sadness is far from the separation of life and death. Your father, I have seen many brothers die in front of me on the battlefield. Then, Marin returned with Caesar. However, Marin did not rush back to his country, but stopped and went to the countryside of Italy according to the address recorded in the book. What did he do? He went to visit the families of Italian migrant workers. Yes, visit the families of migrant workers. This method can only be seen in modern officials. Because, if you don't do this, you can't win the favor of the people. But in this era, it is extremely rare to do so. Look, when Marin came to the first migrant worker's house to visit, he scared the family half to death. "Dear master, is there something wrong with our Henny? How did he die?" The mother of the young man named Henny was so scared that she shed tears. The princes of a country came to their door in person, and they didn't think well, because in this era, when nobles came to their door, there was generally nothing good. When Marin said thank you Henny for his contribution to the North Sea Kingdom, the old couple thought that their son Henny had died in the war for the North Sea Kingdom. Marin explained repeatedly, and the old couple recovered from the shock. Then, Marin sent several bags of rye flour, which could feed the family for more than a year. And rye is a lot in the North Sea Kingdom. But in Italy, where most of the land is mountainous, these grains are really precious. At least, Henny went to Bahi country as a migrant worker just to feed his family. Afterwards, Marin also warmly visited more than a dozen other migrant workers' families. Their sons or husbands were building roads in Bahi country. Marin visited a group of migrant workers' families in nearby villages along the way, just to show the neighbors of the migrant workers how promising it is to work in Bahi country. Of course, it was also for all of Italy to see. Marin estimated that even if the migrant workers returned to Italy at Christmas, their personal stories could only affect their neighbors. They could not affect other more distant areas. After all, information spread very slowly in this era. But Marin was different. He was the monarch of a country, and his every word and deed attracted attention. His visit to the door to express his condolences would surely spread throughout Italy soon, and the effect would be comparable to advertising. After all, in this era, the so-called fashion was that the great nobles imitated the monarchs, the small nobles imitated the great nobles, and the common people imitated the small nobles. And the monarch was the core of the core that everyone was paying attention to. His show was shocking. In addition, the monarch's behavior is already noticeable, so the news will surely spread quickly and widely. In addition, the North Sea Kingdom has intelligence agencies in Italy that can help spread the news. These people can send people to taverns, streets and other crowded places to spread the news. It won't be long before many Italians know that working in the North Sea Kingdom is well paid and valued and respected. Look, Marin, a great duke, actually visited the families of migrant workers in person to express his condolences. This is almost unbelievable in this era. Because the nobles of this era look down on the common people, let alone visit them. Chapter 2076, No one suffers loss. The fact is indeed as Marin expected. His behavior of visiting the families of migrant workers did spread quickly throughout Italy and to other countries. But what Marin did not expect was that the comments on this matter were polarized. Most civilians recognized Marin's behavior of visiting the families of migrant workers and believed that he cared for the people. But the nobles looked down on Marin's self-degrading behavior. The nobles believed that nobles were nobles and were fundamentally different from the untouchables. Therefore, it was simply crazy to rashly lower one's status to please them. Moreover, it was a disgrace to the nobles. In this way, Marin's behavior was mainly welcomed by most of the lower-class people, but was disgusted and despised by most of the nobles. Even many nobles spread rumors that Marin wanted those Italian migrant workers to work for him and that their lives were in danger. Otherwise, why would people come to visit your family if it was not dangerous? Maybe, those migrant workers will die for Marin. Moreover, they asserted that the first batch of 500 migrant workers who went to the North Sea would not have a chance to return home alive. Sure enough, these rumors caused a certain degree of panic, and Marin's men could not quell the rumors. But Marin was very calm, because as long as the Italian migrant workers came back one by Christmas, the rumor would be self-defeating. And Christmas is not long away. Instead of wasting time and energy to defend, it is better to wait for the first batch of Italian migrant workers to return home and let them explain themselves. It is much better to speak from personal experience than to talk casually. On the way back, Marin also went to Venice. The main thing is that the spies who went to the North Sea in Italy reported that the shipyards in Venice can also manufacture the ships that Marin needs. Although the Venice shipyard mainly manufactures paddle boats. However, pure sailing boats can also be manufactured. Moreover, they can also manufacture compromise ships with reduced oars and enhanced sails. This kind of ship is very suitable for Marin's needs to go by sea as well as inland rivers such as the Neva River and the Fokhof River. The most important thing is that there are many shipyards in Venice. There are only a dozen shipyards in the Netherlands, and most of them are small in scale. In Venice, there are 70 or 80 shipyards of all sizes. Marin's spies have inquired that except for more than 20 companies that can only build paddle boats, the others can more or less manufacture modified ships, that is, sailing paddle boats. As long as an order is placed, it will be no problem to manufacture 100 or even more sailing paddle boats in a year. Marin came to Venice to place a shipbuilding order and order 100 sailing paddle boats. In addition to the 100 sailing paddle boats, Marin also placed a large number of orders for a large number of flashy and only beautiful glass products. Marin intended to use these things to fool the people of the Aztec Empire of Mexico who had little experience. After all, Marin wanted to stimulate them to take the initiative to develop silver mines. Because of the large number of orders, Marin was now a boy who sent money in a walking gold coin in the eyes of the Venetian business community. Therefore, he and Caesar were warmly welcomed by the Venetian merchants. However, these Venetian merchants did not know that Marin had secretly arranged for spies to rehearse an adapted version of The Merchant of Venice. This Merchant of Venice has blackened the Venetian merchants and nailed them to the pillar of shame. If they knew this news, it is estimated that the Venetian merchants would have the intention to beat Marin up. Of course, Marin used the pseudonym Shakespeare and premiered in London, so the Venetians would not find him. In addition to ships and glass products, Marin also ordered a large amount of pyrolusite, which is manganese dioxide ore. The Venetian merchants promised and would go to Hungary and Romania to purchase goods. They thought that Marin wanted pyrolusite to make glass, but in fact, Marin used it to make high manganese steel and spring steel. It was only in this era that the output of pyrolusite was very low, otherwise, Marin wanted to popularize high manganese steel breastplate armor in the army. In addition, Marin also purchased a large number of copper ingots in Venice. These copper ingots were purchased by Venetian merchants from Arabs, and the cost was much cheaper than European copper. Although the price offered by Venetian merchants was much more expensive than that purchased from India, it was at least cheaper than the price of copper in Europe. At present, because Turkey has not yet destroyed Venice's ally, the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt, the two countries have not yet completely fallen out. Many commodities can still be circulated to Venice from Turkish merchants. For example, copper ingots. Although the price of copper in Turkey is not as cheap as that in India, it is much cheaper than that in Europe. The Venetians can make a lot of money by purchasing copper ingots from Turkey and reselling them. Of course, they can also use them to mint coins themselves. After all, the Venetians are now circulating copper coins themselves, and there is a lot of demand for copper. Why did Marin purchase copper ingots from Venice? Of course, he took them back to mint coins. Now, European copper coins are valued at 1/15 of the silver price. And the price of copper ingots purchased by Marin in Venice is 1/25 of the silver price. Although it is much more expensive than 1/80 of the price of copper in India, in Europe, the profit of minting copper coins at 1/15 of the value of silver is still very high. And it just so happens that Marin is short of copper ingots for minting copper coins in Spain and Portugal. This batch of copper ingots just solved the urgent problem. Although the profit is a little less, the profit is also very large, but it is not as profitable as Indian copper and Ming dynasty copper. The most important thing is that Venetian merchants have enough inventory. Why do Venetians have the strength to spend more than £7,000 per gun to cast so many lizard cannons? Isn't it because they have enough copper? Before the complete fallout with Turkey, the entire eastern Mediterranean, all the way to the Black Sea coast, was the trading range of Venetian merchant ships. Therefore, it is not surprising that they can purchase enough cheap copper. Historically, the decline of Venice's shipping industry began after Turkey occupied the land of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt and completely cut off the land spice trade route of Venetian merchants. Then, the two countries turned against each other and fought in the Mediterranean. In the end, the Venetians lost control of the eastern Mediterranean due to the decline of trade and lack of financial resources. However, due to Marin's intervention, the Mamluk dynasty did not collapse, and Sultan Garigal did not die. The Turks were not confident enough, so there was no need to provoke the powerful Venice. Therefore, Venice's trade with Asia is still very developed. There is plenty of copper and the cost is low, so they naturally try their best to make copper coins. Then, there is still enough energy to make a lizard cannon weighing more than 7,000 pounds. This time, Marin directly gave them all a package. This tyranny shocked the Venetian merchants. You know, they offered a price of 1/25 of the silver price, which is at least doubled than their purchase price. But Marin didn't even blink, and he wanted to pack it all up, which was really inhumane. How could they know that these coppers were to be cast into copper coins of Spain and Portugal, at a value of 1/15 of the silver price? In general, Spain and Portugal suffered the losses in the end. But the problem is that Spain and Portugal, as commercial countries with developed trade, actually lack currency at home. Marin's private minting of copper coins for the two countries seemed to have made a lot of profits, but it also provided the two countries with a large amount of currency for circulation. For the markets of the two countries, it was a good thing. Unlike the French silver coins privately minted by Marin, they were not silver at all, but nickel-white copper. Therefore, this time Marin's private minting of copper coins for Spain and Portugal was not only harmless to the two countries, but also promoted the prosperity of the markets of the two countries. Therefore, although Marin made money from his actions, the other party did not suffer any loss. In the case that cheap copper from the East could not impact the European market in large quantities, India's copper supply was limited, and the Ming dynasty restricted the outflow of copper. As long as the European copper price did not collapse, Marin's private minting of copper coins for the two countries was not only not a bad thing, but was helping the two countries. So, no one suffered any loss in this matter. Chapter 2077, The Rebellious Man Behind His Head. However, Marin has not yet realized that his behavior has injected a large amount of cash into the markets of the two countries. He is still secretly happy that he has obtained huge coinage profits. After all, even if the Venetian merchants offer a silver-copper exchange rate of 1:25, he can still make a lot of money. As for the problem of the Spanish and Portuguese royal families losing this part of the coinage profits, it is actually not a big deal. Anyway, as long as the copper price does not collapse, these copper coins minted by the North Sea Kingdom will not depreciate in their hands, and they will still be worth so much money. Unless one day Marin can introduce a large amount of copper from the Ming dynasty and Japan to collapse the European copper price. Otherwise, those copper coins will be considered as so much wealth in their hands. At most, they have made less profit from coinage. However, they can't actually make those coinage profits. Because the mints of the two countries still hammer coins by hand, and the production capacity is very low. Even if they are given a chance, it is useless. So, it is better to let Marin make this part of the profit that they are destined not to make. And even if the copper coins are in their hands, they will be quickly exchanged for gold and silver coins. After all, no monarch of the two countries would store a large amount of copper coins, they would only exchange them for gold coins for storage. Even if the copper price collapsed, the people at the bottom who often used copper coins would suffer the biggest loss in the end. Passing by Austria again, Marin spent money again and ordered a lot of Austrian apple cider vinegar. After all, in the Auric Palace, sweet and sour fish and sweet and sour pork ribs are frequently made dishes. As for vinegar, the North Sea is basically not produced in the country. So, just order foreign vinegar. Although Italy has balsamic vinegar made from grape juice, and Spain also has vinegar made from grape raw materials, Marin hopes to subsidize the poor emperor. Therefore, he has been entrusting the Habsburg family to help him purchase a large amount of Austrian apple cider vinegar in Austria. In this way, this poor family can also make a little money. Only by being stronger can you help yourself pull away more hatred. In fact, Marin has begun to calculate the Habsburg family. How to calculate? Of course, he sent counselors to lurk beside Crown Prince Philip and preach the theory of Shenlu unification to him. Unlike Prince Charles, who was brought up by Maximilian I for a long time, the handsome King Philip grew up in the royal palace in Ghent and was educated by the powerful officials of the Netherlands. Those powerful officials only wanted to control Philip as a puppet, so they naturally would not teach him skills with all their heart. The emperor needed to stay in Austria for a long time and could not control him at all. Therefore, this guy is far worse than Emperor Maximilian I, and the relationship between father and son is also very cold. Historically, the reason why Charles V was a little capable was because his aunt Princess Margaret happened to have two husbands who died. The widowed Margaret simply became the guardian of her nephew, assisted him in managing the Netherlands, and carefully cultivated him. Princess Margaret was brought up by Maximilian I, an old politician, and was naturally much better than his straw-bag brother Philip. Therefore, the nephew did not grow crooked. In this life, Maximilian I directly took his grandson to his side to educate him, and it is estimated that Prince Charles would not be bad. The reason why the Habsburg family became the target of public criticism was because Maximilian I was outspoken when he was young, and he said that he wanted to learn from France to truly unify Germany, which frightened the princes. Therefore, the princes united against the Habsburg family. If the North Sea Kingdom wants to make money quietly, it must have a bigger target that attracts more hatred. The Habsburg family, which attracts wind, is obviously very suitable. But Emperor Maximilian I had learned the lesson of the year and now keeps silent about the actual unification of the Holy Roman Empire. With Prince Charlie by his side, Marin can't influence him. Then, there is only Prince Philip, who is not under the control of Maximilian I and is in Ghent, the Netherlands. This guy is arrogant, selfish and greedy. Marin plans to let the North Sea Spy Department find a down-and-out intellectual in France, send him to join Prince Philip, and keep advocating the benefits of actually unifying the Holy Roman Empire beside him, and encourage him to prepare for the unification of Germany. Of course, it is to prepare in secret. After all, although this master is not wise enough, he is not stupid. However, Marin will sabotage. When he is ready to a certain extent, Marin will deliberately leak the news that he is preparing to unify the Holy Roman Empire and let the princes know. At that time, the princes will target the Habsburg family again. Marin estimated that by then, a wise man like Maximilian I would probably give up this guy directly and let his grandson Charles run for emperor. Otherwise, the Habsburg family will not be able to become emperor again. After all, in the original history, in order to fight against the Habsburg family, the princes at that time, such as the Duke of Lorraine and other pro-French princes, even proposed that the King of France, François I, be the Holy Roman Emperor. But in the end, because the Habsburg family borrowed 700,000 gold coins from the Fugger family to bribe the electors, and the Elector of Saxony, Frederick III, was more concerned about the overall situation, the strange thing that the King of France became the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire did not happen. Marin estimated that if François I, the King of France, really became the Holy Roman Emperor, France would probably start the plan to swallow Germany. With the title of Emperor and France's strong strength, it can take action against Germany. At that time, Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, obviously knew this, and knew that the Habsburg family and the French royal family were not good things, so he did not choose François I. Of course, that was originally in history. The main thing was that the Habsburg family already had the Spanish throne at that time. If they became the Holy Roman Emperor again, the princes would really have no way to get along. Therefore, in a hurry, they planned to choose François I, the King of France. Later, after Charles V was elected emperor, he was really arrogant and pressured all sides. Even, he pressed France, a top power, to the ground and rubbed it. If the French had not lost their face in the end and chose to join forces with the pagan Turks, leaving Charles V with no time to split, maybe the Habsburg family would really unify Germany. At that time, the Holy See seemed to have seen the risk that the Habsburg family might unify the Holy Roman Empire. If that were the case, the Holy See would probably have succumbed to the tyranny of Charles V. Therefore, the Pope at that time actually acquiesced to France and Turkey's joint response to Charles V, and did not accuse or even excommunicate the French royal family. It is precisely because of this that France and the German princes were able to survive. However, Charles V signed a huge debt of up to 20 million ducats due to years of war, and he could not pay it back. Then, he simply abdicated and passed the Spanish throne to his son and the Holy Roman throne to his younger brother. His son Philip II was also desperate. He invented national bankruptcy and defaulted on the debt of 20 million gold coins. Then, the Fugger family, who lent money to the Habsburg family, went bankrupt. Of course, that was what happened in the original history. In this time and space, everything changed because of the strong emergence of Marin's North Sea Kingdom. For example, the Habsburg family failed to seize the Spanish throne because Marin saved King Juan. In this way, the Holy Roman throne became the only hope for the Habsburg family. But Marin also gave compensation, suggesting that Prince Charles marry Princess Anna of the Kingdom of Bohemia. In this way, when the Bohemian royal family is extinct and Prince Charles becomes emperor, he will not only get the Kingdom of Bohemia, but also Silesia and the huge Kingdom of Hungary. In order to ensure that the Kingdom of Bohemia is extinct, Maximilian I even had the heart to let his granddaughter Mary, who was promised to Prince Lajos II of Bohemia, eat a lot of ice cream since childhood, so that she would not be able to have children because of her cold body when she grew up. However, even without the Spanish Empire, the Habsburg family is still very strong. They are not short of people, troops, and appeal. The only thing they lack is money. As long as they have enough money, they can immediately beat the princes. Historically, it was because of the gold and silver in the American colonies of the Spanish Empire that Charles V had the money to organize an army to beat France. Even without money, the Habsburg family is very bluffing just by virtue of the reputation of 4 generations of emperors. In addition, this family also controls large areas of Austria, Franche-Comté and the Netherlands, and currently controls more than half of the Swiss region. These alone are enough to make the princes jealous. Although Marin is strong, he is not taken seriously by those princes because of his humble origin. The reason why those princes are afraid of Marin is not that they are afraid of Marin's competition for the throne, but that they are afraid that Marin will help the Habsburg family unify Germany. So, in the final analysis, the Habsburg family is more capable of attracting hatred. If Marin, through a series of operations, lets the princes know that the emperor's son is going to unify the Holy Roman Empire, they will definitely be very nervous. Then, they will jointly boycott Prince Philip's succession to the throne. This will reduce the attention on Marin's side, making it easier for him to concentrate on development. In short, in order to reduce attention and develop wretchedly, Marin decisively pitted Prince Philip. If it were in the Eastern system, Marin would be pitting his own young master, and he would be a standard traitor with a rebellious mind. Chapter 2078, Strengthening the Habsburg Family. It is also necessary to give benefits to people who stand in front to attract firepower. Just like playing online games in later generations, letting tanks carry monsters, they must first stack the thickest armor for them so that they can withstand the most poisonous attacks. Therefore, if you want the Habsburg family to attract the attention of all Europe and help Marin share the firepower, it is necessary to strengthen the strength of the Habsburg family. Before, Marin had not fully supported the emperor for the sake of balancing strength. This also led to the fact that although the Habsburg family currently controls the eastern part of Switzerland, it has not been able to occupy the western part, and has formed a situation of east-west confrontation with the Swiss resistance. With the support of France and the princes behind, the Swiss resistance led by Sieg even often counterattacked. It was also thanks to Marin that he provided a lot of cement to the Habsburg family and built a lot of cement fortresses that the Swiss resistance could not advance eastward. Today, the Habsburg family still retains 20,000-man legions in eastern Switzerland, and the commander is still Marin's former subordinate Fronsberg. Speaking of which, the reason why Marin was hostile to the German princes was that Fronsberg made an indelible contribution. Because Fronsberg was a general under Marin, and later switched to the emperor. This was actually a betrayal, but because Marin was still nominally a subordinate of the emperor, it was not easy to accuse Fronsberg of betrayal. But the German princes obviously didn't think so. They believed that Fronsberg was a general who took the initiative to support the emperor, which meant that Marin was still willing to be the emperor's running dog. Marin had a hard time defending himself, and because of his humble background, he was not accepted by the mainstream princes. So, he simply faced it in silence and didn't argue. Because it was useless to argue. Some people, once they look at you with tinted glasses, no matter how hard you try, you will not win their favor and recognition. Just like facing the rise of China in later generations. Europe and the United States. Alas. Fronsberg was able to tie with a group of German mercenaries of varying levels and the powerful Swiss mercenaries and French mercenaries, relying on the Spanish phalanx that he learned when he was with Marin. Of course, it is now called the Marin phalanx. But because he left early, Fronsberg did not learn the subsequent tactical improvements and even the improvements in weapons and equipment of the North Sea Army. It is precisely because of this that the Habsburg family's army is currently in a stalemate with the not-so-regular Swiss resistance army. At present, the biggest problem of the Habsburg family is insufficient funds. If the money is enough, the Habsburg family can maintain 30,000 to 50,000 troops, which can have the upper hand in the face of the Swiss resistance army. But it is more difficult to completely defeat the Swiss resistance army. After all, the Swiss mercenaries are strong in combat, and with the strong support of France and the princes in terms of funds, the Habsburg family has no advantage. Unless, Marin Lincoln really supports the Habsburg family. In the past, Marin was afraid that the Habsburg family was too strong, so he did not do his best to support the Habsburg family. But now, in order to let the Habsburg family help attract firepower, he can't care about balancing strength. At present, it is most beneficial for Marin to let the Habsburg family stand out. Therefore, after returning to the North Sea Kingdom, Marin sent Caesar back, and then he disguised himself as an ordinary cavalryman, followed a team of light cavalry, and secretly went to Ghent, the capital of the Netherlands, and found the object he was going to pit the young master Prince Philip. Why find this guy? Marin has deep considerations. This guy is not as shrewd as His Majesty the Emperor, he is just an average person, and he is also arrogant and selfish. If Marin wants to inspire his ambition to unify Germany, he must first strengthen his strength and make him more confident. Otherwise, if he lacks self-confidence, even if he wants to unify Germany, he dare not express it. Who in this world is most likely to expand? Of course, it is the upstarts who suddenly became rich. Prince Philip is not weak, but not very strong either. The main reason is that the local nobles in the Netherlands are very strong. Although they have not completely sidelined the prince, they can still compete with Philip. Even if they unite, Philip will have to make concessions. Why is this the case? It's not because of lack of money. Logically speaking, the Netherlands is relatively wealthy. Especially the wool textile industry in Flanders can provide a lot of tax revenue. Although the tax revenue has been greatly reduced because England no longer exports wool to Flanders. But a lean camel is bigger than a horse, and the financial situation of the Netherlands is still much better than that of the mountainous country Austria. However, because his father, the emperor, often borrowed a lot of funds from him for the war against Switzerland, he was not well off. Moreover, he had to pay this money. Because Switzerland was taken down, he also inherited it. In particular, there have been wars year after year in the past 2 years, and Prince Philip's savings have also been emptied. Otherwise, Marin sent someone to acquire the Dutch shipyard and turn it into a furniture factory. Would he agree and cooperate? Isn't it because Marin gave him enough benefits? Now, Marin intends to give him more benefits to boost his ambitions. At the same time, the Habsburg family completely suppressed the Swiss resistance, and really made the German princes and France feel the pressure. In this way, these two forces that made Marin feel under great pressure had to turn their attention away. After arriving in Ghent, Marin visited Prince Philip at night. Although he was dissatisfied with the interruption of the colorful activities at night, Prince Philip was not a fool and dared not neglect the powerful Marin. Moreover, he was also very curious about Marin's arrival. So cover up, the discussion must be a big thing. Otherwise, there is no need to keep it secret. Sure enough, as soon as Marin opened his mouth, a critical effect was produced. What, you want to provide me with 5,000 clockwork flintlocks and 103-pound cannons at a bottom price? Prince Philip was a little stunned. This is a big deal. With this batch of weapons, the combat effectiveness of the army will obviously double. Apart from other things, once the clockwork flintlock is applied to the battlefield, when queuing up for shooting, there is no need to worry about the matchlock igniting the gunpowder packs of teammates, and the density of the volley gun can be doubled. Even if the hit rate is low, after the density is doubled, the hit rate will also double when queuing up and shooting side by side. Moreover, after not carrying the matchlock, the musketeer's adaptability to the weather will be greatly improved, which can avoid the embarrassing situation that the matchlock gun cannot be used with a little wind and rain. And 103-pound cannons are even more powerful. If they bombard head-on, they will definitely bring a very heavy blow to the opponent. What's more, Marin not only provides muskets and artillery, but also provides matching ammunition. Especially gunpowder, because of the expansion of Chile's saltpeter production, Marin now has a relatively sufficient amount of gunpowder. With this batch of weapons and ammunition, the combat effectiveness of Frundsberg's Swiss front will be greatly improved. Not to mention completely destroying the Swiss resistance, but firmly suppressing the opponent is no problem. As long as the Habsburg army can win a big victory in the Swiss battlefield, it will not be a problem to attract the attention of all of Europe. The most important thing is that Marin allows Prince Philip to buy on credit. So, Marin, what is the price? Philip is not a complete novice. For Marin, who is so cowardly, to support with such a strong force, it must be a great determination. Therefore, Marin must have big plans. Chapter 2079, Providing Weapons at the Bottom Price. The price. Marin frowned. After a long while, he said to Prince Philip seriously, I hope that the Habsburg family can take over Switzerland and attract the attention of the German princes and the French. In this way, the pressure on the North Sea Kingdom will be greatly reduced. Your Highness, this is my real idea. Marin did not hide it, but said it openly. After listening to it, Prince Philip nodded in agreement. But he asked in return, but why should our Habsburg family help you share the pressure? Give me a reason. Marin shook his head and smiled, Your Highness, this does not need a reason. Seizing the land of Switzerland is the wish of the leaders of the Habsburg family for generations. Without me, you would also plan to do so. Just like now, your army is still in Switzerland. My joining will only give you a better grasp. At this point, Prince Philip nodded and agreed, that's right, taking over Switzerland is indeed the goal of our Habsburg family. However, even our Habsburg family will find it difficult to resist the joint pressure from France and the princes alone. Obviously, Prince Philip wanted to retreat and advance, and ask for more benefits. Marin saw that this was too much. Did he take me for a fool? So he stood up and was about to say goodbye. Prince Philip immediately lost his temper. After all, Marin was right. Without Marin, they also wanted to annex Switzerland. Okay, Marin, tell me, how can I cooperate with you? But I really don't have any money now. Keeping a large army in Switzerland also drained the financial resources of the Habsburg family. Prince Philip is okay, but Emperor Maximilian I is even worse off, and is already heavily in debt. If it were half of the nobles, they would have gone bankrupt 10 times. Originally in history, Maximilian I also died of illness on the way to avoid debt in 1519. It's not that he was worried about what the creditors would do to him, but he was an emperor after all, and he had to save face. Being surrounded by creditors every day is very embarrassing. Therefore, the emperors in history would run around at an old age in the name of inspecting various places, in fact, to avoid creditors. As a result, he died of illness on the way. At present, because a lot of money has been invested in the Swiss battlefield, the emperor now owes more debts than in the same period in history. If the emperor owed a lot of debts in history, the current emperor basically owes 2 debts. However, the emperor also found a way. Because of Marin's inspiration, His Majesty the Emperor thought of selling the newly acquired Swiss land as manors and fiefs, and wholesaled low-level titles and territorial fiefs, which did get a lot of funds. But the problem is that although many people have money, they are not sure that the Habsburg family can defend the Swiss region. Therefore, most of the rich people are actually waiting and watching, and only a few people take action. If the Habsburg family can really take over all of Switzerland and give customers confidence, the funds obtained from the sale of Swiss land will be extremely abundant, at least allowing the Habsburg family to pay off most of the debts. This is definitely super good news for the Habsburg family, whose debts are already in millions of gold coins. As the undisputed heir to the Habsburg family, Prince Philip obviously also knows the importance of taking over the entire Switzerland to the family. Therefore, he could not bargain with Marin. But he really has no money now. Marin nodded. He was very clear about the poor financial situation of the Habsburg family. However, he was not asking for money. How about this, Your Highness, didn't I mention the matter of enclosing land and raising sheep to you before? Remember? Philip certainly remembered, and now in the Netherlands, he and some nobles have started to enclose land. But so far, the land they have enclosed is mainly public land. And those public lands nominally belong to him, the Lord of the Netherlands. The public land has not been enclosed yet, so it has not developed to the stage of sheep-eating people. What Marin wants is to let Prince Philip speed up the process, start to annex the land of poor farmers as soon as possible, and drive the farmers out of their land. Then, let Marin recruit these landless farmers. This is not good, it's a bad reputation. Prince Philip was a little hesitant. As the heir to the Habsburg family, although he was greedy and not very smart, he also knew that his reputation should not be too bad. I didn't ask you to do it yourself, but I can let those greedy local nobles do it. You just need to tell them that if they can help me get a farmer, I will give them 30 gold coins. Or, use materials of equal value to compensate. Then, Prince Philip's eyes lit up. Marin saw what he wanted to say, gave him a reassuring look and said, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Even if you don't do it yourself, those nobles send people to me, and I will convert it into benefits to compensate you for the price of weapons. Moreover, I give 30 gold coins to each household, and you can give them 20 gold coins. This is equivalent to letting Philip pass through and take 1/3 of the benefits. Moreover, you don't have to do it yourself. If you get 10,000 households, he can get 100,000 gold coins." In the end, the result of Marin and Philip's discussion was that the nobles would drive the farmers out of their land. Then Philip pretended to be a good man and introduced them to Marin, saying that he would find a way for them to live. Then, Marin paid Philip again, selling weapons to him. However, the export price of weapons is based on the market price, which is the case on the surface. In fact, Marin only charged a preferential price. But this preferential price is not really that preferential, because its preferential price is compared with the market price. For example, the manufacturing cost of a clockwork flint gun in other countries is at least 10 gold coins. Among them, the cost of the clockwork steel wheel alone is at least 5 gold coins, or even 10 gold coins. Why? Because their clockwork steel wheels are made by top craftsmen who use hammers to slowly beat an iron rod. The iron rod is generally a pig iron rod, which contains many impurities. Through repeated heating and hammering, the impurities in the iron rod will be slowly hammered out to form a steel bar. Then, it is made into a clockwork steel wheel in the shape of an iron bar. But the problem is that because the smelting technology in this era is very low, the pig iron rods hammered into clockwork steel wheels often have too many impurities, especially the sulfur and phosphorus content may often exceed the standard. Therefore, the yield rate of hammering iron rods into clockwork steel wheels is low. Not only is it very time-consuming, but if the sulfur and phosphorus content of the iron rod exceeds the standard, it may break, resulting in a waste of effort. This is like forging a heavy artillery with a high scrap rate. As a result, the cost of the clockwork steel wheel is very high, at least 5 gold coins per piece, or even 10 gold coins. Moreover, it must be a master craftsman level master to make it, and the output cannot keep up. The price of a musket is often around 15 to 20 shillings, which is about 3 or 4 gold coins. With the addition of the clockwork steel wheel, each one costs at least 10 gold coins. The market price is 15 to 20 gold coins, which is very expensive. In particular, the spring steel wheel is not rust-proof and is a consumable item, so it needs to be replaced after a while. Therefore, the armies of ordinary countries cannot afford it. Only a few officers will be equipped with one. As for the soldiers, it is better to use ordinary matchlock guns that cost 3 or 4 gold coins. There is no way, the cost is high. Of course, if the musketeers can buy one for their own use, it is also great. But the North Sea Kingdom is different, because Marin came up with the technology of slag making with quicklime and removing sulfur and phosphorus from molten iron, which led to the North Sea Kingdom steel technology leading the times from the beginning. Later, simple carbon spring steel was developed. Later, rust-proof nickel was added. Therefore, the manufacturing cost of the spring steel wheel in the North Sea Kingdom is very low, with an average cost of only 1 shilling per spring steel wheel, and no more than 1 gold coin at most. Moreover, it does not require a master craftsman to forge it personally. As long as a qualified blacksmith is trained, it can be manufactured. And the cost of work is also an important reason why the cost of the North Sea Kingdom is so low. After all, the master craftsman has such a high salary, at least 1 or 2 shillings a day, or even several shillings. For an ordinary blacksmith, 3 or 5 pfennigs a day is enough, less than half a shilling. The labor cost is completely different. Moreover, the steel bars made of stainless spring steel are more time-saving than the cast iron bars used by the master craftsman. Because the ordinary craftsmen of the North Sea Kingdom only need to beat and bend the spring steel bars into a spring coil, and then temper it. In other countries, it is necessary to repeatedly beat an iron bar, hammer out most of the impurities in the iron bar, then beat it into an iron bar, and then beat it and bend it into a spring coil, and then temper it. It is very time-consuming and requires a master craftsman with a high salary to do it personally. In this way, the cost of making a clockwork flint gun in the North Sea Kingdom is absolutely no more than 5 gold coins per gun, or even less than 3 gold coins. The lowest price can reach more than 1 gold coin. But when it is sold to Philip, it is calculated according to the lowest friendship price in the market, 10 golden gold coins per gun. In total, Marin's profit is at least 2 or 3 times. But in the eyes of others who were unaware of the North Sea steel technology, it was like doing a huge favor to Prince Philip. Chapter 2080, Clever Land Encirclement Method. Prince Philip obviously thought so too. He thought that Marin really gave Tionda face this time. Unexpectedly, the North Sea Kingdom has a complete primary industrial park, which greatly reduces the manufacturing cost. Of course, Marin will not let Philip see it, but show an expression of, "I have spent a lot of money." Moreover, Prince Philip will not know that Marin is about to lead an expedition to the Grand Duchy of Moscow in person, and he is worried about the safety of his homeland. Otherwise, he would not think that he owed a favor, but would think that, "I paid a lot." Then, the two sides discussed, cordially and friendly, how to perform the effect of, Prince Philip spent a lot of money, and Marin did not refuse after 10 moves. After more than a day of discussion, the two sides finally thought of the script Prince Philip used, introducing immigrants as a temptation, and at the same time, publicly proposed that the North Sea Kingdom be upgraded to a kingdom and an electoral prince, in order to attract Marin to provide weapons. Although this performance has the effect of clearing Marin's suspicion, it can also show Prince Philip's superb ability to win people over. Therefore, even though he was performing to help Marin clear his suspicion, Prince Philip did not refuse to be used once. Because this would show his wisdom and superb skills. It can be said that it was a win-win situation. Later, shortly after Marin left Ghent, Prince Philip spread the word that he would nominate Marin, the Grand Duke of the North Sea, to be promoted to the King and Elector of the North Sea, just like the Kingdom of Bohemia. As soon as this statement came out, it immediately caused a sensation throughout Germany, including France. Then, it all exploded. After all, the princes who were against the Habsburg family accounted for the majority. They expressed their opposition, believing that the Hoffman family was of humble origin, and it was a miracle to become a Grand Duke. Becoming a king. It was too much of a joke. Then, Prince Philip publicly stood up and said that the Holy See had crowned Marin as king, indicating that he was already qualified to be a king. Therefore, becoming the king of the North Sea, identity is no longer a problem. Then, those opponents said that it was only the king of the wild area, which was different from the king of the civilized area, such as Germany. Among them, the view of Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, was very sharp. He believed that becoming the king of the wild region was because Marin had made contributions to the church, which was a reward from the church. If you want to become the king of the German region, you need to make great contributions to the German region and be unanimously recognized and respected by the states before you can become the king. The same is true for the elector. This old guy is very good at grasping the key points, and his words are well-reasoned and convincing. However, Philip did not really want to push Marin to become the king and the elector. Therefore, he did not care much about success or failure. However, the momentum must be created. In a quarrel, you can't win just because you are right. As long as the opponent pretends not to hear your reasons and insists on making trouble, you can't do anything. Therefore, the court set up judges to prevent lawyers from arguing endlessly. Therefore, Philip, like a quarreler who made trouble, kept making arguments to support Marin's promotion to king, regardless of whether Frederick III's views were correct or not. Moreover, this guy was playing dirty, saying that Frederick III deliberately retaliated and made trouble because he was defeated by Marin in the previous war, which made Frederick III so angry that he almost fell over. This is obviously a slap in the face. Losing to Marin is a black history. Philip brought it up and slapped him in the face in public. But Philip didn't know that Frederick III, the Elector of Saxony, had made a major decision in his heart. The next emperor would definitely not choose Philip, a fool. If Philip knew the news, he would probably cry in the toilet. You know, he has always wanted to be the emperor. Fortunately, Maximilian I had planned to pave the way for his grandson, otherwise, the Habsburg family would cry in the toilet. Of course, the Habsburg family is not at a loss. With the support of Marin, they can annex the entire Switzerland and their strength will increase greatly. If they can sell more manors on Swiss territory, they can make up for a lot of deficits. Moreover, the territory can be passed on to future generations, which is very cost-effective. In general, the Habsburg family did not lose anything, only Philip himself lost. Moreover, he only lost his reputation, emperor title, but not his profit. However, this matter was limited to quarreling, and it had not escalated to the scope of fighting. Why? Because Philip was not an emperor, his status was that of the great lord of the Netherlands, which was no different from other dukes. In fact, he was the only one in the Habsburg family who ended up quarreling. Therefore, the princes were just angry, but did not take any actual action. Because Philip was just talking, not taking any actual action. While they were quarreling, Prince Philip secretly summoned most of the lords of the Netherlands, except the opposition, on the pretext of holding a banquet and discussed with them about enclosure. Before, Philip had actually discussed this matter with them. Although everyone was tempted, they were also worried and afraid of problems. But this time, after Philip offered a brokerage fee of 20 gold coins per household, everyone was tempted. They could occupy the land and get money. All the hesitations before were swept away. After all, what is a little risk in front of money? In fact, this phenomenon has occurred in the history of the enclosure movement in Britain. The nobles deceived the poor self-employed farmers, saying that they could make a fortune in America. Then, they tricked the poor self-employed farmers into selling their property and land at a low price to the nobles who deceived them in exchange for a ship ticket to the American colonies. Then, they left the whole family there and ignored them. In this way, the nobles seized the land of those self-employed farmers at a very low price. Next, the nobles who were originally hesitant and timid began a large-scale enclosure action. Of course, they did not come blindly, but specifically picked those farmers who were in debt and bought all the IOUs of their creditors. Then, they used the IOUs to rob the land. In this era, who among the poor families did not owe some debts? If they did not owe debts, they would not be called poor. Ordinary people might send left Green Dragon and right White Tiger thugs to beat and intimidate people when collecting debts. At most, they would empty the debtor's house of property. If they had the confidence and backing, they could rob the debtor's daughter or something. But if the creditor was a noble, it would be different. The European legal system of this era was not sound, and the nobles basically represented the law in their territories. Maybe they couldn't kill people and rob things at will, but with an excuse, they had no problem depriving the debtor of his property. And starting with the IOU was an excellent excuse to deprive the self-cultivating farmers of their land. After Marin learned about the operating methods of Philip and the Dutch nobles, he felt that it was a bit low-level. So he wrote a secret letter to Philip in person, introducing him to the methods used by the British, later fooling poor self-cultivating farmers to sell their land at a low price to the North Sea Kingdom. For this reason, Marin specially selected a group of disciples and grandchildren of Bishop Taylor, who could speak Dutch, to help them fool. In this way, the Dutch nobles who used advanced methods in the enclosure movement were not limited to the crude method of seizing land by IOU. After all, the nobles are also people who want to face. Therefore, the subsequent enclosure movement in the Netherlands suddenly changed its style and became a large-scale scam. Moreover, this was not entirely a scam. In order to be more convincing, the nobles of the Netherlands, with the advice and funding of Marin, specially invited some poor representatives to personally visit the manor under the name of Marin in the North Sea to see the lives of the serfs. Anyway, the North Sea borders the Netherlands, and it is also very convenient to organize people to go to Marin's manor in the western border area of the North Sea. In these Maas manors, the poor self-employed farmers in the Netherlands who could only eat soil, the bread was mixed with soil, so it was called eating soil, witnessed with their own eyes that ordinary North Sea farmers had black bread without soil for every meal, and they were full. Those with good labor performance can also be rewarded with delicious food such as Thuringian sausages or sauerkraut and salted fish. Sauerkraut is pickled cabbage, and salted fish are all sea fish caught in the North Sea fishing grounds. Moreover, every week, all families have the opportunity to receive salted fish. During festivals, some meat can be distributed, such as sausages, pickled meat, etc. In addition, all children have the opportunity to go to school for free. The food that children eat in school is even more nutritious than that of ordinary people. It is said that the Grand Duke of the North Sea, Marin, hopes that all children in the North Sea can grow taller and stronger. As for clothing, it seems that the serfs in the manor under Marin's name have clothes distributed for free. There are also winter and summer clothes and spring and autumn clothes, 2 sets of each for easy replacement. Even if they get sick, the farm can pay for them to go to the church hospital in the town for treatment. This is simply a paradise-like day. The poor Dutch self-employed farmers were shocked. In fact, the manor under the name of Marin in the North Sea Kingdom is a bit like the collective farms of later generations. The only difference from the collective farms is that the food is not absolutely divided equally, but according to performance, rewarding those with good work performance with delicious food. At the same time, punishing lazy people. People in this era are short of oil and water, and they crave meat and fish. In the face of the temptation of delicious food, everyone's enthusiasm for work is very high. In addition, there is a last-place punishment system. Those who have poor work performance and slack off will have their weekly fish and meat subsidies deducted, and they will also be publicly criticized and embarrassed. Those who slack off for a long time will even have half of their bread share deducted and will starve. Of course, this situation is rare. Why? Because the serfs of this era were semi-slaves and did not dare to mess around. The members of later generations are the masters, with high status, and dare to challenge their superiors and make trouble. The serfs of this era have no status at all, and if they really slack off, they will be beaten. Therefore, there is basically no phenomenon of open slacking. There may be occasional slacking, but there is absolutely no long-term slacking, unless you are tired of living. With the cooperation of this incentive and punishment system, the farm under the name of Marin in the North Sea is very dynamic. Everyone loves to work, and everyone is afraid of being criticized and deducted food. Such a life is almost a paradise in the eyes of ordinary people in other countries of the same era. Because, in this era, ordinary farmers in European countries generally eat low-quality bread mixed with soil, sawdust, stones, leaves and wild vegetables, with less than half the flour content, and the bread is so hard that it can be used as a brick to hit people. Even such black stick bread, ordinary people can't eat it every day. Half hunger and half full is the norm for European farmers in this era. As for clothes, housing and medical care, they are also incomparable to ordinary farmers in other countries. Because clothes in this era are very expensive, they are all priced in shillings, and normal poor farmers should be ragged and dirty. The serfs of Ma's farm in the North Sea Kingdom all wore uniform work clothes made of coarse wool and looked very energetic. Moreover, everyone was clean, each farm had a bathhouse. In terms of medical care, poor farmers in other countries could only bear it or wait for death when they were sick. The serfs of Ma's farm would be sent to the church in the town by carriage to find priests who knew medicine to treat their illnesses, and the farm would pay for it. Such a happy life quickly broke the psychological defenses of the visitors. After returning, these poor self-employed farmers in the Netherlands who were in debt or whose families were not well fed quickly packed up, sold their property and land, and went to the North Sea Kingdom under the organization of the nobles. Of course, there were a few who refused to leave, but the nobles had ways to deal with them. Under this clever method of half-deception and half-factual proof, the enclosure movement in the Netherlands went very smoothly. The only drawback was that after the visitors went back and told the story, even many self-employed farmers with good family conditions were tempted, which caught the nobles who only wanted to send some farmers away off guard. After all, they also need some people to stay and help them farm or herd sheep. Fortunately, serfs in this era are not free, and they must have the consent of the lord to leave. Otherwise, some serfs under the names of Dutch nobles would run away. Chapter 2081 Paper Armor. In the North Sea Kingdom, Marin was busy preparing supplies for the expedition and inspecting the training of the loyal teenagers who had grown up. Of course, the guns promised to Philip were also being manufactured in full swing. Then, Albert suddenly came back from America. Marin was working in the office, and Albert excitedly pushed open the door of Marin's room with a large sack, which scared Marin. "What are you doing? So impatient?" Marin was very confused. It stands to reason that Albert is very calm. If Simon was like this, it would be almost the same. "It's like this, Brother Marin." "Oh no, Your Majesty." Albert seemed very excited. Marin waved his hand. "In private, call me brother, and in public, call me by my position. Tell me, what makes you so excited?" "We got a very good armor," Albert said mysteriously. "Armor?" Marin was very confused. What kind of armor could this guy get in America? Could it be that the vine armor was woven from vines in the North American forest? Albert didn't waste words and took out a piece of armor from the sack. However, it didn't make the sound of wood blocks colliding like the wooden armor that Marin provided to the American soldiers. It sounded like leather. However, the armor piece looked like cloth. Cotton armor? Marin was surprised. But he remembered that the Savannah colony was not under the jurisdiction of Albert's New York colony. How did he get so much cotton cloth and weave it into armor? Could it be? Are there shipbuilders from the Ming Empire in the New York shipyard who can make armor? Marin suddenly asked. Albert paused for a moment, then replied, yes, it was made by a shipbuilder named Huang Sanchi. Guess what it is made of? Marin looked at the surface of the cloth and said, cotton cloth. No, 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 please look. Albert had a feeling of finally bluffing you, and took apart a piece of cotton armor, revealing paper. Crack, paper armor. Marin was also surprised. That's right, paper armor. Albert said excitedly. Brother, your paper mill in America produced a lot of cheap paper. One day, I went to inspect the shipyard, and a shipbuilder suddenly told me that he could use these papers to make armor similar to our wood chip armor. Moreover, the protection is much better than that of wood chip armor, and it is not afraid of bows and arrows. It can even block lead bullets shot from a distance. Then, this Huang Sanchi used the large amount of paper and fish skin glue I gave him to glue and beat layer by layer. Then he used an awl to drill holes in the four corners and thread the thread, and sewed the outside of the paper armor with cloth pieces. Finally, he made a paper armor. At first I didn't believe that this armor could have any protection, but I took it to test it and found that ordinary bows and arrows could not penetrate it at all. As for, it can penetrate at close range, but if the distance is more than 100 yards, it may penetrate, or it may not penetrate, depending on luck. It really depends on luck. Lead bullets fly around more than 100 yards. If it flies straight forward and the energy is concentrated, it may penetrate. But if the direction is off and there is a biased force, it will not penetrate. Marin slapped his head. Yes, the protective power of paper armor is also very good. He remembered that paper armor seems to be an important armor in ancient China. It is light and has high protective power. In particular, it has strong anti-arrow ability. If you are facing a backward army using bows and arrows, wearing paper armor and charging can make the opponent doubt his life. People wearing paper armor may be like the fierce generals on TV, with arrows all over their bodies, and continue to work, and nothing will happen. However, because paper armor cannot withstand close-range shooting, and it is troublesome to preserve, afraid of moth and mildew, and not wear-resistant. Therefore, Marin did not consider it at the beginning. In addition, once the armor plate of the paper armor is hit by a bow and arrow in battle, although the arrow cannot penetrate the armor, it also penetrates most of the paper, and the armor plate is basically useless. Then, the entire armor needs to be replaced with a new armor plate. Because, whether it is shot in by an arrow or scratched by a sword, all the armor plates involved must be replaced. Unlike iron armor, even if there are dents, it can continue to be used for a long time. Therefore, paper armor is generally disposable, unless you have not been attacked throughout the battle. Otherwise, the paper armor must be overhauled and many armor plates must be replaced. Before, paper in Europe was very expensive. If you really use paper to make armor, you have to change the armor plates frequently. Even if you are rich, Marin can't afford it. But since North America began to produce cheap paper, Marin has forgotten about paper armor. In other words, with cheap paper in North America, Marin now has the capital to use and promote paper armor. After all, the paper produced by the paper mills on Cape Breton Island is now extremely cheap and very suitable for mass production of paper armor. It seems that it still doesn't work. Marin suddenly remembered that the most suitable paper for making paper armor is mulberry paper, wolfberry paper and other paper with long fibers and good toughness. There are even people who use rice paper to make leather armor. Because paper armor can withstand bows and arrows and low-speed stray bullets, relying on the toughness of paper, not firmness. When making those papers with high toughness, not only do they use bark fibers with longer fibers, but they also use a lot of colloid fillers when making them. Because colloid itself will strengthen the toughness of paper. In order to make white paper, modern papermaking will deliberately add a lot of whitening agents such as kaolin and talcum powder. After adding these whitening agent powders, the paper will be whiter. Moreover, it is more difficult for ink to penetrate the paper, which enhances the writing performance. However, these whitening kaolin and talcum powders have increased the writing performance, but they have reduced the toughness of the paper. The original fiber pulp, with some colloid added, has the best toughness and is the most suitable for papermaking. Moreover, paper made from wood fiber is obviously not as tough as paper made from bark fiber. Therefore, if you really want to use paper armor, you have to change the paper. The problem is that the trees in the Cape Breton Island area do not have tree species with good bark fiber toughness such as mulberry trees and wolfberries, paper mulberry. If you want to make it, the conditions are not enough. Of course, flax fiber seems to be stronger than wood fiber, and you can use flax fiber to make paper and then make paper armor. However, the cost seems to be much higher than that of wood fiber. After all, it is free to cut trees in the primeval forests of North America, and the quantity is unlimited. To use flax fiber, people must first plant a large amount of flax. Unfortunately, prices in Europe are high, and the price of flax is not low. If tens of thousands of troops are purchased for flax papermaking and armor, the cost will be too high. After all, after a war, many paper armors need to be replaced and repaired. If the cost is too high, it is very uneconomical. After thinking about it, Marin could only use a workaround. He ordered the governor of Cape Breton Island, Garland, to order the paper mill to add a new tough paper in the future. This new variety of paper still uses wood fiber. However, during the papermaking process, whitening agents and fillers such as kaolin and talcum powder are no longer added, but only some fish skin glue is added. In this way, the paper produced is not white in color, like the hemp paper in Europe today, it is a bit dark yellow. However, the toughness has been improved a lot. As for fish skin glue, this stuff is too cheap. The Newfoundland fishing grounds are next to Newfoundland Island, and the fish production is very high. It is easy to get some fish skin glue, and even it is not difficult to get some fish bladders to produce more advanced fish bladder glue. Marin plans to build a factory specializing in the production of fish skin glue and fish bladder glue in the fishing port on Newfoundland Island, and produce fish skin glue and fish bladder glue in large quantities. Not only can it supply paper mills, but also local needs. In this way, with sufficient fish skin glue, it is easy to produce tough paper. Although it may not be as good as mulberry paper and wolfberry paper, it is good in large quantity and cheap, which is very suitable for large-scale equipment of the army. In particular, in the future, when dealing with those indigenous armies, the soldiers will not have to wear bulky plate armor. Wearing more than 10 pounds of paper armor, you cannot be afraid of the bows, arrows, and swords of the indigenous people. It is absolutely a magic weapon to bully the indigenous people. In addition, the cavalry wearing paper armor can also greatly improve their mobility. At the same time, the protection is not low. The cavalry are all treasures, and it is painful to lose one. But wearing heavy plate armor is really not suitable for marching and fighting. Therefore, when plate armor knights fight, they can only wear plate armor before the battle, and then be helped onto the horse by the attendants. Moreover, they have to withdraw from the battlefield after charging back and forth twice. Otherwise, the horse can't bear it. Of course, if you are rich enough, you can come back and change another BMW to continue charging. In addition, after wearing plate armor, the knights are inconvenient to move, and it is difficult for the waist to turn easily. They can only hold the gun straight and fight against people. In his previous life, Marin had seen knights fighting in Europe and the United States, and there were often scenes where the hollow guns of both sides broke and shattered after colliding. Then, the knights on both sides had to go back and change a gun to fight again. Wearing paper armor, there is no situation where the action is affected. Riders can move left and right on horseback and bend over to avoid sword damage. Of course, being hit by a gun is not good. But facing bows and arrows, they are as fearless as wearing plate armor. Moreover, the lightweight paper armor can be worn on the body for a long time. Unlike plate armor, it needs to be worn with the help of servants before the battle, and even servants need to help them get on the horse. After Marin's reform, the cavalry of the North Sea Kingdom only retained breastplate armor and helmets at most, and no longer wore plate armor pants. Therefore, the heavy cavalry of the North Sea Kingdom no longer needs to bring servants to help them get on the horse. But the plate armor is still a bit heavy, and most heavy cavalry are still worn before the war. And more than a dozen pounds of paper armor can be worn on the body anytime and anywhere, and long-distance marches are fine. And there is a disadvantage of marching in plate armor: fear of being attacked halfway. Because, when plate armor knights march, plate armor is generally not worn on the body. If someone sets an ambush on both sides of the mountain road and attacks suddenly, often the knights don't have time to wear plate armor, they may be shot into hedgehogs. And wearing more than a dozen pounds of paper armor, they can be put into battle anytime and anywhere, and there is no need to spend time wearing plate armor. In addition, Marin considered that paper armor has another advantage: making light horse armor. It was a last resort for the heavy cavalry of the North Sea Kingdom to give up horse armor because it was too heavy. However, if paper armor is used, the weight of horse armor is greatly reduced, but the protective power is still very high. In this way, the loss of horses in battle can also be reduced. Chapter 2082, Jiangnan Leather Factory, Armor. As the chief inventor of the North Sea Kingdom, Marin always felt that he should improve this cloth paper armor. Because, if cloth is used, the paper armor is not moisture-proof, moth-proof, or mildew-proof. If it is wet by rain, the defense may become higher like a quilt that has been watered. However, it is not durable. Because wet paper is easy to rot and mold. Of course, it is not impossible to solve the problems of moisture-proof, moth-proof, and mildew-proof. This method is to brush the paper with tung oil and process it into oil paper. Oil paper is moisture-proof and not easy to rot. Tung oil is poisonous and can prevent moths. But there is also a problem: are you wearing oil paper to tempt your opponent to set fire to you? Maybe the stupid Europeans don't know how to use fire attacks. But those in the Ming dynasty who have read Romance of the Three Kingdoms must have prepared a lot of kerosene and saltpeter for you, just waiting for you to rush up and set fire. So, how to prevent fire and moisture? Marin thought that it might be a good idea to make a cover for the paper. What cover to use? To be waterproof, it must be rubber or leather. Considering that the output of rubber is very low now, and leather is easier to get. Therefore, Marin thinks that wrapping paper with leather is a good choice. Wait, leather-wrapped paper. Marin suddenly remembered something. This show. Jiangnan leather factory closed down. Unable to help, a magical BGM sounded in Marin's mind. This is clearly a wallet. Marin remembered that the paper wrapped in leather and stacked up, isn't this the leather wallet of later generations? Of course, there are differences. For example, wallets, because they need to be soft, the leather is often soaked in oil to soften. Like leather shoes, you have to brush oil frequently. But such wallets are easy to catch fire. Although there are oils that are not easy to catch fire in later generations to soften leather, there are obviously no such oils in this era. Therefore, leather bags used to hold paper cannot use oil tanning, but can only use alum tanning or vegetable tanning. Then, brush a layer of waterproof and flammable raw lacquer on the surface. In this way, the processing is simple. First, let someone use 2 small pieces of leather in the front and back to sew a small package with a simple pocket, leaving an opening. Then, put in the paper armor, sew it, and leave the connecting part. Then a special craftsman will weave it into a armor. Marin immediately asked someone to experiment, and Huang Sanchi, who presented the paper armor, also came. He connected the sewn leather bags one by one to become armor. However, this armor looks weird no matter how you look at it. Marin always feels that the person wearing this armor seems to be covered with wallets all over the body, which is very rich. Once the bad taste comes up, Marin can't stop. Then, he forced Huang Sanchi to wear this wallet armor and sing and dance a section of Jiangnan leather factory closed down. Huang Sanchi wanted to cry but had no tears and felt so embarrassed. But Marin rewarded him with a handful of gold coins, and he was immediately happy. After all, didn't he offer the paper armor just to get a reward? In fact, in Marin's view, this modified armor looks like it is covered with wallets. But in the eyes of others, it looks like a leather armor, and there is no relationship between it and paper. It's right that you can't tell it's paper. Marin is relieved now, and no longer worries about other countries imitating it. In fact, other European countries can't imitate it. Because they use rags and fishing nets to make paper, and the price of paper is very expensive. This leads to the fact that if they dare to imitate it, the cost will be unbearable. Moreover, it is even more unbearable to overhaul and replace it after a war. But for Marin, a secret maniac, it is good not to be seen by others. In addition to replacing the external packaging, Marin also made other modifications. For example, Marin also modified the paper inside. The specific modification is to change the complicated way of craftsmen gluing and beating layer by layer to direct folding. This method was inspired by a foreign program that Marin watched in his previous life. In that program, the program team compared and finally believed that the simplest folding had the best effect. Later, the test showed that the crudely made folded paper armor not only blocked the arrows, but also the lead bullets of the 18th century flintlock pistol. It was only broken when facing the 19th century pistol. As for the specific reasons, professionals explained that the kinetic energy of the bullets of the 19th century pistol may not exceed that of the 18th century flintlock pistol. However, the shape and movement of the bullets of the two are different. The bullets of the 18th century smoothbore flintlock pistol were lead balls, which directly hit the folded paper. The folded paper was not afraid of the impact of this spherical bullet. After all, it is difficult to tear a piece of paper with a ball. Although the kinetic energy is large, it will be blocked after tearing a few layers. The 19th century pistol is different. Its bullet has a conical head and a rotating force, just like a drill. Therefore, although the kinetic energy may not be much stronger than that of the 18th century pistol, the erosion method is drill-like, and the defense-breaking ability is much stronger. But the paper they used for the experiment is actually the same as the white paper produced on Cape Breton Island. It is a modern white paper with a lot of powder fillers added, which has poor toughness. Moreover, after being stuffed into a leather bag, it can be reinforced by 2 layers of leather. Marin remembered that he had seen a video in his previous life. A young man packed a stack of banknotes in a folding wallet, and then shot it at close range with a pistol, but he didn't shoot through it. The bullet got stuck after shooting through most of the banknotes. Of course, the young man used a low-power pistol, which was not much better than a 19th century pistol. In another video, an old American rich man directly tested it with $100,000. The results showed that rifles using pointed bullets and powerful pistols can easily penetrate $100,000. However, pistols can only penetrate 2 stacks of money. Submachine guns need to shoot more, but they didn't penetrate either. In addition, Marin had seen such an interesting story in his previous life. A founding major general of the Republic tied a stack of banknotes to his waist during the Civil War because he was in charge of logistics. Then, after being hit in the waist by the Gua army's bullet, although the pointed bullet penetrated the banknote, it only hurt the general's belly because of the exhaustion of kinetic energy, and did not penetrate the belly, causing him to escape. It can be seen that this method of putting folding paper in a leather bag is very good. Then, Marin directly asked Huang Sanchi to improve it and change the paper into folding paper. But after folding each layer, a layer of fish bladder glue was applied. Fish bladder glue has a certain toughness and can improve the toughness of folding paper. Then, Marin tested it with a wooden puppet. It turned out that the black shirt knight's gun could not penetrate it. However, the long rifle still penetrated it at close range. But like the founding general, even if it penetrated, it only injured the surface of the puppet and got stuck in the puppet, and did not penetrate the puppet. In other words, wearing this kind of leather-wrapped folding paper armor with wallets all over the body, even if you are shot by the inner line, you may survive. There is even a certain probability that you will not be injured. Good, very good. Marin was very pleased. From now on, this will be called the Jiangnan Leather Factory armor. Marin personally decided on the name of the armor. Otherwise, the name, leather wrapped in folding paper, is not only complicated, but also reveals the secrets of the process. Then, Marin turned to look at Huang Sanchi. Sanchi, you have made great contributions. I want to make you a knight. Then, Sanchi is too rustic, how about I give you a big name? I bow to thank your majesty for your grace. Huang Sanchi was overjoyed. Being given a name by the king, wouldn't it bring honor to the family? Okay, from now on, you will be called. Chapter 2083 The Ultimate Edition of Jiangnan Leather Factory Armor. The armor of Jiangnan Leather Factory is not an ordinary armor. In fact, Marin has come up with a more advanced way of playing, inserting high manganese steel sheets in the leather bag. After testing, if the high manganese steel sheets are inserted into the outermost layer of folding paper, the protective power will be greatly increased, and it can withstand the long rifles with spring ignition from the North Sea Kingdom. Why? After being hit by bullets, the high manganese steel sheets did deform and even have holes. However, because there is folding paper buffering at the back, they can't penetrate. Moreover, it will not cause blunt damage or impact damage to the target even if it can't penetrate, like wearing plate armor. Because the impact force on the high manganese steel sheet is absorbed by the folding paper. Therefore, this kind of bulletproof vest can be regarded as a top-level bulletproof vest. Even if it is taken to modern times, it is easy to prevent the damage of pistols. As for modern rifles, Marin is not very clear, because he has no modern rifles to test. However, it is estimated that submachine guns using pistol bullets can be blocked. It can be said that this kind of bulletproof vest is basically based on the modern plug-in bulletproof vest, and folding paper is padded at the back, which is definitely more effective than the plug-in vest of later generations. Moreover, for the whole armor, high manganese steel sheets are not inserted into every leather bag. It is enough to insert high manganese steel sheets into some leather bags in the vital parts of the chest and back. It is equivalent to adding a heart guard in front and behind. The armor made in this way weighs only more than 20 pounds, but it has reached a super high level of protection. Later, Marin asked the newly promoted Sir and a group of armor-making craftsmen to study the weaving of leather bag horse armor for war horses. Of course, war horses do not need too many high manganese steel sheets. If it is too heavy, the war horse can't run. Therefore, the whole horse armor of the war horse only has high manganese steel sheets inserted into the leather bags on the face and chest. The rest of the parts are basically filled with folding paper in the leather bags. Moreover, only the horse armor of the big guy's war horses will be partially inserted with high manganese steel sheets. After all, manganese ore is scarce at present, and the output of high manganese steel is also very low. It is impossible to insert high manganese steel sheets into the horse armor of low-level cavalry. Then, the timid and cautious Marin also replaced his breastplate armor with the Jiangnan Leather Factory armor with high manganese steel sheet inserts. Although the weight is not much lighter than the breastplate armor, it is much safer because it can withstand the bullets of the enemy. You know, the breastplate armor can only withstand bows and swords, but it is difficult to withstand the enemy. In particular, with the Jiangnan Leather Factory armor, Marin will not have to worry about being assassinated by the enemy in the future. After all, the assassin will definitely not be able to kill with a long gun, and he can only carry a handgun that is easy to hide for assassination. And the handgun, even if the Jiangnan Leather Factory armor without high manganese steel sheets, cannot be penetrated. But Marin is still not satisfied, thinking that the Jiangnan Leather Factory armor is not protective enough. After all, what if the assassin joins the use of a long rifle? You know, he can't just stay in the safe city of Auric and never go out. Although it is safe to insert high manganese steel sheets into all the leather armor plates, the total weight exceeds 30 pounds, which is too heavy. Therefore, Marin decided to make a more advanced armor based on this. So, what is more resilient than paper? Of course it is silk. Marin had previously made a bulletproof vest with 10 layers of silk sewn between 2 layers of cowhide. That kind can also withstand the attack of a hand cannon, and its protection is about the same as this one. The problem is that it was also scrapped after being attacked. Another problem is that it is probably because there are fewer layers of silk and it is difficult to withstand heavy armor-piercing arrows. Because this kind of cowhide wrapped with 10 layers of silk armor mainly uses the toughness of 10 layers of silk to stop the breakthrough of spherical lead bullets. But the heavy arrowheads of the armor-piercing cone type can be broken. Because, although the 10 layers of silk are tough, there are also many gaps, which are difficult to withstand the breakthrough of conical arrows. Inspired by the armor of the Jiangnan leather factory, Marin felt that folding the silk and stuffing it into a leather bag might be more effective. The 10 layers of silk that originally covered the chest were all folded up, and only one layer of silk was folded into a piece and stuffed into a small leather bag. Although the amount of silk used increased greatly, the protective power also increased greatly. Then, whether it was the armor-piercing arrow or the lead bullet of the spear, they were all blocked. However, when facing a kind of, this armor is still vulnerable, that is the steel nail single-headed bullet that Marin personally made. Single-headed bullets are already powerful and have amazing impact. Moreover, there is a steel nail tip on the head that acts as an armor-piercing cone. Therefore, the leather bag armor plate that has been replaced with silk still cannot block the attack of the steel nail tip. In fact, the steel nail single-headed bullet invented by Marin himself is too excellent. It has both the powerful kinetic energy of a bullet and the super armor-piercing ability of an armor-piercing cone. It is almost a weakened version of the armor-piercing bullet, and ordinary armor is really helpless. Even if a high manganese steel sheet is inserted, it is somewhat unable to defend against the single-headed bullet with steel nails. Marin was unwilling to accept this, and he was also afraid that one day his opponent would get this kind of bullet and use it to shoot himself. Therefore, he decided to further improve the Jiangnan leather factory armor so that it could withstand the steel nailed single-headed bullet. So this time, he upgraded the material again, sisal fiber. Sisal fiber has stronger toughness and tensile strength than silk. He took out a batch of sisal fibers soaked in tung oil from the warehouse and gave it to the silk weaving master to weave sisal cloth by hand. Moreover, it was required to be woven thicker and denser. After all, the master is a master. With the help of the manual loom, the thick sisal cloth was quickly woven. Then, Marin repeated the old trick and replaced the silk in the leather bag armor with folded thick sisal cloth. After another test, it was found that the performance was greatly improved. This ultimate version of the Jiangnan leather factory armor can not only withstand the spherical lead bullets of ordinary smoothbore guns, but also face the steel-nailed single-headed bullet. It can also unload most of the power of the bullet, which can prevent the bullet from entering the body, and at most it is difficult to stop the steel nail from entering. But if only the steel nail is inserted, it can be regarded as cold weapon damage like bow and arrow damage at most. Moreover, the penetration is not deep, which can save lives. After adding high manganese steel sheets to the folded thick sisal cloth of this ultimate version of the Jiangnan leather factory armor, even armor-piercing bullets such as steel nail single-headed bullets are difficult to penetrate the armor and hurt the target. Very good, this bulletproof vest is what I want. Then, Marin happily changed into the ultimate version of the Jiangnan leather factory armor with folded thick sisal cloth. High manganese steel sheets are still inserted in the vital parts of the chest and back. Such armor, let alone being able to withstand ordinary smoothbore rifles of this era, can save lives even when facing AK, and at most suffer some damage. Because sisal fiber is really excellent. In fact, at the end of the 19th century, an American named Sieglin invented silk bulletproof vests. He asked someone to weave very thick and dense silk, which was consistent with Marin's idea. Then, he superimposed 4 layers of very thick and dense silk to make a silk bulletproof vest. Moreover, this guy personally put on a silk bulletproof vest and let people shoot at him, which shocked the whole United States at the time. At that time, Sieglin's silk bulletproof vest could withstand the attack of a pistol. It is said that the American President McKinley who was assassinated at that time passed by Sieglin because he was busy with his campaign speech. Otherwise, if he had worn Sieglin's bulletproof vest, he would not have died, and history would have changed because of it. In addition, it is said that the unlucky Archduke Ferdinand who was assassinated in Sarajevo was wearing Sieglin's silk bulletproof vest. But the Serbian guy Princip probably knew this, so he didn't shoot at the abdomen, but shot at the neck, making Archduke Ferdinand's bulletproof vest a decoration. Because of this incident, Sieglin's bulletproof vest was damaged in reputation and lost the opportunity to rise. In fact, this matter cannot be blamed on Sieglin's bulletproof vest at all, but only on the Serbian guy's lack of martial ethics and actually hitting the neck. But this incident also reminded Marin, so while making the armor on his body, Marin also made a hem made of multiple layers of sisal cloth for the helmet. Like the helmet of the 8 banners cotton armor, the hem of the sisal cloth below can be buckled up to protect the neck. In addition, the helmet also retains a pull-down mask, becoming a new type of helmet that combines the East and the West. Even the outside of the helmet is covered with a thick layer of sisal cloth as protection, similar to the Kevlar wrapped outside the steel helmet in later generations, which strengthens the protection. In this way, Marin's safety has been greatly improved. After all, it is the strongest mass-produced fiber available in nature. The golden-eyed spider in the southern United States is really hard to find, and after finding it, spider silk is also difficult to process with the technology of this era, and the armor that can be made has amazing protection. Of course, this top-level ultimate version of the Jiangnan Leather Factory armor is only issued to senior generals of the Beihai Kingdom. Ordinary officers wear the silk version. And the soldiers wear the paper version, with clear layers. Chapter 2084 The Emperor's Grand Plan. Perhaps it was because of his habit of keeping secrets that Marin made an export model of Jiangnan Leather Factory armor for the sake of keeping secrets. Specifically, only steel sheets were inserted into the leather bag, not paper, silk or sisal cloth. Moreover, the inserted steel sheets were not high manganese steel sheets, but high carbon steel sheets. Of course, this kind of leather armor with steel sheets can still defend against the stabbing of bows and spears, and it looks similar to plate armor. The only thing better than plate armor is probably that it is more suitable for bending and turning. Unlike plate armor, people can only stand straight after wearing it. Because the manufacture of high-carbon steel sheets is much simpler than that of plate armor, this kind of leather armor with inserts is very simple to manufacture. Its cost is also very low. Ordinary plate armor requires a skilled craftsman to make it for a long time, so a set of plate armor often requires dozens of gold coins. And just inserting steel sheets into a small leather bag is something that blacksmith apprentices can do, and it takes very little time. Therefore, this kind of armor costs only 10 gold coins or even less, which is much cheaper than those complicated plate armors. Even a larger horse armor costs only about 15 gold coins. Of course, other countries do not have high-carbon steel, so they can only use pig iron sheets. Although the performance is not as good as the high-carbon steel sheets of the North Sea, it is enough. Because pig iron sheets can also withstand bows and arrows and swords and spears. When facing bullets, high-carbon steel sheets and pig iron sheets can't stop it. In order to achieve the purpose of actively leaking secrets, Marin specially presented 500 sets of high-carbon steel sheets of leather armor to Prince Philip. Then, he deliberately revealed the secret of this armor. Tell those spies from other countries lurking in Ghent this is just leather-wrapped iron armor. Prince Philip did not care about this ugly armor, but when the news reached Emperor Maximilian I, it attracted great attention. Why? Just because Marin said that this thing is cheap. Marin still said it was expensive, saying that the cost was 10 gold coins. In fact, with the production level of the North Sea Kingdom, the cost is less than 5 gold coins. Because, in the factories of the North Sea Kingdom, the main production force is the workers who are responsible for only one production link, not the craftsmen who are responsible for several production links. The wages of craftsmen are high, but the workers only have a daily wage of 3 pfennigs, which is much lower than the 1 shilling of the craftsman. Then, the high-carbon steel sheets are also repeatedly hammered with hydraulic forging hammers, not manual labor. Its cost is naturally not high. The cost of ordinary plate armor is more than 20 or 30 gold coins, and the selling price is more than 50 gold coins. This high cost may be affordable for those knights with fiefs. However, it is too expensive for wandering knights who have no right to inherit land. For example, Marin, when he left home, he couldn't even get a set of plate armor together. He only had a breastplate and a helmet, but no pants. This is not the poorest. Those who are poor simply give an old horse and a one-handed sword and go out to make a living. They can't even afford a gun, so they can only get a wooden stick to pretend to be a gun. Of course, these poor wandering knights are not bad in martial arts. After all, when they were at home, they could still use their fathers' and brothers' war horses, armor and weapons for training. But when they left home, if there were no spare weapons, armor and war horses at home, they could only wander in poverty. In addition, it should be pointed out that the heavy cavalry of various countries is actually divided into 2 parts: knights and cavalry. Knights refer to those who have titles and fiefs, and generally serve as officers. As for cavalry, although they also come from knight families, they have no inheritance rights, and it is good enough to bring their own horses and armor. Those who can't afford war horses and armor can't even be selected into heavy cavalry, and are even forced to switch to become lower-class cavalry such as light cavalry. Yes, you read it right, it's lower-class cavalry. In this era, knights have not been eliminated, and they still maintain a sense of superiority and think they are superior. Even those heavy cavalry wearing armor feel superior and look down on those unarmored light cavalry. Generally speaking, in Europe at this time, light cavalry does not serve as the main attacker, but serves as an auxiliary to heavy cavalry, responsible for covering the flanks when heavy cavalry charge. At the same time, they were also responsible for chasing the defeated soldiers and doing miscellaneous tasks such as reconnaissance. Therefore, their status and salary were far inferior to those of heavy cavalry. In many cases, light cavalry served as the knights' attendants, responsible for helping the knights put on plate armor and helping them get on the horse before the battle. During the charge, they also served as light cavalry to cover the knight's flank. According to the custom of this era, a knight went to battle with at least 5 attendants. Among them, one was responsible for logistics, the other 4, one was responsible for reconnaissance, and the other 3 or 2, depending on the knight's financial resources, were responsible for riding and following the battle to cover the knight's flank. When the knight went back to change, they were responsible for the rear guard. And those heavy cavalry without titles and fiefs were generally equipped with 2 light cavalry as assistants by the official. Specifically, before the battle, they helped them put on plate armor and get on the horse, and after the battle, they were responsible for covering the flanks and changing guns. The above are traditional plate armor knights, and the leather armor with steel plates provided by Marin is not only cheaper, but also the knights wearing this armor do not need to be helped to get on the horse, they can do it themselves. As for the march, it is not necessary for each heavy cavalry to be equipped with 2 servants. Only 1 carriage is needed to help 5 knights load armor and weapons. In other words, 5 heavy cavalry can be equipped with 1 servant. In this way, it can save a lot of money. And the money is what the poor emperor lacks the most. Usually, these knights only need to wear a very ordinary leather armor breastplate and a helmet. Once the war starts, they run to the carriage to get their armor and weapons, get on the horse, and then they can directly charge. According to Marin, this kind of armor that is not cool enough will have the same result when facing cold weapons and weapons, one can block it, and the other can't. Low cost and saving servants are really cost effective. It should be pointed out that the focus of saving servants is not the cost of servants, but the cost of the horses they ride. Even the most ordinary riding horses consume several times more food than people. Therefore, reducing 1 horse means saving rations for 4 or 5 people. After testing and finding that this kind of armor is indeed as effective as plate armor when facing cold weapons, the poor Emperor Maximilian I laughed up to the sky. Ha ha ha, my Habsburg family is expected to revive. Why is the Emperor so happy? Because he can explode soldiers. Moreover, explode heavy cavalry. Austria and the Netherlands are not short of noble children, but they lack money and armor. At the same time, there is no shortage of noble children willing to serve the emperor in southern Germany. Although the princes have been slandering the Habsburg family, Maximilian I is the emperor after all, and his righteousness is there. Therefore, many knights and even barons who have no inheritance rights and no connections are actually very happy to serve the emperor. In particular, Marin, a child of the knight family who serves the emperor, set an example for those noble children who are eager to succeed. The result is that the princes are slandering the emperor, but the noble children under their rule who have no inheritance rights and no connections want to learn from Marin, serve the emperor, and then obtain fiefdoms and titles. And this is also an important reason why the princes hate Marin. After all, he set a very bad, in the eyes of the princes, role model. What about the emperor? It is true that there is no money, but there is no shortage of horses. After all, in this era, horses are everywhere, and there are many horses in Austria under the emperor's rule. If the emperor can't afford to buy a horse, can't he borrow a horse? If a war is to be fought, the emperor can borrow some war horses, mainly docile mares, from the nobles under his rule by renting them. Moreover, the Habsburg family itself has a horse farm that can provide a lot of horses. In addition, the emperor has the right to requisition horses from civilians during wartime. Since there is no shortage of horses and weapons are not expensive. And other things are just consumables with low costs. Then, the only problem is armor. Civilians can't have this thing, and the emperor can't requisition it even if he wants to. And Marin gave this low-cost armor, which gave the emperor a solution. After all, there is an arsenal in Innsbruck that the emperor personally opened. This arsenal produces high-quality plate armor, and it is not too easy to produce this kind of leather-wrapped armor with steel plates. The emperor decided to expand 20,000 heavy cavalry. The Habsburg family itself has 12,000 plate armor heavy cavalry, plus the expansion of 20,000 heavy cavalry, that is 32,000 heavy cavalry. With this scale, you can also rush when you meet France. Because France usually dispatched more than 20,000 plate armored knights to fight. Only in a life-and-death battle, when the whole country is mobilized, tens of thousands of plate armored heavy cavalry will be dispatched. Maximilian I decided to go all out and hit France hard this time. Because the resistance in western Switzerland is mainly supported by France. If the Habsburg army defeats the Swiss resistance, the French will definitely go down in person. At that time, facing 20,000 to 30,000 French heavy cavalry, the Habsburg heavy cavalry, which is not bad in number, combined with Frundsberg's infantry, will definitely be able to hit the French plate armored heavy cavalry hard. However, after the enthusiasm subsided, Maximilian I had to face a very embarrassing problem. It was still a matter of money. A set of steel-studded leather-wrapped armor, plus the same type of horse armor, although much cheaper than the traditional one, but it also costs 25 gold coins. 20,000 heavy cavalry, that is 500,000 gold coins. The emperor's head hurts, and he has to borrow money again. In addition to the 500,000 gold coins for equipment, the army also needs a lot of food and grass to go to war. Even if you use it sparingly, you still need 200,000 gold coins to fight a war, and it's not even enough. Unless you can win the war quickly. Therefore, the emperor's funding gap is as high as 700,000 or 800,000. Alas, I can only borrow money from Marin and the Fugger family. Chapter 2085, The Strategy of Immigrating for Gold Coins. The emperor happened to miss his unfilial son, so he took Prince Charlie to the Netherlands first. The North Sea Kingdom was right next to the Netherlands, so he went to Auric. Of course, this was a secret. The emperor himself went to Auric quietly, while Prince Charlie continued to Ghent with the emperor's guard of honor. After seeing the emperor and hearing about his intention, Marin was shocked. It seems that the wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. Maximilian I was indeed poor, but his title as emperor was real. In addition, Austria was the top vassal in the empire, and the two together did not worry about the source of cavalry. Think about yourself, you are very rich, but because of your humble origins, coupled with the slander of the princes, Marin couldn't find enough knights to serve him even if he had money. So, he was really jealous. Originally, for the sake of a balanced strategy, Marin planned to refuse the emperor's loan. But thinking of his big move later, Marin suddenly felt that maybe it would be a good choice to let the Habsburg family defeat the French once. What Marin feared was nothing more than France and the princes joining forces to attack him. But if the Habsburgs took the initiative and even defeated France, then, all the firepower would be attracted to the Habsburgs in an instant. After all, he was just a prince, and the Habsburgs owned the throne. In an instant, Marin decided to support the emperor. However, he did not dare to support it publicly. If he supported it publicly, once the anti-Habsburg coalition was formed, it would not only oppose the Habsburgs, but also the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, he decided to support it quietly. Your Majesty, I may have to make a big move recently and leave the North Sea Kingdom. Therefore, I dare not support you publicly. However, I fully support your grand plan to unify Switzerland and fight against France. So, do you agree to the loan? Maximilian I was delighted. But Marin shook his head, no, I don't have that much money now. However, I can provide you with goods. For example, food, and the steel sheets needed for this kind of armor. The steel industry in the North Sea is developed, relatively, and the cost of making high-carbon steel sheets is not high. A complete set of high-carbon steel sheets for the plug plates, for people and horses, may cost more than a dozen gold coins in other countries. But in the North Sea, 5 gold coins are enough. Moreover, the quality is much better. After all, other countries can only use pig iron sheets or wrought iron sheets at present, and the quality is completely incomparable to high-carbon steel sheets, and the price is still high. As for food, Marin plans to sell a batch of old grains. Anyway, it will soon go bad if he doesn't eat it. These can be provided to the emperor at the market price, and the emperor will be grateful. Because this is considered a loan, no cash. Moreover, it is interest-free. This is a great favor. After all, the Habsburg family is currently estimated to owe more than 2 million gold coins in order to compete for Switzerland. It is with the emperor's face, the mortgage of the mine, and the income from the sale of Swiss manors that the Habsburg family can barely support it. Because the interest rate was very high in this era, His Majesty the Emperor had to pay more than 300,000 gold coins every year just for interest. Malincoln provided him with an interest-free loan, which was really a face-saving thing. After all, interests are paramount in Europe, and allies generally ask for interest. At most, they ask you for less. After negotiating the supply of high-carbon steel sheets and food, the emperor rubbed his hands again and wanted to borrow another 200,000 gold coins. This money was mainly used to form a team. After all, to raise a team of 20,000 people, not only equipment and food, but also some cash had to be distributed. Without seeing the money, how could those noble children be willing to work hard? Marin shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I can't provide this money. Why? Your Majesty, think about it, all of Europe knows that the Habsburg family is poor. If you suddenly have a large number of North Sea-style armor and pull out tens of thousands of heavy cavalry, what will everyone think at that time? They will definitely suspect me first. At that time, France and the princes who oppose you will definitely be angry with me. Your Switzerland and Austria are both places with rugged terrain, and it is difficult for them to attack them, but the North Sea has a flat terrain and no strategic location to defend, so it is easy for them to be besieged. I have seen your Auric city and several large cities, which are built very firmly. They should not be able to attack them, right? The emperor retorted. Marin continued to shake his head, Your Majesty, they can't attack the city, but what about the countryside? My wealth mainly comes from those farms in the countryside. Half of the manors in the country are mine. If they are ruined by them, I will be very sad. The emperor suddenly realized that because of the war, Marin took the opportunity to occupy half of the country's land for himself, which made the emperor envious. You know, for an ancient family like the Habsburg family, because of its long inheritance, a lot of land has been divided out from generation to generation. In addition, relatives within the family also took away a lot of land. Therefore, although His Majesty the Emperor has a noble status, the arable land under his name is much worse than that of Marin. Moreover, Marin has a secret recipe for fertilizer, and the income is not comparable to that of ordinary land. Then what should I do? The Emperor sighed, he really had no money. You should go to the Fugger family to find a solution. Marin suggested. No, I already owe their family more than 1,000,000 gold coins. Moreover, their family needs collateral before they are willing to lend, but I have already mortgaged all the mines that can be mortgaged. Then use the fiefdom and title of Switzerland in exchange. Give them baronies, one is not enough, give them more. The Emperor shook his head, baronies are certainly attractive, but the Fugger family is also watching. They don't seem to be optimistic that I can seize the whole of Switzerland. After all, the French are standing behind the Swiss resistance. Then are there any fiefdoms in Austria? Marin asked. The Emperor shook his head, no, at least all the good land has been divided up. And the Fugger family doesn't look down on mountains and barren land. Yes, the Habsburg family has existed for hundreds of years, with countless vassals and many branches. There are good places, but they are not divided up. Only emerging countries like the North Sea Kingdom have good land that has not been divided out. The main reason is that the northern part of Germany has always been sparsely populated. The southern part of Germany with a warm climate has a large population and little land. The population is large and the land is mainly mountainous, so there is simply not enough good land to go around. Huh. There are so many people. Marin's eyes suddenly lit up. Your Majesty, I have a way. What way? Maximilian I was happy. You can exchange it with the population of Austria. Maximilian said excitedly. Austria is a densely populated area with many people and little land. Your Majesty, you can personally organize the poor landless people and mountain people in Austria to move to the North Sea Kingdom. Marin became more and more excited as he spoke. Wait. The Emperor interrupted Marin and asked in confusion, I remember that many princes blocked the roads and prohibited the people from going to the North Sea Kingdom, right? Austria is far away from the North Sea Kingdom, one is in the southernmost part of Germany, and the other is in the northernmost part, with many princes in between. Even if I agree to their migration to the North Sea Kingdom, they can't get through. Marin laughed and said, that's right, if we let them immigrate by themselves, they will definitely not be able to get through. But, what if your Majesty sends troops to escort them? The Emperor stood up, send troops to escort. What's the reason? This is too ridiculous, isn't it? I'm not asking you to send it for free. If you send a family with young and strong men and women to immigrate here, I will give you an introduction fee of 30 gold coins. If you send only one young and strong person, it will be 15 gold coins. Austria has a population of 3 to 4 million, but not enough land. Your Majesty, if you organize 10,000 young and strong immigrant families, I can give you 300,000 gold coins. 20,000 households, that's 600,000 gold coins. What if those princes stop us? Start a war. The Emperor hesitated. No need to go to war, Your Majesty. You can find an excuse to repay the debt of 2 million gold coins and find a way out for the poor in Austria. If they stop you, you can directly ask the person who stops you to pay, and then you can leave them behind and leave. This move is very damaging. It seems that the Emperor has given in, but which prince has so much money to buy these people? You know, most of the princes are now in fiscal deficit and can't afford much money. Moreover, the southern princes are basically not short of population, and even have too many people. They stopped the people under their rule just because they didn't want the North Sea Kingdom to be too powerful. But they have to spend 30 gold coins to buy a household of immigrants, a few households, dozens of households or even hundreds of households are no problem, everyone can still get it together. But thousands of households, hundreds of thousands of gold coins, who can afford it? The key is that they are not short of population. At that time, as long as the Emperor does this, they will immediately fall into a dilemma. After all, the Emperor has already given in and agreed to let them buy the population. If they can't pay, they have to let it go. Otherwise, the Emperor will have a reason to find fault. Without going to war, letting those immigrants stay in the other side's territory and eat and drink can make the other side collapse. The Emperor's army escorting immigrants only needs to protect those princes from slaughtering immigrants at will. What a good idea! The Emperor exclaimed. In the name of paying back money and debts, those princes really can't say anything. Moreover, it also covers the Emperor's intention to raise money for war. Originally, the Emperor's two main creditors were the Marin and Fugger families, but neither of them was in a hurry to ask the Emperor to pay back the money. Marin was out of strategic needs and personal friendship, and the Fugger family was in no hurry to collect debts because they had mortgaged mines. At that time, the Emperor could use the money he got from immigrants to prepare for war. Then, annex Switzerland in one fell swoop and attack the French. When everyone reacted, it was too late. And what about Marin? He won't be blamed. Why? It is well known that the North Sea Kingdom lacks population and is even willing to spend money to buy population. The Emperor and Marin, this is a normal transaction. Moreover, Marin also offered the same price to other countries, without favoring anyone. It's just that everyone refused under the leadership of Frederick III and other visionary princes. In this way, it can't be regarded as Marin's deliberate support for the Emperor. And the Emperor sent immigrants to the North Sea Kingdom. After all, he is the Emperor, it's not easy to use force. If he wants to make money to pay off his debts, there is no reason to stop him. Then, the two sides happily reached an agreement on the sale of immigrants. But Marin specifically stated in the agreement that it is best not to include elderly people over 60 years old in the immigrant family. After all, the cost of pension is huge. Moreover, the elderly are not suitable for long-distance travel and are prone to die halfway. You know, there are no long-distance buses, trains, or airplanes these days, and immigrants rely on two legs to walk. It takes at least 700 to 800 kilometers to walk from the south to the north of Germany, which is 1,500 to 1,600 miles. If you are young and strong, you can still persist. Old people who are not too old can also do it, but those over 60 years old are likely to die halfway. The Emperor has no objection to this, because the surplus population in many Austrian manors is actually the children born by each family. For example, a serf family had several sons, but the manor owner only needed one son to inherit the status of serf. The manor owner could not afford to support the other sons, so he had to let them go to fend for themselves. What the Emperor had to do was to send these idle young people, including young women, who could not be supported by the manor to the North Sea Kingdom and exchange them for gold coins. Originally, the Emperor was worried that people would not be able to get through, but after Marin gave him a rogue strategy of concentrating troops to protect and making a scene for money, the Emperor was confident that he could send tens of thousands of people to Marin and make hundreds of thousands of gold coins for himself. Chapter 2086, Short of Gold and Silver. Go grab them. After discussing with Marin, the Emperor quietly returned to the Guard of Honor, reunited with Prince Charles near the city of Ghent, and then entered the city to meet his son Philip. After listening to the deal between his father and Marin, Prince Philip was a little surprised. "Father, how many immigrants does Marin want? He has already negotiated a big contract with me, but he still wants people from you. He wants to buy so many people, is there a place to settle them?" The Emperor thought for a while and said, "The North Sea Kingdom is mostly plains, so many people should be able to be settled. Moreover, even if they can't be settled on the mainland, they can still be settled in the savage continent. But I heard that there are many ferocious beasts and vicious cannibals on the savage continent. And, terrible syphilis." Prince Philip said. Maximilian I chuckled and said, "You believe what he said? I always feel that Marin didn't tell the truth. However, the environment over there must not be very good. But I heard that he invented a way to use walls to block the cannibals, and enclosed a large area of land, which is no less than 2 provinces. European provinces are generally 2 to 3,000 square kilometers. He is a man who knows how to think of ways. Of course, it is with this kind of cleverness that he has grown from a wandering knight to what he is today." Prince Philip thought for a while. Using walls to enclose land is also a method, somewhat similar to Hadrian's order in England. However, if you want to expand inland, the cost of building walls is staggering. TSK, ordinary people can't afford it. The Emperor shook his head. There is nothing we can do about it. Marin was born in a humble family and was ostracized and hostile by the princes. It is difficult for him to make a difference in Germany, so he has no choice but to develop in the wild continent. At this time, Europeans generally looked down on places other than Europe, East Asia and India, and had no concept of developing colonies. Even in the original history, Spain, after occupying America, had no concept of developing America. They only knew how to find and mine. Moreover, they were only interested in gold and silver. Of course, they also planted sugarcane. Therefore, the North American region, which was most suitable for farming at the time, was wasted and left idle by Spain. North America was not developed until the English colonists came to America. Moreover, it was purely coincidental that England developed America. Because England carried out enclosure movement, a large number of landless farmers appeared. In the 16th century, hundreds of thousands of landless farmers could be digested by various workshops. But after the 17th century, the scale of landless farmers was too large. They could not be digested, and keeping them would easily cause disasters. Therefore, it was encouraged to send immigrants to North America to open up wasteland. And those landless farmers were already experienced in farming. Naturally, they opened farms in North America and then developed slowly. Because they were forced to immigrate to America after being persecuted, and there were many vicious criminals, the immigrants in the 13 states of North America did not have a high sense of belonging and loyalty to England. Later, after being transferred by France, they rebelled. In other words, Europeans of this era were actually very stupid and did not value land much. And those who dared to take risks and go out to sea had a strong business concept and only cared about gold and silver mines, not farming. Therefore, after Marin got the savage continent, although everyone was jealous, they did not react much. Even if they farmed, no one felt much. Of course, if Marin developed a large gold and silver mine at this time, these people would definitely be jealous and might find fault. Therefore, Marin has been suppressing it and has not developed gold and silver in Mexico and Peru. Even if it is developed, it is done quietly. In this case, even a wise man like Maximilian I, a big man of this era, could not see the great value of America, but just instinctively felt that something was wrong. As for France, its eyes were on Italy and Germany at this time, and it had no intention of caring about anything else. Moreover, France's biggest wish is to become the overlord of Europe. Then, take the crown of the Holy Roman Empire. Spain and Portugal were attracted by the trade benefits of India. Denmark was crippled by Marin and the Hanseatic League, and England had just ended its civil strife. Therefore, Marin had no rivals coveting America for the time being. But his headache was that there was really a lack of population. Not to mention America, even the mainland lacked population. You know, the land area of the North Sea Kingdom has exceeded 100,000 square kilometers, which is almost the same as England. Moreover, plains occupy most of it. However, there were only 12 million mu of arable land in the country before, which was equivalent to 8,000 square kilometers, less than 1/10 of the land area. Of course, due to the promotion and use of trade plows, and maces, the North Sea Kingdom has reclaimed 10 million mu of new arable land, and it is estimated that more will be reclaimed next year. But the biggest problem is the lack of young and strong labor. After all, according to 100 mu of arable land for each young and strong man, 22 million mu will also require 220,000 young and strong men. But this is an ideal situation. In fact, the average young and strong can only cultivate 50 mu of land. If you really need to cultivate 100 mu of land, it's okay for those with strong bodies, but those with average bodies will be exhausted to death. Therefore, Marin wanted more immigrants, the more the better. According to his plan, the North Sea Kingdom has more than 100,000 square kilometers of land, and at least 40,000 square kilometers must be reclaimed. This conversion is 60 million mu. According to the non-extreme algorithm that each young and strong cultivates 50 mu of land, it will take 1.2 million young and strong. But the North Sea Kingdom now has a population of more than 2 million, and more than 500,000 young and strong. Moreover, many young and strong people have to serve as soldiers, officials, sailors, fishermen, or herdsmen. There are only more than 300,000 young and strong people who can really cultivate land, which is far from enough. Therefore, Marin wanted to take the Grand Duchy of Moscow and planned to rob hundreds of thousands of people back to alleviate the plight of lack of farmers. But now, Marin suddenly discovered that there seemed to be a new source of population. He estimated that for money, the emperor and his son would at least bring him tens of thousands of households. And one household costs 30 gold coins. Marin suddenly felt that his purse was a little empty. So, by then, Marin estimated that he would have to spend more than 1 million gold coins. Although the currency of the North Sea Kingdom is sufficient, the brass coins issued within the North Sea Kingdom are probably not very useful. After all, other German states did not accept copper coins at this time. Only Spain, Portugal and some Italian states, as well as the North Sea Kingdom, really promoted the use of copper coins in Europe. Other countries would rather mix most of the copper in the silver coins than use pure copper coins. However, once the emperor and his son are paid gold and silver worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins, the North Sea Kingdom will have a shortage of money. After all, bulk trade cannot be separated from gold and silver. Copper coins are only used for small-scale private trade, and bulk trade still has to be gold and silver transactions. Once the North Sea Kingdom loses a large amount of gold and silver currency, then the merchants in the market will be forced to use a large number of copper coins when engaging in wholesale trade. When trading, it takes a long time to count the money. Imagine that millions of dollars of trade are all traded with 1 yuan coins. It is estimated that both parties will collapse from counting the coins. Do we really have to go to the Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire in America to borrow some gold and silver? Marin was very distressed. During the meeting of the internal ministers, Ma** expressed his concerns. Then, he looked at Kohler. After all, Kohler usually has many ideas. But Kohler had no choice, but the reckless Steindorf gave a solution: Your Majesty, if you are short of gold and silver, go and rob them. Rob? Marin was stunned. Yes, aren't you going to attack the Grand Duchy of Moscow? I don't believe there are hundreds of thousands of guldens of gold and silver in Moscow. In addition, Novgorod, which is controlled by Moscow, was once a commercial city, and there is definitely no shortage of gold and silver. As long as these two cities are conquered, there will still be hundreds of thousands of guldens of gold and silver. Steindorf said carelessly. This guy used to be a bandit, and later became a mercenary. Therefore, he has a heavy bandit spirit. It seems to make sense. Marin's eyes lit up immediately. The emperor and his son couldn't send tens of thousands of households at once, and transportation was inconvenient these days. It would take several months or even a year to organize thousands of immigrants, let alone tens of thousands of households. Therefore, the emperor and his son would never trade more than 10,000 households at the beginning. And 10,000 households are only 300,000 gold coins. Which does not have a big impact on the North Sea market. More than a year later, Marin can send troops to Moscow. At that time, robbing hundreds of thousands of gold coins of gold and silver back can greatly alleviate the crisis. In the meantime, Marin can also sell some food, liquor, sugar and other supplies in exchange for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Then, the problem is roughly solved. However, Marin's previous plan was only to defeat the army of the Grand Duchy of Moscow in the wild and make it decline. But now, in order to obtain gold and silver, it is necessary to change the plan, at least to break through the two cities of Moscow and Novgorod. And the siege is very cruel, and it is often impossible to conquer the siege for several months or even years. Therefore, Marin had to prepare in advance, send spies to Moscow and Novgorod. Within a year, be sure to dig a tunnel leading to the city. If you dig a tunnel during wartime, people can use water tanks or something to monitor. But when there is no war, who pays attention to the underground? Within a year, as long as you hide it when pouring soil, no one will pay attention to it at all. Moreover, the tunnel that Marin asked to dig does not require digging a tunnel in the city. Instead, just dig under the city wall. At that time, burying a pile of gunpowder barrels at the root of the city wall, it will be no problem to blow down the city wall. Since the tunnels do not lead into the city, the defenders in the city would not bother to check whether there are tunnels outside the city. Moreover, during wartime, the defenders are helpless against such tunnels that do not enter the city. After all, the tunnels lead into the city, and the tunnel entrances can be guarded to prevent people from entering. If people do not come in, there is no way to defend. In normal times, troops can be sent out of the city to destroy the tunnels outside the city. But if there is no war, who would bother to find out if there are tunnels outside? Unless you are accidentally discovered by the defenders. But the spies of the North Sea Kingdom are strictly trained and will not make such low-level mistakes. In addition, in European cities of this era, except for a few water cities such as Venice, the city walls are generally built on steep hillsides, and moats are not important. Therefore, digging tunnels is more convenient. Unlike the capital of the North Sea, Auric, there are moats all around. If you want to dig a tunnel, first try the power of the moat water pouring in. Chapter 2087 Relocation Plan of the Grand Duchy of Ryazan. The benefits of looting Moscow and Novgorod are twofold. First, it can ease the huge pressure of the North Sea Kingdom's gold and silver expenditures. Second, it can suppress the potential of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. As a king who knows history, Marin is well aware of the huge potential of the Russians. At present, the population of the Russian region has exceeded 10 million, and the land area is huge. Moreover, to its east, there are only a few useless khanates that cannot stop Moscow from expanding eastward. As for the Siberian region, how can I say that the Tsar can conquer tens of thousands of square kilometers by sending a few hundred Cossacks at will? This looks like a child's play, but it is real history. The natives of Siberia, including the people of the Mongolian tribes, are like taking a pill to reduce their intelligence, and they can't fight against hundreds of Cossacks. If the Cossacks were in the wild, they would definitely not be the opponents of those Mongolian tribes. But they are very smart. After going to Siberia, they first find a traffic route and build a castle. Then, wait for the local tribes to come and besiege. Those natives and Mongolian tribes are good at riding and shooting, and they are good at playing with scimitars, but they can't do anything with stone castles. Then the natives suffered heavy casualties and had no way to deal with the Cossacks. Afterwards, the Cossacks would do business with local tribes, purchase local furs, and bring them back to Europe to make a profit. However, this kind of doing business is forced. This is mainly because the indigenous tribes in Siberia, like the Solon people in the northeast, are relatively small in size, generally with only a few hundred people. The reason is that in the cold winter in the far north, the distribution of animals is also sparse. In the absence of agriculture and relying only on hunting, a large tribe of more than 1,000 people will not have enough prey to feed everyone within a certain range. Therefore, the general population of the Solon tribe and the Siberian indigenous tribe is about 200 to 800 people. There are only a few dozen to 200 or 300 young and strong people in the tribe, generally not more than 500 young and strong. Although the Cossacks sent by the Tsarist Russia are not many, it is extremely easy to deal with a tribe of several hundred people alone. After all, they have more people than a single indigenous tribe and more advanced weapons. Therefore, they often go out of the castle to bully nearby tribes. After the fight, the natives reacted, and several tribes gathered thousands of people to besiege them. They retreated into the castle again, leaving the natives with no way out. Afterwards, the Cossacks would take bloody revenge on the tribes that were most active against them. Before the tribes reacted, they bloodbathed the tribes that took the lead in the resistance. After the fight, they hid in the castle again. In this wretched way of playing, the natives will naturally become weaker and weaker in the long run. Then, when these guys saw that the natives were no longer good, they began to use force to force the natives to pay furs as taxes, and they would kill them if they didn't give. When the natives were almost weakened, the Cossacks asked the Tsar to send immigrants. When the number of immigrants exceeded the natives, the territory of the Tsarist Russia was stable. The Grand Duchy of Moscow has a sufficient population. Once the eastward mode is opened, the natives will be unable to resist. With the vast area of Siberia as a fur supply base, Moscow's finances will be greatly supplemented. As long as there is money and enough grey livestock, Moscow can start the explosive mode of the Tsarist Russia era and become a European steamroller. And with strength, Poland will be the first to be harmed. Then, it was the German region next to Poland. Historically, Tsarist Russia bordered Germany. Then, Germany was pitted in the two world wars. Although the First World War was always defeated, the grey cattle, who came one after another, tied down a large number of troops of the Germans, greatly relieving the pressure on the British and French forces on the Western Front. If there were no Russians to tie down tens of millions of troops on the Eastern Front, allowing the Germans to invest all their forces on the Western Front, Britain and France would definitely not be able to stop them and would not be able to hold on until the Americans joined. As for World War II, it goes without saying that the Soviet Union was the main force that destroyed the three Germans, not the Americans who were boasted about by Hollywood. It's a pity that Soviet and Russian movies are not good, and the credit was taken away by the propaganda of American movies. Therefore, Marin does not want the Grand Duchy of Moscow to rise. At least, it cannot rise at the moment. If the gold and silver of the two major cities of the Grand Duchy of Moscow can be looted this time, it will be enough to make the Grand Duchy of Moscow unable to recover for a long time, thereby slowing down its rise. In Marin's view, there are three major factors in the rise of Tsarist Russia. The first is to annex Ukraine. With Ukraine, Tsarist Russia has a huge granary that can support various large-scale wars. The second is to conquer the Cossacks, and have thugs to expand to Siberia and charge. The third is to cross the Ural Mountains. The Ural Mountains are of great significance as the dividing line between Asia and Europe. Moreover, it itself has extremely rich mineral resources. Whether it is coal, iron, or non-ferrous metal mines such as copper, the reserves are extremely rich. During World War II, the reason why the Soviet Union moved its industrial base here was because this place was not only far away from the war zone, but also had sufficient rich mineral resources to support industrial needs. In later generations, the Ural Industrial Zone is the third largest industrial zone in Russia after the Moscow Industrial Zone and the St. Petersburg Industrial Zone. Moreover, it is the largest heavy industrial zone. Therefore, if you want to suppress the rise of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, you must pay attention to preventing it from annexing Ukraine and conquering the Cossacks. In addition, prevent it from annexing the Khanate of Kazan, the Khanate of Astrakhan, and the Khanate of Siberia. If these three Khanates were not destroyed, the Grand Duchy of Moscow would not be able to reach the Ural Mountains. In theory, as long as the four Khanates, including the Crimean Khanate, were supported, the expansion and rise of the Grand Duchy of Moscow could be curbed. This is also easy to do, just support some weapons and armor. But the problem is that these four Khanates not only fight with the Grand Duchy of Moscow, but also fight internally. Moreover, they are more fierce than the fight against Moscow. The penultimate Khan of the Golden Horde, Akhma Khan, was assassinated by Abak Khan of the Siberian Khanate. If the four Khanates did not fight internally and dealt with the Grand Duchy of Moscow together, not to mention destroying Moscow, at least they could suppress the Grand Duchy of Moscow from raising its head. Unfortunately, these four Khanates could not unite. Because they were all short-sighted and could not see the huge threat of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Therefore, after repeated consideration, Marin also gave up the idea of supporting these four countries to fight against Moscow. Only the Crimean Khanate, because it has the support of Turkey behind it, is stronger, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow dare not provoke it. Historically, the Crimean Khanate was also the last to perish. There was no other reason. Turkey behind Crimea was too strong in this era, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow did not dare to provoke it easily. The other three Khanates in the east did not recognize the Ottoman Empire as their father, so they were naturally destroyed early. In this regard, Marin was somewhat helpless. It can only be said that the date of the demise of the three Khanates in the east should be delayed as much as possible. After all, the three Khanates were destroyed, and the Grand Duchy of Moscow crossed the Ural Mountains. Then, it expanded to Asia. In addition to the four Khanates, the spies sent to the Grand Duchy of Moscow also sent back a very interesting news. Grand Duke of Ryazan Ivan V. Ivanovich seemed to have the idea of getting rid of the control of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Moreover, there were many nobles in the Principality of Ryazan who supported him to get rid of the Grand Duchy of Moscow and become independent. The Grand Duchy of Ryazan was controlled after being defeated by the Grand Duchy of Moscow in 1456. At the beginning, Ivan III only asked Ryazan to pay tribute. But Ryazan united Poland and Lithuania to resist the Grand Duchy of Moscow from 1494 to 1496. As a result, they were defeated. Then, Ivan III was not polite and directly deprived Ryazan of its autonomy. He sent a governor to station in Ryazan city to closely monitor Ryazan. After that, Ryazan was divided into two factions, the self-reliance faction and the surrender faction. The current Grand Duke of Ryazan, Ivan V. Ivanovich, is very young, only 20 years old this year. Moreover, with the support of the self-reliance faction in the Ryazan court, he began to rule the country. And his mother was the leader of the surrender faction. According to the report of the spies lurking in the Ryazan region, the 20-year-old Grand Duke of Ryazan Ivan V. Ivanovich has been seeking independence. However, he has no military power in his hands, and the military power is in the hands of the governor sent by Moscow. So, he is also helpless. It seems, Ryazan was completely annexed during the reign of Vasily III, right? Marin is not very familiar with this period of history. After all, this is a cold one. However, I vaguely remember that it was during the reign of Vasily III. In fact, Ivan V. Ivanovich was the last Grand Duke of Ryazan. Around 1520, he wanted to marry the daughter of Muhammad Glay, the great Khan of the Crimean Khanate, and wanted to use the Crimean Khanate to fight against Moscow and achieve independence. However, before he could implement it, Vasily III found something wrong and summoned him to Moscow for house arrest. Then, Muhammad Glay sent troops to attack Moscow, and he took the opportunity to escape. Later, Sigismund I, King of Poland and Grand Duke of Lithuania, gave him a small fiefdom to live in until his death. The Principality of Ryazan was also formally annexed by Vasily III. Marin didn't know the fate of the young Grand Duke, but he knew that if he broke through Moscow, he could force Vasily III to agree to the independence of the Grand Duchy of Ryazan from Moscow. But Marin still didn't think highly of Ryazan. Why? To use the words used by later generations to describe Mexico, heaven is too far away, and the United States is too close. This sentence can also be used to describe Ryazan, heaven is too far away, and Moscow is too close. How close is it? Ryazan is 196 kilometers away from Moscow. Even if you march 30 kilometers a day, you will arrive in a few days. This is much closer than the distance between the United States and Mexico. The capital is less than 200 kilometers away from Moscow, the capital of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, and its strength is not as good as others. It's a piece of fat meat at the mouth. And a country like the Grand Duchy of Moscow, which has a strong desire for expansion, can't just look at this piece of fat meat at the mouth and not eat it. Unless, Ryazan is very far away from Moscow. Well, seeing how pitiful this kid is, we can let him change his fiefdom when the time comes. I think the St. Petersburg area is good. Marin suddenly felt that after defeating Vasily III, he could consider moving the Grand Duchy of Ryazan as a whole to the St. Petersburg area. In this way, the outlet of the Grand Duchy of Moscow to the Baltic Sea would be blocked. And Marin, there is an additional helper to block the Grand Duchy of Moscow. After all, facing the threat of the Grand Duchy of Moscow, the Grand Duchy of Ryazan cannot do without the support of the North Sea Kingdom. If it stays in the original Ryazan area, it will be annexed sooner or later at such a close distance. If it moves to the St. Petersburg area, although the climate is a bit cold, it faces the sea and is warm in spring. No, it is very convenient to get support from the sea. If the Grand Duchy of Moscow sends troops to besiege the Petersburg area, as long as the city is not breached, it can wait for the support of the warships of the North Sea Kingdom, use cannons to bombard the Moscow army besieging the city. Moreover, it can also deliver supplies. In addition, Poland and Lithuania will also have time to support here. If you stay in Ryazan city, it is so close to Moscow that the Allies want to support you, and they are too far away to support you. Hey, I seem to be able to use the relocation of Ryazan to cover my immigrants. Marin suddenly thought that when Ryazan relocated, there must be a large-scale migration of hundreds of thousands of people. At that time, he could use this matter to temporarily cover up his plundering of immigrants. When everyone arrived at the port of Petersburg, Marin directly sent a ship to load people. Presumably, the Grand Duke of Ryazan would not dare to refuse, nor would he be able to refuse. Ryazan is a very famous agricultural area in Eastern Europe with a large population of hundreds of thousands of people. Moreover, most of these people are good at agriculture. If they are brought back to the farms of the North Sea Kingdom, they can immediately adapt to the life of farming. At that time, it would be okay for Marin to make the immigrant team larger and take a batch away by himself. As for the opposition from the Grand Duchy of Moscow, Marin planned to detain Vasily III first and not let him go until the population was completely relocated. In this way, he would not be afraid of his obstruction. Chapter 2088, British Two-Field System. In fact, because it is too far north, the agricultural conditions in the St. Petersburg area are very bad. In later generations, the agriculture of the St. Petersburg region was mainly based on animal husbandry, producing dairy products, meat, eggs and so on. As for the planting industry, potatoes and vegetables are mainly planted. Among them, vegetables must be mainly greenhouse vegetables. Although potatoes are very suitable for cold-temperate zones, Marin certainly does not want to take out this kind of nuclear weapon. What will happen with potatoes? The Irish had potatoes, and their population soared rapidly from 1.9 million in 1700 to 8 million before the Great Famine in 1845. In the 18th century, poor Prussia relied on Frederick the Great to force the promotion of potatoes, which made the poor Prussia survive war after war. Later, this trick was widely learned by Europeans, and Tsarist Russia also came to this set, and soon the population continued to grow until it exceeded 100 million. Therefore, during World War I, Tsarist Russia was able to mobilize 15 million troops. For this reason, Marin was reluctant to introduce potatoes to Europe anyway. But the St. Petersburg area is really not suitable for growing grains. Rye and oats can grow there in normal times. However, it is currently at the front end of the Little Ice Age. St. Petersburg is at such a high latitude that it is almost close to the Arctic Circle. It is really not suitable for growing grains. But we can't let Ryazan completely transform into a livestock country, right? The Grand Duke of Ryazan is happy, but the farmers of Ryazan are not happy. After all, it is difficult to adapt to the life of livestock farmers after eating grains. What should they grow? Marin spread out the map and looked at the location of St. Petersburg carefully. This guy, the latitude of St. Petersburg is as high as 60 degrees north latitude, which is much northerly than most 53 degrees 27 minutes. In addition, St. Petersburg has another disadvantage because of the influence of the North Atlantic warm current. Its winter is certainly warmer than Moscow, but this is useless, because it is all below zero, which is useless for agriculture, but it is also cooler than Moscow in summer. Moscow can even have a high temperature of more than 30 degrees in summer, while St. Petersburg rarely exceeds 30 degrees in summer due to the influence of the ocean. If it is from the perspective of human comfort, St. Petersburg must be very comfortable in summer. However, from an agricultural point of view, this is not good. Because crops like wheat need higher temperatures during the grain filling and fruiting period. And because of the low latitude, winter wheat in St. Petersburg will also freeze to death in winter, and spring plowing will not start until May. But because the temperature has been low, when it is close to 30 degrees in summer, the wheat has not yet grown, and it is not time to fill and fruit. When it fills and fruits, well, it will enter the low temperature period again, and it will snow soon. So, this place is not suitable for growing wheat. Moreover, there are no fast-maturing wheat varieties in this era, and wheat generally matures late. In addition, there are no fertilizers such as phosphate fertilizers and potassium fertilizers that promote early maturity, so it can't grow at all. Rye also has this problem, and it is difficult to survive the winter at such a high latitude. Although rye is cold-resistant, it can only withstand the slight cold in northern Germany, not the super cold in St. Petersburg in winter. Moreover, the total accumulated temperature of rye is quite high, reaching more than 2,100 degrees. After all the calculations, only oats with a relatively short growth cycle and low accumulated temperature, 1,350 to 1,600 degrees, are suitable. However, the yield of oats per moo is low. Even in later generations, with new varieties and costs, the yield per moo is only 200 kilograms, or 400 gene. The varieties used by the Beihai Kingdom in this era, even if nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium fertilizers are complete, the yield per moo does not exceed 300 pounds, generally more than 200 pounds. Unlike rye, with fertilizers, it can exceed 500 pounds. It is even worse without fertilizers, with a maximum yield of only about 100 pounds per moo, fertile land such as black soil, or even less than 100 pounds. Rye, even without fertilizers, can also exceed 100 pounds per moo as long as the land itself is fertile. Of course, the St. Petersburg area is not the black soil of Ukraine, it is not a natural fertile soil, and the agricultural conditions are not very good. If the Ryazan people are allowed to grow oats without providing fertilizers, it is difficult to exceed 100 pounds per moo. And Marin could not provide fertilizers for Ryazan, because there is still some shortage of supply in the Beihai Kingdom. How can it be supplied to Ryazan? However, Marin thought of a good way for them: the two-field system. Of course, it is an improved two-field system. Europe has long had a two-field system of rotating fallow, but it is not very scientific. The two-field system of ancient Europeans was nothing more than letting the land be cultivated for 1 year and left fallow for the next. When the land was left fallow, weeds were allowed to grow without being taken care of. This can certainly use the corpses of weeds to restore some soil fertility, but it is very limited. Why? Because the weeds are not fertile enough. If you want to restore soil fertility, in the absence of fertilizer, the best way is to plant leguminous crops. Leguminous crops can absorb nitrogen from the air and convert it into organic nitrogen, that is, nitrogen fertilizer. This function is called nitrogen fixation. If ordinary weeds, such as grasses, grow when the land is left fallow, it will be difficult to restore soil fertility, or the recovery of soil fertility will be limited without fertilization. But if leguminous crops grow, the soil fertility will recover faster. If you change to planting grains in the second year, the harvest will be much better. In addition, in the 18th and 19th centuries, the British developed a very powerful two-field system, planting alfalfa on fallow land, and then grazing sheep. Alfalfa is a leguminous crop, which has the function of nitrogen fixation and can fertilize the land. After the sheep eat alfalfa, they also excrete sheep dung on the land, which is also fertilizer. Under the dual effect, the soil fertility recovers very quickly. Of course, the British at that time did not understand this principle, but just discovered that the effect was good by chance. After all, raising sheep is a traditional project for the British. And the good effect of raising sheep with alfalfa is also unintentional. Because of planting alfalfa and raising sheep during fallow, the British wheat yield per moo in the 19th century was more than 200 pounds, reaching about 230 to 40 pounds. This effect is basically the same as the effect of using manure in ancient China. But nitrogen fertilizer alone is useless. Nitrogen fertilizer can only ensure the vigorous growth of plants, but the impact on the results is not as good as phosphorus fertilizer. Phosphorus fertilizer can accelerate the early maturity of grains, shorten the growth period, and increase the fruiting rate and promote the fullness of grains. It is the fertilizer variety that has the greatest effect on increasing grain yield. Of course, if nitrogen fertilizer is sufficient and the plants grow well, it will also have a significant impact on grain yield. For example, the yield per moo without manure is only about 100 kilograms or even less. With manure, it can reach more than 200, which is doubled. Of course, this is for ordinary wheat. The upper limit of rye and wheat is quite high. The upper limit of oats is relatively low, and the yield per moo of later varieties is only 200 kilograms. In this era, even if the advanced two-field system of the British in later generations is used, it is estimated that the yield per moo will increase from dozens of pounds to more than 100 pounds. However, for people of this era, it is enough. Moreover, there is no shortage of land in the St. Petersburg area. If the yield per moo is not enough, the land area can make up for it. Moreover, this British two-field system of planting alfalfa and raising sheep can also allow the people of Ryazan to produce a large amount of wool and mutton while producing a large amount of oats, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Of course, because it is a severely cold area, they must have coarse wool sheep that are cold-resistant and hardy. Fine wool sheep may not be able to withstand the severe cold. But this is not a problem. After all, Marin is not Lei Feng, and he is not going to help Ryazan become strong. He just hopes that after Ryazan moves to the St. Petersburg area, it will become an obstacle to the expansion of the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Marin even hopes that Ryazan will occupy the coast of the Arctic Ocean, so that the Grand Duchy of Moscow will lose its access to the Arctic Ocean. Marin taught the Ryazan people the English two-field system, which is already worthy of them. After all, this new two-field system can not only increase oat production, but also get a lot of wool and mutton, as well as sheepskin and other products, which is definitely profitable. According to news from his cousin Peter, the St. Petersburg area is currently sparsely populated and belongs to a remote area. When the Ryazan people go there, there is plenty of land to be reclaimed. You know, the Grand Duchy of Ryazan used to be very large, but after being annexed by the Grand Duchy of Moscow, only the area of the Ryazan state in later generations was left, not even 40,000 square kilometers. When they came to the St. Petersburg area, there were at least 70,000 to 80,000 square kilometers here, enough for them. In addition, after occupying the St. Petersburg area, they could also annex the Republic of Karelia in later generations to the north. Although this land is not suitable for agriculture, it is no problem to use it for animal husbandry. Even if sheep cannot be raised, reindeer can still be raised. As for the Murmansk area further north, it seems that Marin had already let the Lapps occupy it. I almost forgot that Marin was still the chief of the Lapps. Marin suddenly felt that it was time to send someone to manage the Lapps along the Arctic Ocean. In fact, Marin also knew a kind of grain that was very suitable for the St. Petersburg area, which was the main grain on the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau, Highland barley. Highland barley has lower temperature requirements, and the accumulated temperature only needs to be 1,300 degrees, which is lower than oats. Moreover, it can bloom and bear fruit at low temperatures, and its growth period is only 100 to 130 days, which is very suitable for the St. Petersburg area. Moreover, the yield per moo is much higher than that of oats. But Marin was unwilling to give this to the Ryazan people, because it is a killer like potatoes. If the Muscovites also got Highland barley seeds and planted them on their vast land, rapid rise would not be a problem at all. Therefore, Marin would rather let the Ryazan people plant oats with low yield per moo than provide them with better Highland barley. If for nothing else, he was afraid that the Grand Duchy of Moscow would get the seeds. Chapter 2089 Kimchi and Salt Trade. In fact, China also has a very good magical grain, millet. Millet, also known as millet, is a very ancient grain variety in China and the most important grain variety in the history of the North. Millet is drought-resistant and has a short growth cycle, also only about 100 to 130 days, with low accumulated temperature. But it has a big problem: it is not cold-resistant. Millet is generally planted as summer grain in the north. After all, although the north of China is colder than the south, it is also very hot in summer. This thing is the earliest strong support for Chinese civilization. In the northern region, such as Guangdong, until the early Tang dynasty, millet was still the main crop. After the Middle Period, wheat planting began to be popularized. But Marin read a very interesting paper in his previous life, which believed that it was the promotion of wheat in Guangdong that destroyed the fubbing system of the Tang dynasty. Why do you say that? Because millet has strong vitality and is very drought resistant. So, like rye, it is not afraid of competition from weeds. Therefore, it does not need to be weeded or irrigated at ordinary times, which is very troublesome. What's the use of saving trouble? Usually, the soldiers in Guangdong had more free time. After the millet was planted, they had nothing to do, so they could gather together to train battle formations and martial arts. Therefore, in the early Tang dynasty, the soldiers in Guangdong were very fierce and could conquer the world. But in the middle of the Tang dynasty, wheat was promoted in Guangdong. Then the problem came: wheat was more delicate than millet and required a lot of energy and labor to serve. Usually, weeding and regular irrigation were required, which was very time-consuming and labor-intensive. By the time of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, the soldiers in Guangdong spent too much energy to serve the wheat fields, and the training could not keep up, so their combat effectiveness was naturally greatly reduced, and they had to change to the recruitment system. However, the recruitment system is prone to warlord separatism. After all, the recruited soldiers were recruited by generals, and they only recognized the generals, not the court. Then the result is that the recruited soldiers are certainly combat effective, but their loyalty is very poor, and they often fight internally. Therefore, the change of millet to wheat in Guangdong is also an important reason for the collapse of the military system, and it is also an important reason for the decline of the Tang dynasty. However, it is not possible not to change to wheat. Because the per acre yield of millet is low. According to the records of the Tang dynasty, the yield of corn per mu in Guangdong was only 1 stone. But if wheat is planted instead, the yield per mu can reach as much as 2 stones. The same land, the yield doubled. Farmers can do some calculations and know what to plant. Moreover, they have to change. Why? The population of Guangdong exploded in the heyday of the Tang dynasty. During the Zhongguan period, the population of Guangdong was only more than 1.4 million, and many people could get 80 mu of land. Even if the yield of corn per mu was only 1 stone, it was acceptable. After all, if the yield per unit is not enough, the total amount can be made up. With 80 mu of land, 80 stones of grain can be produced. But during the Kaiyuan period, the population of Guangdong soared to more than 3.2 million, more than doubled that of the Zhongguan period. As a result, each ding could get less land. Moreover, there were many nobles and ministers who annexed land, resulting in very little land for each farmer. With a large amount of land missing, it would be very uneconomical to plant corn with low yield per mu. And wheat with much higher yield per mu naturally became the first choice. Therefore, this is also a forced choice. The more prosperous Chang'an is, the more people there are in Guangdong. The more people there are in Guangdong, the less arable land there is. The decline of Guangdong's soldiers is inevitable if they switch to high-yield but labor-intensive wheat. From a military perspective, rye, millet, barley, and later potatoes, which do not require fine care, are the best crops for militia. Because planting these crops is usually free, there is time for military training. If you grow wheat and rice, you will work in the fields all day and soon degenerate into a farmer. Just like the military households in the Ming dynasty, after several generations, they immediately went from fighting all over the world in the early Ming dynasty to being beaten to the city of Nanjing by dozens of Japanese pirates in the Middle Period. Marin believes that the strong combat effectiveness of the Germans may be related to the fact that most of them grow rye. Rye is more vigorous than weeds and does not need much care. Then, German farmers have time to do other things and can train. Before modern times, nothing can be seen, but when the full mobilization system comes out, it will be amazing. Rye and potatoes don't need much care, and Prussian farmers have plenty of time to train. French farmers grow wheat and grapes, and don't have enough time to train. Except for the French Revolution, when they were like chicken blood, they were not very good at fighting at other times. Of course, that's a matter for the future, and you don't have to worry about it now. After all, with the current level of productivity, you can't afford it even if you mobilized the whole nation. Just the problem of eating, except for the North Sea Kingdom with advanced agricultural technology, other countries can't afford it. In other words, Marin doesn't need to choose crops for military reasons, but only needs to consider economic benefits. As for the local climate reasons, rye has to be mainly planted, which is also a matter of course. But in the American colonies, Marin thinks that more wheat can be planted. Anyway, there is plenty of land in America. As for labor, more Indians will be captured as serfs in the future. I don't expect these Indians to be soldiers, so let them take good care of the wheat, which is just right. In addition to deciding to plant oats and instructing them to engage in the British two-field system, Marin also decided to provide cabbage seeds to the Ryazan people. Chinese cabbage is relatively cold-resistant. Well, in fact, it can't stand the cold in St. Petersburg. However, it has a short growth cycle, generally only 2 or 3 months to mature, and the yield is high. St. Petersburg has a frost-free period of about 130 to 40 days, and it is completely possible to harvest 2 crops of Chinese cabbage. In this way, the people of Ryazan will not lack vegetables to eat. Moreover, Marin plans to provide the people of Ryazan with the pickling technology of kimchi for free, teach them to make Chinese cabbage into kimchi, and then eat it for a year. Well, does Marin look very saintly? No, you are wrong, very wrong. Why? In addition to Chinese cabbage, what else does kimchi need? Salt. To pickle a pound of Chinese cabbage into kimchi, at least 50 grams of salt is needed, which is 1/10 of the amount of cabbage. For some kimchi, salt even accounts for 25% of the cabbage, which is 1/4. According to data from later generations, a person in the country of Korea eats an average of 35 kilograms of kimchi a year, which is 77 pounds. This is still the case when the country of Korea is very developed in later generations and there are many choices of vegetables. And what about the St. Petersburg area? The choice of vegetables is very limited. Unless we build a glass greenhouse, ordinary people can only eat Chinese cabbage or kimchi. Chinese cabbage is easy to rot if it is not well preserved. Therefore, the consumption in a year is definitely more than 35 kilograms of corn, which is 77 pounds. According to the lowest ratio of 1/11, 7 pounds of salt are also needed. And Ryazan has a population of hundreds of thousands, and 7 pounds of salt are needed, that is millions of pounds. But the water in the Baltic Sea is very fresh, and it is difficult to boil salt. Therefore, salt is mainly imported. At that time, as a salt supplier, you can make a fortune by relying on Ryazan. You know, the price of salt in Eastern Europe in this era is super expensive, at least 2 shillings per pound. With a population of 300,000, 2.1 million pounds of salt must be consumed on kimchi. Calculated at 2 shillings per pound, it is 4.2 million shillings. And 5 shillings is equal to 1 golden gold coin, 4.2 million shillings is 840,000 gold coins. This is a big business. Marin thought about it and planned to give cabbage seeds to the Grand Duchy of Moscow and teach them how to pickle kimchi. If more than 10 million people in the entire Russian region eat kimchi, how much salt will be needed? 300,000 people will need 840,000 gold coins for kimchi, and 10 million people, that would be a profit of 28 million gold coins. Of course, this is an ideal data. The reality is that most Russians are too poor to afford salt. But even if a small half of them can afford it, there are millions of gold coins. Thinking of this huge market, Marin's saliva almost dripped onto the document in front of him. Well, it's decided to vigorously promote kimchi. This time Marin's move was very big, not only promoting kimchi to Eastern Europe, but also to other German states. Anyway, if kimchi is promoted, the market demand for salt will be large, and he will benefit from it. However, he didn't expect that this move would hit the sales of salted fish hard. Because many people buy salted fish, which is equivalent to eating salt. But after eating kimchi, there is no need to buy salted fish. From this point of view, the market for salted fish and kimchi overlaps somewhat. Of course, Marin doesn't care about this. Anyway, the North Sea Kingdom doesn't make a fortune by selling salted fish. But this move accidentally hurt its ally Lübeck. After all, Lübeck's salted fish trade is an important part of it. Of course, that's a later story. Chapter 2090, Lapland Emirate and the Frozen Throne. Ever since he remembered that he was still the chief of the Lapps, Marin began to plan to actually control the Murmansk region. Then, his brain began to work at high speed, recalling a lot of information about the Murmansk region in the northern coast of Norway. He first thought of the world-famous Kiruna iron mine in northern Sweden. To this end, he even built several fishing ports on the coast of northern Norway just to open up a passage to Kiruna. However, after turning over the report that Kohler helped him find, Marin found that in this era without large-scale engineering machinery, it was too difficult to open a road across the Scandinavian mountains. In addition, Kiruna is an awkward place. Although the latitude is similar to that of Narvik, it is even lower than that of Narvik. But the problem is that the Scandinavian mountains block a lot of warm and humid air currents brought by the North Atlantic Current, making Kiruna colder in winter than Narvik, which has a slightly higher latitude. The mountain roads are rugged, and even the land is frozen in winter, making construction very difficult. Therefore, the expedition team sent out said that it would take more than 20 years to successfully open up the road to Kiruna and transport the iron ore out. Marin lost his temper immediately. Damn, 20 years. I'm over 50, who knows if it's still there. Do we have to give up the super iron ore in Corunna? Marin thought to himself. At the same time, he was very unwilling. Then, he looked at the map of Northern Europe on the desktop and thought about things. Suddenly, a picture jumped out. It was a map of Norway. On the map, there was a small town called Kirkenes in the northernmost coastal area of Norway, not far from Murmansk. Kirkenes. Why does it feel a little familiar? Marin wondered, and continued to search the corners of his memory. Finally, in the World War II module deep in his memory, he found information about Kirkenes, the Battle of Petsamo Kirkenes. Well, this battle seems to be for the iron ore. Suddenly, a broken picture flashed through his mind. In order to compete for the high-quality iron ore in Kirkenes, Sandetsi sent troops to control the northern coast of Norway. At the end of World War II, the Soviet Union launched the Petsamo Kirkenes campaign here, and the German garrison here reached 53,000 people. Fuck, 53,000 people. In this remote place in the Arctic Circle. There must be a big mine. Marin stood up directly. According to his estimation, Kirkenes is a place where there is either a big iron ore or some rare elements in the iron ore, which is very important to the military industry. Otherwise, Sandetsi would not waste more than 50,000 people stationed here. Thinking back to the map again, it seems that Kirkenes is a seaside port. It's rich. The iron ore is by the sea. Excellent. In this era of extremely inconvenient transportation, the transportation of minerals in inland areas is very costly. Moreover, whether it is the Lorraine iron ore or the Luxembourg iron ore, the quality of the iron ore is very poor. During World War II, Sandesi's iron ore was mainly from the high-quality and high-grade iron ore in Kiruna, Sweden. And Kirkenes can have more than 50,000 people stationed, so it must be a high-grade iron ore. But the reserves are estimated to be not much, otherwise, it would be famous in the future. But Marin's demand is not large. After all, it has not entered the machine industrial age, and the annual demand for steel is not large. Moreover, the demand is calculated in tons. Unlike in the future, it is counted in tons. Even if the iron mine was only developed by Sandesi for a few years, Marin estimated that there would still be hundreds of thousands of tons or even millions of tons of output each year. For now, Marin actually just needs a buffer for this iron mine. He will not give up on opening the road to Kiruna, but that can be done slowly. However, the Kirkenes iron mine can be used as long as people are sent there. Moreover, it is right by the sea and convenient for transportation. And because of the influence of the North Atlantic warm current, although it is in the Arctic Circle, it is not frozen all year round. However, this era is colder than later generations. According to previous reports from the labs, it seems that the northern coastal areas may be partially frozen in January, the coldest month of winter. But it doesn't matter. Why? Because the winter in the Arctic Circle is also polar night, which means it is dark all day long and there is no daytime. Anyway, there is no way to work. Therefore, it is better to wait until the winter is over before developing the local iron ore and transporting the iron ore. Well, it's settled, Kirkenes will be developed next. Moreover, Kirkenes will become the capital of the Lapp region. Since it is in the cold Arctic Circle, I will build the frozen throne here. Marin suddenly became a middle school student. He remembered the frozen throne in Warcraft that he had played in his previous life, so he decided to make Kirkenes the capital and build a palace here, and named it, the Frozen Throne. Well, you can also ask the blacksmith to make a Frostmorn with stainless steel. In the future, the capital of the Lapland Emirate will be in Kirkenes, and the palace will be the Frozen Throne. Then, the iconic weapon of the Lapland chieftain will be Frostmorn. Is it very second year? There are indeed second-year elements, but in fact, Marin has other considerations. What are they? Of course, it is to mislead others. If there is an extra Lapland Emirate rashly, other countries will definitely be jealous. Marin originally planned to name it the Kingdom of Northrend so that he could add another crown to himself. But he gave up this idea, for no other reason, he was afraid of others' jealousy. So, he continued to use the usual name of Lapland and continued to call it the Lapland Emirate. According to the respect of the Lapps, he became the chief of the Lapps. The title of chieftain is a title of contempt for the barbaric and backward Europeans who claim to be civilized. Therefore, Marin's additional title of chieftain will not arouse anyone's jealousy and hostility, but may be ridiculed. But Marin is not afraid of being ridiculed, he only wants practical benefits. The high-quality iron ore in Kirkenes was developed, and there was a little ridicule, which was really not worth mentioning. In addition, he had other considerations, annexing the Murmansk region, and even considering going south to annex the Karelia region in the future. At present, the Grand Duchy of Moscow has no control over these areas because they are too far north and too cold. The Grand Duchy of Moscow controls some areas in the south of Karelia, but it doesn't care much. Because there is really no oil here. However, this area is useful to Marin. After controlling the Murmansk region and the Karelia region, Marin's territory will be directly adjacent to the Grand Duchy of Moscow. Then, Russian immigrants can be directly received. Although the Karelia region and the Murmansk region are cold, there are still hundreds of days of frost-free period every summer. At this time, we can take the opportunity to bring immigrants from the Russian region to the coast of Murmansk and ship them back to the North Sea Kingdom. In other words, Marin's plan is to establish a Lapland Emirate that includes the northern Arctic Circle of Norway and Sweden, as well as the Murmansk region in Karelia. The purpose of this emirate is to obtain population from the Russian region and to exploit the iron ore resources of Kirkins and Kiruna, to be mined in the future. In addition to the Russians, Marin also plans to absorb some Finns in Finland. The Finns are naturally the indigenous people of Finland. Of course, the Karelians are also a branch of the Finns. In this era, the Finns seem to be in the tribal era, divided into three major tribal alliances: the Suomi people in the southwest, the Heim people in the central region, and the Karelians in the southeast. In later generations, these three ethnic groups merged and became the Finns. But many places in the southeastern region where the Karelians are located were occupied by Tsarist Russia. The Karelians who stayed in Tsarist Russia formed the Karelian people alone and did not integrate into the Finnish nation. At present, the southwestern coastal and central regions are favored by the Swedes because of their good climate. Then, the cunning Swedes invaded here in the name of spreading Christianity and received the support of the Holy See. Only the territory of the Karelians in the east was not occupied because of the bad climate, and the Swedes looked down on it. Later, the Grand Duchy of Moscow occupied the southern part of the Karelian area, and the area near Murmansk in the north was not taken seriously. Marin planned to learn the shamelessness of the Swedes and occupy the Lapland area in the name of spreading Christianity. After all, the Laplanders still believe in miscellaneous religions such as the All-Spirit Church. No one can oppose the missionary banner. At present, there are about a few thousand Laps in the Lapland area. Because they are in a bitter and cold place, life is hard and the population growth is very slow. Until the 21st century, there were only 70,000 to 80,000 Laps. Marin's control of these areas will naturally bring a good life to the Laps. For example, provide them with various living supplies, teach them to use kangs, etc., so that the Laps themselves will not freeze to death in winter. A few days later, a shocking news came from the North Sea Kingdom. The Grand Duke of the North Sea, Marin, decided to establish a Lap-dominated Lap Emirate in the cold Arctic region at the request of the Laps and with the consent of the Holy See, and appointed himself as the chief. At the same time, Marin decided to build an ice fortress in a place called Kirkins in Lapland, and named it the Ice Throne as the political center for ruling Lapland. Moreover, Marin also planned to build a helmet called Helm of Domination and a two-handed sword called Frostmorn as a symbol of the power of the Lapland Emirate. As for why the Lapland Emirate was established. In addition to the request of the Laps, Marin also planned to spread Christianity among the Laps and turn all the Laps into Christians. And this is why the Vatican supported him to establish the Lapland Emirate. Everyone understands this. After all, Sweden also annexed the land of the Finns under the pretext of missionary work. It's just that everyone envied Sweden's annexation of Finland, and Marin's annexation of a piece of frost-covered far north land caused everyone to laugh. Marin had expected this.